into a ball of flame and black smoke that was seen billowing out into the sky and prompted the suspension of operations as well. And also an earthquake that struck Afghanistan, leading to death of 100 people. Take a look at this report.
A powerful earthquake struck a rural mountainous region of eastern Afghanistan early on Wednesday. About 1,000 people were killed and 1,500 injured in one of the deadliest quakes in decades. These visuals from Paktika province near the Pakistan border show injured victims being treated outside of a clinic. Although rescuers rushed to the area by helicopter, the response was likely to be complicated since many international aid agencies had left Afghanistan after the Taliban's takeover. The International Committee of the Red Cross says it is moving to provide emergency aid to those affected.
Regions such as Paktika, that was even more hit by the earthquake, that are seeing now an influx of patients. So what is the ICRC going to do about that is that we're sending currently medical supplies to three hospitals in the region of Paktika. This includes syringes, bandages, drugs, IV kits, etc., to make sure that the medical staff there is able to answer the needs of the communities. When we talk about needs, it's still very early in this kind of situation. The patient influx is likely to increase in the coming hours and days.
However, he cautioned that it was a rural area and it might take days for the world to understand how bad the crisis was. The disaster poses a major test for the Taliban-led government, which seized power last year as the United States planned to pull out from the country and end its longest war.
لمړی راپورونه په اساس چې دا ابتدایي معلومات دي لبد مرغه په پکتیکا ګیان نکا برمله زوړوکی ولسوالۍ کې د خوست په سپیره ولسوالۍ کې د ننګرهار په الچین ولسوالۍ کې د تیرې شپې د زلزلې له امله 900 تنه هیوادوال شهیدان شوي دي او 610 تنه ټپیان دي.
In light of these difficulties, a Taliban official asked for international help.
داسې یو پیښه چې په کوم ملک کې راځي نو طبعا دا اصول دي چې نورو ملکو ته ضرورت پیدا کیږي داسې پیښو ته رسیدګي ډېره ګرانه وي چې یو ملک پخپله وتوانېږي چې یو د دغسې پیښو ته رسیدګي وکړي او په هغه معنا باندې چې کوم د خلکو ورته کفایت کیږي هغه دې وکړي. نو د ټول نړیوال څخه غوښتنه دا ده چې په دغسې وختو کې باید لاس په کار سي او خپل همکاریو ته دوام ورکړي.
A spokesperson for the United Nations World Food Programme said the powerful earthquake that has left hundreds dead in Afghanistan will add to the enormous suffering of the Afghan people.
Really, the earthquake, I can't stress enough, it will only add to the immense humanitarian needs in Afghanistan. And it really has to be all hands on deck to make sure that, we really limit the suffering that families, that women and children are already going through.
Agency report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, lots lined up for you. Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray offers to resign after MLAs of his party did not like him to work as a Chief Minister. Amid the deepening political crisis in Maharashtra, a meet of the Congress Legislature Party was held in Mumbai.
ये षड्यंत्र दिल्ली में रचा गया है और ये षड्यंत्र लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुनी हुई सरकारों को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का है और इनके आंखों में बहुत दिनों से खटक रहा था महाराष्ट्र का गठबंधन और इन्होंने उस गठबंधन को धन के बल पर तोड़ने का प्रयास किया है, लेकिन मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो शिव सैनिक हैं वो इसका उचित जवाब देंगे।
I am very dismayed, but this is the old style of BJP. They did this in Madhya Pradesh earlier. They did this in Karnataka earlier. They succeeded. They did this in Rajasthan. They failed. So,
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive straight into the top stories at this hour on Republic's Superfast 50. Hours after offering repeatedly to resign as Maharashtra's Chief Minister, Uddhav Thackeray, who is yet to resign, left the Chief Minister's official Varsha Bungalow residence and returned to the Thackeray residence, Matoshri. Visuals showed the Maharashtra CM being given a send-off and a reception by Shiv Senics, whom he greeted personally despite saying earlier in the day that he tested positive for COVID. Cornered by his own party leaders and facing dwindling numbers, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray on Wednesday all but conceded his defeat and said that he is ready to resign from his post. Delivering an impassioned address via a Facebook Live, Uddhav Thackeray expressed his dismay over his own people turning against him and stated that he is ready to tender his resignation. Having expressed his readiness to tender his resignation, not just as the Chief Minister but also as the Shiv Sena party supremo, Uddhav Thackeray put forth one condition, that his fellow Shiv Senics confront him directly and make the demand for him to step down as Chief Minister in person. Uddhav Thackeray also harkened back to how the Maha-Vikas Aghadi alliance was formed. He said that the Shiv Sena has stood against the Congress and the NCP for 25 to 30 years before he received calls from Sharad Pawar and Sonia Gandhi, in which they insisted that he become the Chief Minister, even though he was himself reluctant to take up the top post. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar and senior party leaders Supriya Sule and Jitendra Awad arrived at the residence of Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray after his Facebook Live. This happened right after Eknath Shinde, in his letter bearing the signatures of 34 MLAs, mentioned the alleged corruption by NCP leaders Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik, among other things, and stated that this alliance was a reason for the Shiv Sena's rebellion. Barely an hour after Sharad Pawar along with top NCP leaders met Uddhav Thackeray after his public address, where he said he was ready to resign multiple times, top sources informed Republic that the NCP chief had advised Uddhav Thackeray to make the rebel minister Eknath Shinde the next chief minister, in what was clearly a desperate attempt to pacify the veteran Shiv Sena MLA. Top sources told Republic that Eknath Shinde has rejected flat out the proposal to ally with the Congress and NCP and become Uddhav Thackeray's successor as Chief Minister of Maharashtra, saying that becoming the CM is not the issue, rather it is the alliance with the Congress and the NCP and their complete opposite ideologies to the Shiv Sena, adding also that he will not compromise on Hindutva at all. As incumbent Maharashtra Chief Minister, Uddhav Thackeray declared that he is ready to resign. An influx of MLAs was seen at the residence of his predecessor and the present leader of opposition, Devendra Fadnavis. Republic spotted Ram Satpute, MLA from the BJP, entering Fadnavis's residence, while a number of other senior leaders, including Ashish Shelar, including Kirit Somaiya, had been present at his house earlier in the day as well. After Uddhav Thackeray's ready-to-go statement, Sanjay Raut, in a dramatic show of support, said that they will continue to struggle. Raut later sought the opportunity for the Maha-Vikas Aghadi to prove its strength on the floor of the house and also said that Uddhav Thackeray would not resign. However, the exodus of Shiv Sena MLAs towards Guwahati continues, including at least one MLA who was firmly in the Uddhav camp just 24 hours earlier but has since changed sides purportedly. With Maharashtra MLAs confined to a hotel in BJP-ruled Assam, the leader of the opposition in the northeastern state, Debabrata Saikia, termed the state affairs as unfortunate. He said that leaders are not allowed to come in contact and talk to the media, further adding that Assam had never witnessed a situation of this sort before.
उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने मुझको लगता कि इसमें थोड़ा सा लेट कर दिया होगा। ये बहुत पहले अगर बात, जब वो उनसे नाराज विधायक अपनी बात कह रहे थे तब नहीं सुनी, और नहीं सुनी तभी तो विधायक उनसे अलग होने का काम किए, उनको नहीं मिल रहे हैं। और आज एक सार्वजनिक अपील उनको करना पड़ रही है। मैं समझ रहा हूँ उनकी बात सुने होते तो आज स्थिति ये नहीं आती।
राजनीति के अंदर हमारे राजनीतिक मतभेद हो सकते हैं, लेकिन अगर हकीकी तौर के ऊपर अगर देखा जाए तो उद्धव साहब ले लीजिएगा या आदित्य साहब, लोगों का कहना है कि आदित्य ठाकरे साहब हावी हो रहे थे मंत्रियों के ऊपर। आदित्य साहब के साथ, उनकी पार्टी के साथ हमारे वैचारिक मतभेद हो सकते हैं, लेकिन एक यंग लड़का है जो बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा था, जो टैलेंटेड है, जो बहुत डिसेंट है और जो कुछ डेवलपमेंट के कामों के अंदर कुछ नया लेके आने की सोच रहा था।
Basically, it is an internal issue of Shiv Sena. I think they are trying to sort it out. We believing that Shiv Sena leadership can sort it out.
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो डर्टी पॉलिटिक्स है उसका ज्वलंत उदाहरण है महाराष्ट्र। पिछले 2-3 कोशिशों के बाद इस बार उन्होंने शिवसेना में तोड़फोड़ करने में कामयाबी हासिल कर ली।
मुझे विश्वास है महाराष्ट्र की सरकार रहेगी और भाजपा द्वारा भाजपा को मुंह की खानी पड़ेगी।
ये षड्यंत्र दिल्ली में रचा गया है और ये षड्यंत्र लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुनी हुई सरकारों को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का है। और इनकी आंखों में बहुत दिनों से खटक रहा था महाराष्ट्र का गठबंधन, और इन्होंने उस गठबंधन को धन के बल पर तोड़ने का प्रयास किया है। लेकिन मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो शिव सैनिक हैं वो इसका उचित जवाब देंगे।
जो महाराष्ट्र में सरकार बनी थी वो है अननेचुरल थी, वो बन नहीं सकती क्योंकि शिवसेना का और कांग्रेस का अलायंस हो नहीं सकता था। लेकिन वो हुआ, बीच में उनमें झगड़े भी हुए, तो ये जो एंड हुआ है ये तो काफ़ी देर हो गई है। ये तो सड़ा हुआ फल टूटा है, ये फल तो सड़ चुका था क्योंकि ये बहुत ही गलत था, अनैतिक था, विचारहीन था। इसका एक ही विचार था कि हमें बीजेपी को आने से रोकना है।
देखिए, अगर क्राइसिस है तो बाढ़ की क्राइसिस है। सत्ता की लालच में भाजपा अंधी हो चुकी है। असम में बाढ़ है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को स्वयं असम जाके वहां की परिस्थितियों को समझना चाहिए, विशेष पैकेज की घोषणा करनी चाहिए। लेकिन वो सिर्फ गुजरात के निर्वाचन या महाराष्ट्र के चुनी हुई सरकार को गिराने में व्यस्त है। तो बहुत ही ये निष्ठुर आज बीजेपी का ये व्यवहार है और लोग भी समझ गए हैं कि आज भाजपा के लिए सत्ता ही सब कुछ है। लोग भूल चुके हैं, लोग को नजरअंदाज कर चुकी है भाजपा।
I am very dismayed, but this is the old style of BJP. They did this in Madhya Pradesh earlier. They did this in Karnataka earlier. They succeeded. They did this in Rajasthan. They failed. So I still have faith in Sharad Pawar. I think he is a competent man. He may still manage the situation.
कैबिनेट के अंदर जो हमारे मुद्दे थे, जो एजेंडा के अंदर थे, उस एजेंडा के हिसाब से ही चर्चा हुई। उसके अलावा कोई भी पॉलिटिकल चर्चा यहाँ पे नहीं हुई।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the 14th BRICS Business Forum virtual summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The PM stressed on the significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of the multilateral forum will be very important to support the world, which is focusing on post-COVID recovery right now.
ब्रिक्स की स्थापना इस विश्वास से हुई थी कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज का यह समूह वैश्विक ग्रोथ के इंजन के रूप में उभर सकता है। आज जब पूरा विश्व पोस्ट कोविड रिकवरी पर फोकस कर रहा है, तब ब्रिक्स देशों की भूमिका एक बार फिर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी।
Amid rising COVID-19 cases in the country, Republic has learned that Union Health Minister Dr. Mansukh Mandavia will chair a review meeting with a core team of experts. As per sources, the discussion will involve the immediate steps to be taken in order to curb the virus's spread. The presidential candidate announced by the Bharatiya Janata Party-led NDA, Draupadi Murmu, is scheduled to file her nomination papers on June the 24th. Furthermore, as per sources, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be the one proposing her name during the nomination filing, which will be then seconded by the party's national president, JP Nadda. Acknowledging that his name came as a fourth choice among the opposition presidential candidates, former Union Finance Minister Yashwant Sena on Wednesday said that he happened to be the second choice many times earlier in his life and used the opportunity in the national interest. He also claimed that he will be more constitutional if elected as president than the NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu.
मैं मानता हूं कि मैं चौथा उम्मीदवार, चौथा कैंडिडेट हूं। 3 कैंडिडेट्स ने पहले ना कर दिया, तो चौथे कैंडिडेट के रूप में मेरे नाम पर सहमति बनी। ठीक है ना? जीवन में बहुत बार मेरे साथ ऐसा हुआ है कि मैं सेकंड चॉइस रहा हूँ, फर्स्ट चॉइस नहीं रहा, लेकिन किसी परिस्थितिवश सेकंड चॉइस होते हुए भी वो पद हम ही को मिला और उसका पूरा हमने उपयोग किया राष्ट्र हित में।
The lawyer for gangster Lawrence Bishnoi expressed his displeasure over Bishnoi's production at the magistrate's residence late night day before yesterday and the extension of a remand for a further 6 days in singer Sidhu Moosewala's murder case. He is set to move the Supreme Court over the matter. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to inaugurate the new premises of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry Vanijya Bhavan today. According to an official statement by the Prime Minister's office, the PM will also launch a new portal, the National Import-Export Record, for yearly analysis of trade. A video has gone viral on social media wherein a JDS MLA is seen slapping a college principal allegedly for not being able to provide proper answers about the ongoing development work for a computer lab. M. Srinivas, an MLA from Mandya in Karnataka, repeatedly slapped the principal of Nalwadi Krishna Raja Vodiyar ITI College in front of his colleagues. Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and also the custodian of the Ayush Ministry, Sarbananda Sonowal, on Wednesday visited the relief camp set up at Fulaguri Higher Secondary School in Nagaon district of Assam to meet flood-affected people of the region. Sonowal visited the district to assess the support provided and to interact with the affected people. He extended his heartfelt condolences to the families and next of kin of all those who lost their lives in the devastating flood situation in the area. Accusing the BJP-led central government of weakening the armed forces with a new deception, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi on Wednesday said that the government will have to withdraw the Agnipath recruitment scheme and that the Congress party is with the youth in this agitation to save the future of the country.
अब कांग्रेस पार्टी कह रही है नरेंद्र मोदी जी को ये जो नया अग्निपथ का स्कीम है इसको वापस लेना पड़ेगा और हिंदुस्तान का हर युवा हमारे साथ इस काम में खड़ा मिलेगा क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान का युवा जानता है कि सच्ची देशभक्ति सेना को मजबूत करने की होती है, सेना को कमजोर करने की नहीं होती है.
Expressing dissatisfaction over the centre's newly launched Agnipath scheme, former Karnataka Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy alleged that it was a program to bring Nazi forces into India the way it was in Hitler's Germany. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai on Wednesday said that the financial assistance scheme for the Stree Shakti Sangha will be launched on October the 2nd, that is Gandhi Jayanti this year. Stree Shakti is a women empowerment program launched by the government of Karnataka to strengthen women's access to financial services. The CBI has booked Dewan Housing Finance Limited, its former chairman and MD Kapil Wadhwan, director Dheeraj Wadhwan and others for a bank fraud of a whopping 34,615 crore rupees, making it the biggest such case probed by the agency ever. Following the registration of the case on June the 20th, a team of over 50 officials from the agency on Wednesday carried out coordinated searches at 12 premises in Mumbai belonging to the FIR listed accused, which also includes 9 builders. At least one person was killed in a fire that broke out at a shop selling firecrackers outside the Dindigul collector's office in Tamil Nadu on Wednesday. A top CRPF official has highlighted that the Amarnath Yatra this year is going to resume after a gap of 2 years and that the CRPF has an important role to play in the security of the devotees. He added that all security measures have been taken in order to conduct the Amarnath Yatra peacefully.
ये बात आपकी सही है कि 2 वर्ष के वक्फे के बाद इस बार अमरनाथ यात्रा पूरे जोशो खरोश के साथ हो रही है। काफ़ी उत्साह है लोगों में और हमें उम्मीद है कि इस बारी काफ़ी भारत के कोने कोने से बहुत सारे यात्री यहाँ आएंगे। तो ये बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है हमारे लिए। इस यात्रा से हम बहुत सालों से जुड़े रहे हैं।
In a video, Indian Army personnel can be seen rescuing a group of people from the Bakarwal tribe, including children who were stranded near the Chut Pass in a snowstorm since the last 2 days. Russian Sports Minister Oleg Matitskin met with India's Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports Anurag Thakur in Delhi to discuss cooperation between the two countries in the arena of sports. Russian Ambassador to India Denis Alipov was also present at this meeting. Prince William acknowledged that black men and women still face discrimination in Britain at the unveiling of the National Windrush Monument in London to mark Windrush Day. William gave a speech paying tribute to the contribution made by in all walks of life by Windrush pioneers and their descendants. The Windrush is a term that denotes people who emigrated from the Caribbean to Britain on the British ship the Empire Windrush in the year 1948. A drone strike caused a fire at a refinery in southwestern Russia near the border with Ukraine, but no one was hurt and the blaze was contained quickly. The fire engulfed industrial equipment at an oil processing plant. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky expressed hope that Ukraine should get a positive decision on its European Union candidacy. The Ukrainian government applied for EU membership days after Russia invaded the country on February the 24th. France's defense ministry says its armed forces have conducted a hastily organized military exercise in Estonia. The airborne operation, dubbed Thunder Lynx, was executed at a very short notice, dropping about 100 French paratroopers over an area in the Baltic countries secured by Estonian soldiers, is what we have been informed. The current global conditions are posing challenges for the stability of the worldwide supply chains as well as in the realms of energy and food. And in light of this, Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro said that his country's response to this is to not be closed to the rest of the world. Bolsonaro made the remarks at the start of the BRICS Virtual Business Forum. Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister, who is overseeing the country's push to join the European Union, said that the Zelensky government is at the stage of preparing to fulfill the EU accession conditions published by the European Commission. An Afghanistani state-run news agency reported that a powerful earthquake struck a rural mountainous region of the country's east, killing over 1,000 people and injuring 1,500 more. Wednesday's earthquake was one of the country's deadliest in decades. Officials warned that the already grim casualties toll may still rise. The quake was measured to have a 6.1 magnitude on the Richter scale, as per reports. The Croatian Prime Minister told members of the European Parliament that Ukraine is highly likely to be granted candidate status of the European Union during a summit in Brussels. This view comes as a Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister also said that she is certain that all 27 EU nations will approve of making Ukraine a candidate. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman MBS was greeted by Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan in Ankara on his first visit to Turkey since the 2018 horrific assassination of German journalist Jamal Khashoggi in Istanbul. In Ukraine's Mykolaiv, the mayor has shared a video of the aftermath of Russian attacks on the city. The footage showed damage to a school and other buildings in the southern Ukrainian city, which was fought over doggedly and destructively. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said that he wants to discuss the outlines of a Marshall Plan for Ukraine with the leaders of the group of 7 countries at their upcoming summit. Scholz hopes for a united front on long-term support for Ukraine when he hosts the annual G7 summit in Bavaria this week. The Marshall Plan was the US initiative post the Second World War to rebuild Western Europe. In tennis, Maxime Cressy advanced to the last 8 at the Eastbourne International after a straight sets 7-6, 6-4 win over Great Britain's Dan Evans. The American won a tight match after almost 2 hours on court and will meet Cameron Norrie in the quarterfinals. Petra Kvitova reached the last 8 at the Rothsey International in Eastbourne but had to go the distance against British wildcard Katie Boulder. The Czech 14 seed was surrendering a 5-2 lead in the opening set as Boulder, who put out 4th seeded Karolina Pliskova, won 5 games in a row, saving 2 set points along the way to take it 7-5. However, Kvitova bounced back in the next 2 sets to win a thrilling match. Cameron Norrie is through to the Eastbourne International quarterfinals after a 6-4, 6-2 victory over Brandon Nakashima. The British number 1 claimed his first grass court win of the year and will face Maxime Cressy in the last 8.
Shiv Sena has 55 MLAs, 34 are with Eknath Shinde, 4 more have flown in, which is roughly about 70 to 75% of the party.
मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे.
On the back foot, he kept justifying why he became the chief minister. He does not have the numbers clearly. He also at one point said, if I'm voted against by my own party, that will be the biggest shame.
एकाही आमदारांनी समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
Now on to international news. A major Russian oil refinery suffered a drone attack near the border with Ukraine, resulting into a ball of flame and black smoke that was seen billowing out into the sky and prompted the suspension of operations as well. And also an earthquake that struck Afghanistan, leading to death of 100 people. Take a look at this report.
A powerful earthquake struck a rural mountainous region of eastern Afghanistan early on Wednesday. About 1,000 people were killed and 1,500 injured in one of the deadliest quakes in decades. These visuals from Paktika province near the Pakistan border show injured victims being treated outside of a clinic. Although rescuers rushed to the area by helicopter, the response was likely to be complicated since many international aid agencies had left Afghanistan after the Taliban's takeover. The International Committee of the Red Cross says it is moving to provide emergency aid to those affected.
Regions such as Paktika, that was even more hit by the earthquake that are seeing now an influx of patients. So what is the ICRC going to do about that? Is that we're sending currently medical supplies to three hospitals in the region of Paktika. This includes syringes, bandages, drugs, IV kits, etc., to make sure that the medical staff there is able to answer the needs of the communities. When we talk about needs, it's still very early in this kind of situation. The patient influx is likely to increase in the coming hours and days.
However, he cautioned that it was a rural area and it might take days for the world to understand how bad the crisis was. The disaster poses a major test for the Taliban-led government, which seized power last year as the United States planned to pull out from the country and end its longest war.
لومړني راپورونه په اساس چې دا ابتدایي معلومات دي له بده مرغه په پکتیکا، ګیان، نکا، برمله او زوړوکي ولسوالیو کې د خوست په سپیرې ولسوالۍ کې د ننګرهار په الچین ولسوالۍ کې د تیرې شپې د زلزلې له امله 910 تنه هیوادوال شهیدان شوي دي او 610 تنه ټپیان دي.
In light of these difficulties, a Taliban official asked for international help.
داسې یو پیښه چې په کوم ملک کې راځي نو طبعا دا اصول دي چې نورو ملکو ته ضرورت پیدا کیږي. داسې پیښو ته رسیدګي ډېره ګرانه وي چې یو ملک په خپله وتوانېږي چې یو د دغسې پیښو ته رسیدګي وکړي او په هغه معنا باندې چې کوم د خلکو ورته کفایت کیږي هغه دې وکړي. نو د ټول نړیوال څخه غوښتنه دا ده چې په دغسې وختو کې باید لاس په کار سي او خپل همکاریو ته دوام ورکړي.
A spokesperson for the United Nations World Food Programme said the powerful earthquake that has left hundreds dead in Afghanistan will add to the enormous suffering of the Afghan people.
Really, the earthquake, I can't stress enough, it will only add to the immense humanitarian needs in Afghanistan. And it really has to be all hands on deck to make sure that, you know, we really limit the suffering that families, that women and children are already going through.
Agency report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, lots lined up for you. Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray offers to resign after MLAs of his party did not like him to work as a Chief Minister. Amid the deepening political crisis in Maharashtra, meet of the Congress Legislature Party was held in Mumbai.
On the back foot, he kept justifying why he became the chief minister. Does not have the numbers clearly. He also at one point said, if I'm voted against by my own party, that will be the biggest shame.
एकाही आमदारांनी समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे त्याला मला सांगा मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे.
ये षड्यंत्र दिल्ली में रचा गया है और ये षड्यंत्र लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुनी हुई सरकारों को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का है और इनके आंखों में बहुत दिनों से खटक रहा था महाराष्ट्र का गठबंधन और इन्होंने उस गठबंधन को धन के बल पर तोड़ने का प्रयास किया है. लेकिन मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो शिव सैनिक हैं वो इसका उचित जवाब देंगे.
I'm very dismayed, but this is the old style of BJP. They did this in Madhya Pradesh earlier. They did.
These are pictures, live pictures from outside the chief minister's residence. There are preparations to give him a goodbye from the chief minister's office, perhaps. As he goes back to his residence, he gets ready to vacate his residence, and they've lined up this entire stretch from the chief minister's residence.
at 7 a.m., a rebel camp completely corners Uddhav as more MLAs join the rebel pack in Guwahati. "33 Sena MLAs, 7 independents bolt to Eknath Shinde camp. Will the sinking ship be saved amid the big and quick moves?" Mega political rebellion hits Uddhav government. Uddhav vacates residence. Will he quit next? Aghadi government swings into huddle mode. Big meetings lined up, but it's only loyal 19 with Uddhav now. Mahapolitical upheaval reaches top court. Police seeks ban on rebel MLAs for 5 years. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. You're watching This Morning and tracking all the latest on Maharashtra political crisis. Shiv Sena strongman Eknath Shinde's rebellion against the party caught Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray unawares. Several appeals and calls fell on deaf ears, and even the offer of a CM post could not pacify Shinde, who claims to be standing for only Hindutva ideology and not hungry for power. Uddhav, meanwhile, has vacated the official CM residence and is back in Matoshri. The question now remains, what's next for the Maharashtra government?
He's come down. He's come out. He's come out of the car. Anand, he's come out of the car. He's come out of the
Despite a massive show of support, where 100 or so Shiv Sainiks thronged the road to Matoshri, the humiliation was for all to see. How a chief minister of the state, which boasts to have India's financial capital as its capital, had to pack his bags and vacate his official residence, even as his own party legislators rebelled against him.
मला दुःख कशाचं झालेलं आहे, आश्चर्य कशाचं वाटलेलं आहे, धक्का कशाचा बसलेला आहे की काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी म्हणाली की आम्हाला मुख्यमंत्रीपदी उद्धव ठाकरे नको. तो त्यांचा विचार आहे. दोन्ही पक्ष स्वतंत्र आहेत. ठीक आहे, सत्तेच्या तडजोडीसाठी आपण एकत्र आलो होतो असं जे काही इतर जण म्हणतायत त्यांच्याप्रमाणे सत्तेच्या साठी आपण एकत्र आलो होतो.
But it shouldn't have come as a surprise. The dissent was brewing over several issues, but the biggest thorn was compromising on the Hindutva ideology and joining hands with the Congress and NCP. And the rebel group led by Eknath Shinde now refuses to toe the line of this unusual alliance. And despite his assurance over Bala Sahib's legacy,
ही शिवसेना कोणाची आहे? काही जण असं आरोप करतायत की किंवा असं भासवण्याचा प्रयत्न करतायत की आता काय बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही. ठीक आहे ना, बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना आणि आत्ताच्या शिवसेनेत फरक काय नेमका? असं काय मी नेमकं केलेलं आहे की शिवसेना ही बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारापासून दूर जात चाललेली आहे? त्यावेळेला जे विचार होते तेच आपण पुढे नेत आहोत. बरं, त्याच्यानंतर म्हणजे आपल्यातून बाळासाहेब 2012 साली गेले. 2014 साली आपण एकाकी लढलो होतो. तेव्हाही आपण हिंदूच होतो, आत्ताही हिंदूच आहोत, उद्याही हिंदूच राहणार आहोत. मुद्दा विचार हा तोच राहणार आहे, तोच असणार आहे. पण 2014 साली सुद्धा जी लढलेली शिवसेना होती आणि जिने एकट्याच्या ताकदीवरती प्रतिकूल परिस्थितीत 63 आमदार निवडून आणले आणि ते 63 आमदार आल्यानंतर त्यातले काही नंतर जे मंत्री झाले ती सुद्धा शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांच्या नंतरची शिवसेना होती.
and disenchantment with chief ministership.
तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
But the rebels are not buying it. Eknath Shinde even rejected the post of chief minister, citing that it was Hindutva he was fighting for and not power. The popular mass leader has posed an existential question to Uddhav. Will the Sena, born out of a staunch Hindutva ideology of late Bala Sahib Thackeray, continue to curb those who want to chant Hanuman Chalisa and ban loudspeakers? Or stand firm on its original ideals and get back to the Hindutva fold?
34 MLAs. I don't know what all the panelists on the Shiv Sena side are breaking their heads about, because 34 have signed that resolution, which means he has 34, and 6 more MLAs, 6 more Sena MLAs are headed to Guwahati. I have their names. Sada Sarvankar, ironically, Sada Sarvankar was also protesting outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan backing Uddhav yesterday. He's headed to Guwahati. Mangesh Kudalkar is headed to Guwahati. They're going to join Eknath Shinde. 4 have already started from Mumbai, which means Arnab, they've got enough numbers. I think he's got close to 40 now.
And as more Sena MLAs desert Uddhav Thackeray to join Shinde in Guwahati, it is clear that the day ahead is not going to be an easy one for the Sena scion. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Meanwhile, more and more Shiv Sena MLAs are now joining the rebel camp in Guwahati, and now even party MPs are appealing to Uddhav Thackeray to consider their demands. Meanwhile, Eknath Shinde's camp has rejected the offer for the CM post and says they are fighting for Hindutva and not for power.
The Eknath Shinde-led rebel camp is only getting stronger by the day. Hours after Uddhav Thackeray declared he is ready to quit as the Chief Minister if that's what his party wanted, more Shiv Sena MLAs headed to Guwahati to join the rebel camp. The rebel camp has made one very clear demand. They want the alliance with the NCP and the Congress to be severed.
34 Shiv Sena MLAs have now passed a resolution extending their support to rebel Eknath Shinde, and this resolution has also been forwarded to the governor of Maharashtra. In that particular resolution, the MLAs have mentioned that there was a pre-poll alliance of Shiv Sena with BJP, but Shiv Sena formed the corrupt government with the support of Congress and NCP. In that particular resolution, it has also been mentioned that the ministers of this government have faced serious corruption allegations, and as they are the MLAs of true nationalist Balasaheb Thackeray, they face a lot of criticism when they go in society where the people question them for forming the government with opposition political parties.
While reports emerged that Pawar urged Uddhav to offer the Chief Minister's post to Eknath Shinde, the rebel camp has made it very clear they are not eyeing the Chief Minister's post and instead want to break up MVA to keep up Shiv Sena's Hindutva position. The rebel camp also wrote to the Deputy Speaker claiming that the appointment of Ajay Chaudhary as the new Legislative Party leader is illegal, since only 16 of 55 party MLAs were present in the meeting where the resolution was passed.
Pointed out they have named 2 ministers, one former Home Minister, one current Minority Affairs Minister, both belonging to the NCP, who are both in jail at the moment. And they've also cited the alleged wrongdoings in terms of the postings of police personnel. And that is another claim that has been put in this letter. So honestly, this is a point of no return, clearly, that has been crossed.
The BJP is keeping a close watch on the situation, with Union Minister Narayan Rane also meeting top BJP leaders in the state to decide their next move. However, Eknath Shinde's rebel camp maintains that their immediate objective is not to ally with the BJP, but to separate from their current allies to save the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. But has the Shiv Sena's decision to ally with the NCP and the Congress hurt the party? And could it cost Uddhav Thackeray his government? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of multilateral forum will be very important to support the world, which is focusing on post-COVID recovery.
ब्रिक्स की स्थापना इस विश्वास से हुई थी कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज का यह समूह वैश्विक ग्रोथ के इंजन के रूप में उभर सकता है। आज जब पूरा विश्व पोस्ट कोविड रिकवरी पर फोकस कर रहा है, तब ब्रिक्स देशों की भूमिका एक बार फिर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी।
Amid rising COVID cases in the country, Republic has learned that Union Health Minister Dr. Mansukh Mandavia will chair a review meet with a core team of experts. As per sources, the discussion will involve the immediate steps to be taken in order to curb the virus spread. The presidential candidate announced by the BJP-led NDA, Draupadi Murmu, is scheduled to file her nomination papers on 24th of June. Furthermore, as per sources, Prime Minister Modi will be proposing her name during the nomination filing, which will be seconded by party's national president JP Noida. Acknowledging that his name came as fourth choice among opposition presidential candidates, former Union Finance Minister Yashwant Sena on Wednesday said he happens to be the second choice many times earlier as well in his life and used the opportunity in the national interest. Yashwant Sena also claimed that he will be more constitutional if elected as president than the NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu.
कि मैं चौथा उम्मीदवार, चौथा कैंडिडेट हूँ। 3 कैंडिडेट्स ने पहले ना कर दिया, तो चौथे कैंडिडेट के रूप में मेरे नाम पर सहमति बनी। ठीक है ना? जीवन में बहुत बार मेरे साथ ऐसा हुआ है कि मैं सेकंड चॉइस रहा हूँ, फर्स्ट चॉइस नहीं रहा हूँ, लेकिन किसी परिस्थितिवश सेकंड चॉइस होते हुए भी वो पद हम ही को मिला और उसका पूरा हमने उपयोग किया राष्ट्र हित में।
The lawyer for gangster Lawrence Bishnoi expressed displeasure over Bishnoi's production at the magistrate's residence late night before yesterday, before the extension of his remand for a further 6 days in singer Sidhu Moosewala's murder case. Gangster Bishnoi is set to move the Supreme Court over the matter. And getting in visuals right now of the fire that has broken out in UP's Noida. Further details on casualties is awaited, but seems like a massive fire that has broken out in UP's Noida. We will get you all the latest on that. We'll go across to our reporters as well to get us more information of this fire that has broken out in Noida factory, we are told. As you can see in the visuals, the fire that has broken out in this particular factory in Noida, we are told several fire tenders have also been rushed to the spot. More details are awaited as to the number of casualties, if any, and those injured in this particular fire incident that has happened in this factory in UP's Noida. So those are the visuals, in fact, coming in which you can see the blaze at this particular factory, the smoke that can be seen coming out of this particular factory where the fire broke out. The reason for the fire is not yet known, but we are told several fire tenders have been rushed to the spot to douse this fire. And on to more news, and at a time when the questions are being raised over 4-year tenure on the Agnipath scheme, youth passionate to serve Mother India have lined up to serve the Indian Army for 6 months. They say they want to serve the country, and that's why they have come to join the Indian Army for 6 months. They also say that they will be opting for the Agnipath scheme if given a chance. Watch how hundreds of youth lined up to join the army for the 6 months tenure amidst a chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
These youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज़्यादा उत्साह है?
उत्साह तो सर बहुत है, बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर। तो पोर्टर में हमारी एज हो गई है सर, अभी तो 25 प्लस है सर। तो पोर्टर में सर एज बची है तो पोर्टर में ही जाएंगे सर।
देश सेवा करने के लिए पोर्टर
करने के लिए पोर्टर में जा रहे हैं सर।
मुझे ये बताइए, लगातार लोग कहीं ना कहीं कहते हैं कि 4 साल के लिए नहीं जाएगा कोई, लेकिन आप 6 महीने के लिए भी पोर्टर जा रहे हैं। देश सेवा का जज्बा है?
हाँ सर, देश सेवा का जज्बा है और हम 6 महीने के लिए हमारा रोजगार हो जाता है सर, है जी, और हमने अपने बीवी बच्चे पाल लेते हैं सर 6 महीने में।
लगातार ये लोग जो हैं जा रहे हैं। आपसे जानना चाहूंगा, अग्निपथ स्कीम भी आ रही है, उसके लिए अगर एलिजिबल होते तो उसके लिए भी जाते हैं?
हाँ सर, जाएंगे हम, जाएंगे सर, हम देश की सेवा करने के लिए जाएंगे, हम
देश की सेवा के लिए जाएंगे। आप देखिए हाउ these youth from different parts of Jammu and Kashmir have gathered here in large numbers, and what they want is to serve the country.
Slipping into a very short break for now. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. Mahapolitical upheaval now reaches the Supreme Court. Police seeks ban on rebel MLAs for 5 years tenure.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Good evening and welcome viewers. Uddhav Thackeray said in his Facebook Live that he is ready to resign, and I think he said it about 20 times. He kept saying, I'm ready to resign, I'm ready to resign, I want to resign. It's just that my rebel MLAs must tell me to resign. And then half an hour back, his main man Sanjay Raut came out and he said, no, he's not going to resign. Now who do we listen to? 4 more MLAs in the meantime joined the rebel group, and estimates now are that 38 of the 55 Shiv Sena MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. That's just over 2/3, well over the halfway mark, and crossing the number required to not come under the anti-defection law. Meanwhile, Pawar and the Vadra Congress are trying to lure the rebel Sena leaders by offering Eknath Shinde the chief ministership. But I think that's unlikely to really work, and I think even Sharad Pawar knows it, because Shinde's one-point agenda is a return to the Hindutva agenda of Balasaheb Thackeray, which means that he will not accept any tie-up with the Vadra Congress and the NCP. So then, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to talk to you tonight about what the possibilities here are. 3 possibilities, let's talk about it. Possibility 1, that Eknath Shinde gets 38 to 40 MLAs and joins hands with the BJP, and in any such coalition government he gets a top job himself. Some say chief minister, some say deputy chief minister, anything really. Possibility 2 is that he also tries at the same time to do a takeover of the Shiv Sena by claiming to be the legitimate head of the legislature party, and in fact the party itself. Possibility 3 is that Sharad Pawar, who's unwilling to let go, manages some kind of a miraculous comeback by breaking the group which is sitting with Eknath Shinde right now in that Guwahati hotel, and does a miracle by beating the BJP. Now, what is most important to note here is the fact that Uddhav Thackeray looks completely hostage to his allies and advisors. It hardly seems that he's taking any decisions on his own. Also important to note is the refusal to accept defeat by Pawar and the Congress, which means they too realize just too much.
Welcome back. Starting with breaking news coming in, the Enforcement Directorate, we are told, has summoned Shiv Sena leader and Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab today again in an alleged money laundering case. Now, this comes after the ED questioned Anil Parab for more than 6 hours on Wednesday for the second consecutive day of his questioning. So, trouble there mounting for Anil Parab, the Shiv Sena leader and Maharashtra Minister, who has been summoned again by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case. It is day 3 of questioning of Anil Parab's grilling by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, this relates to a money laundering case. Remember, he was quizzed for over 6 hours on Wednesday, and it was day 2 of his questioning, and today he's been summoned again. It will be day 3 of him being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in an alleged money laundering case. We are told that Anil Parab left the left ED office at around 10:30 p.m. on Wednesday. and he has been asked to appear before the ED today as well. So trouble there mounting for the Shiv Sena leader and the Maharashtra minister Anil Parab, who will again be going to the ED office to be quizzed in relation to the money laundering case. Now, the GSAT-24 satellite built by ISRO for New Space India Limited was successfully launched by French company Aerospace from Karua in French Guiana, South America on Thursday. So today the satellite that was launched, it is India's latest communication satellite to have been launched from South America. And it is being said that it was the first demand-driven communication satellite mission undertaken by the NSIL, which is the New Space India Limited. Post-space sector reforms, the NSIL is a Government of India company under the Department of Space. It has leased the entire satellite capacity to Tata Play. GSAT-24 was launched on board Ariane VA257 flight from the Space Center, which is Europe's spaceport in Kourou. So the visuals on the screens as well of India successfully launching the GSAT-24 satellite, which is India's first communication satellite. And you can see in those visuals of the satellite, India's first communication satellite being successfully launched off from Europe's spaceport. And this was in fact launched by French company Aerospace from South America. We are told GSAT-24 is a 24 KU band communication satellite weighing over 4,000 kgs with pan-India coverage for meeting DTH application needs as well. Now, moving on to more news from J&K, where rains lashed J&K for the fifth day on Wednesday. They have resulted in overflowing rivers and streams that have also been blocked. Highways have also been affected and major roads faced traffic stalls as well, after which the authorities have ordered to shut the schools as well in at least 5 districts of Kashmir Valley and 1 in Jammu.
Flash floods triggered by heavy rains have wreaked havoc in Jammu and Kashmir.
The Jammu and Kashmir is witnessing rainfall for the last couple of days, and with the result, it has forced authorities to shut schools in many districts of Jammu and Kashmir. We are seeing the nalas overflowing, and also the traffic has been halted at many places. If we talk about the Jammu and Srinagar highway, the only link between the Kashmir Valley with the rest of the world, yes, the highway has been blocked because of the shooting stones, and also some 3,000 vehicles has been stranded. When we talk about the Mughal Road, it's also closed. Authorities are issuing advisory asking people only to move out when it is important. Otherwise, please stay indoors. When we talk about the upper reaches and the border belts like Gurez, or we talk about Amarnath cave, it has witnessed the snowfall. The light snowfall was witnessed at the places when the plains has received rain. As far as the Met, it has said that June witnessed the lowest temperature in the 50 years in the Kashmir Valley. It's expected that the weather will improve from forenoon, but as of now we are seeing the complete disturbance on ground when it comes to traffic movement, and also at many places the people are witnessing darkness because there is no electricity.
Landslides followed by heavy floods have further resulted in several vehicles stranded.
In a massive rescue and relief operation that has been launched by the Kishtwar police, the police has rescued 50 persons who were travelling in 10 vehicles from the Sinthan-top area of the Kishtwar. An information was received by the Kishtwar police that 50 passengers who were travelling in 10 vehicles have been stranded due to heavy snowfall and rainfall that started late last night in the Sinthan-top area, and based on that, a team led by the local SHO was rushed to the spot by the district SSP. They, with the help of JCBs, removed the snow that was carrying out hurdles in the relief and rescue operations, and later these 50 passengers in 10 vehicles were rescued from that very spot and were taken to the nearby destination where they were provided the initial help, and after which they were taken to the district headquarters side as a precautionary measure. Pertinent to mention that the heavy rainfalls that have started in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, especially in the Jammu region, has caused havoc as the traffic on the national highway remains impacted due to these heavy rains, as the districts of Udhampur and Ramban, which falls on the national highway in Jammu and Srinagar, they have been badly affected due to the rainfalls which are over 100 mm in last 24 hours, and there have been 33 blockades on Jammu-Srinagar National Highway in the Jammu region only, which has totally disrupted the life that is going on through the National Highway. The vehicles are stranded in Samroli, the bridges and the roads have been washed away, and now there have been work going on the war footing so as to resume the highway as well as to bring back the life to the normal. Even in the Rajouri and Riasi districts, upper reaches, there have been several incidents where the people from the tribal community have been stranded in these heavy snowfalls. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Now, in a big boost to the BJP-JJP alliance, the BJP won 10, the JJP won 1, while the INLD won 1 and the independents won 6 out of 18 municipal councils in Haryana Civic polls 2 days after the elections to Haryana's urban local bodies were held in the state.
As the numbers started trickling for the urban civic body elections in Haryana, the mandate was pretty clear. It was another resounding victory for the BJP-JJP alliance in the state as it secured 11 of the 18 seats on offer in the municipal councils. The counting of votes for Haryana's 46 urban local bodies were held on Wednesday, where BJP-JJP alliance emerged victorious, securing 11 seats in total and 12 seats in the municipal committees.
There are 28 municipal committees election that was held, and in fact there also results out by today, and even BJP led by 12 municipal committees, and in fact JJP 2 and even Aam Aadmi Party 1, and 13 were the independents, just because Congress has not contested on their symbol and they have all backed the independent candidates, though BJP and JJP coalition once again ruled the roost of Haryana civic polls as well.
Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar also expressed his delight via Twitter. This time, while the ruling BJP-JJP alliance and the Aam Aadmi Party had contested the polls on their party symbols, the Congress party refrained from contesting the elections on their party symbol. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
And the world this morning coming up on the other side, lots lined up for you. News from Afghanistan, at least 1,000 killed, several others critically injured in Afghanistan earthquake. Bulgaria lawmakers approved no confidence motion against country's minority coalition government that could topple the Prime Minister.
Sena has 55 MLAs, 34 are with Eknath Shinde, 4 more have flown in, which is roughly about 70 to 75% of the party.
मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे.
On the back foot, he kept justifying why he became the chief minister. He does not have the numbers clearly. He also at one point said, if I'm voted against by my own party, that will be the biggest shame.
एकाही आमदारांनी समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, त्याला मला सांगा, मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे.
ये षड्यंत्र दिल्ली में रचा गया है और ये षड्यंत्र लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुनी हुई सरकारों को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का है और इनके आंखों में बहुत दिनों से खटक रहा था महाराष्ट्र का गठबंधन और इन्होंने उस गठबंधन को धन के बल पर तोड़ने का प्रयास किया है. लेकिन मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो शिव सैनिक हैं वो इसका उचित जवाब देंगे.
I'm very dismayed, but this is the old style of BJP. They did this in Madhya Pradesh earlier. They did this in Karnataka earlier. They succeeded. They did this in Rajasthan. They failed. So I still have faith in Sharad Pawar. I think he is a competent man. He may still manage the situation.
Sena has 55 MLAs, 34 are with Eknath Shinde, 4 more have flown in, which is roughly about 70 to 75% of the party.
मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे. फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे.
Let's take a look at the headlines at 7:30 a.m. At least 1,000 killed, several others critically injured in Afghanistan earthquake. Russian oil refinery suffers drone attack near the border with Ukraine. Operations remain suspended now. Bulgaria lawmakers approve no confidence motion against the country's minority coalition government that could topple the Prime Minister. Stefanos opens Molorska Open Challenge with a win over 40th ranked AIADMK. Good morning, viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma, and in this show World this morning, we're going to taking you through across the world as to what's really making the news. And first up, getting you the details of a powerful earthquake that has struck a rural mountainous region of eastern Afghanistan early Wednesday, killing at least 1,000 people and injuring 1,500 more in one of the deadliest quakes in the decades. And the state-run news agency has reported about these deaths as well, that we're getting you the details of. Let's take a look.
A powerful earthquake struck a rural mountainous region of eastern Afghanistan early on Wednesday. About 1,000 people were killed and 1,500 injured in one of the deadliest quakes in decades. These visuals from Paktika province near the Pakistan border show injured victims being treated outside of a clinic. Although rescuers rushed to the area by helicopter, the response was likely to be complicated since many international aid agencies had left Afghanistan after the Taliban's takeover. The International Committee of the Red Cross says it is moving to provide emergency aid to those affected.
Regions such as Paktika, that was even more hit by the earthquake that are seeing now an influx of patients. So what is the ICRC going to do about that? Is that we're sending currently medical supplies to three hospitals in the region of Paktika. This includes syringes, bandages, drugs, IV kits, etc., to make sure that the medical staff there is able to answer the needs of the communities. When we talk about needs, it's still very early in this kind of situation. The patient influx is likely to increase in the coming hours and days.
However, he cautioned that it was a rural area and it might take days for the world to understand how bad the crisis was. The disaster poses a major test for the Taliban-led government, which seized power last year as the United States planned to pull out from the country and end its longest war.
لمړی راپورونه په اساس چې دا ابتدایي معلومات دي له بده مرغه په پکتیکا، ګیان، نکا، برمله او زوړوکي ولسوالیو کې د خوست په سپیرې ولسوالۍ کې، د ننګرهار په الچین ولسوالۍ کې د تیرې شپې د زلزلې له امله 910 تنه هیوادوال شهیدان سوي دي او 610 تنه ټپیان دي.
In light of these difficulties, a Taliban official asked for international help.
داسې یو پیښه چې په کوم ملک کې راځي نو طبعا دا اصول دي چې نورو ملکو ته ضرورت پیدا کیږي. داسې پیښو ته رسیدګي ډېره ګرانه وي چې یو ملک پخپله وتوانېږي چې یو د دغسې پیښو ته رسیدګي وکړي او په هغه معنا باندې چې کوم د خلکو ورته کفایت کیږي هغه دې وکړي. نو د ټول نړیوال څخه غوښتنه دا ده چې په دغسې وختو کې باید لاس په کار سي او خپل همکاریو ته دوام ورکړي.
A spokesperson for the United Nations World Food Programme said the powerful earthquake that has left hundreds dead in Afghanistan will add to the enormous suffering of the Afghan people.
Really, the earthquake, I can't stress enough, it will only add to the immense humanitarian needs in Afghanistan. And it really has to be all hands on deck. To make sure that we really limit the suffering that families, that women and children are already going through.
Agency report, Republic TV.
And getting you the details of what's really happening in Ukraine, a major Russian oil refinery suffered a drone attack near the border with Ukraine, resulting to a ball of flame and black smoke billowing into the sky and prompting the suspension of the operations. Here's more in this report.
A drone strike sparked a massive blaze at a refinery in southwestern Russia near the border with Ukraine. The fire damaged most of the industrial equipment at the Novoshakhtinsk oil processing plant. According to the Russian government, 121 emergency workers and 43 vehicles succeeded in putting out the blaze in just 30 minutes, which covered an area of 50 square meters, and no one was injured.
Поступила информация в пожарную охрану о пожаре на Новошахтинском нефтеперерабатывающем заводе. Силы и средства были высланы по повышенному рангу номер 2. По прибытию первых пожарных подразделений было установлено, горит вакуумная установка на заводе. Привлечено 53 человека личного состава, 19 единиц техники.
The Russians claim 2 Ukrainian drones flew over the plant. One of them hit a heat exchanger, which triggered the blaze. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian officials have not claimed any responsibility for the drone strike. The refinery has temporarily suspended operations to assess the damage. Agency report, Republic TV.
And here's news in brief from across the world. The current global conditions are posing challenges for the stability of the worldwide supply chains as well as in the realms of the energy and food. And in light of this, Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro said that his country's response to this is not to be closed to the rest of the world. And he also made remarks at the start of the BRICS Virtual Business Forum. Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister, who is overseeing countries' push to join European Union, said that Zelensky government is at the stage of preparing to fulfill the EU accession conditions published by the European Commission. The Croatian Prime Minister told members of the European Parliament that Ukraine is highly likely to be granted candidate status of the European Union during a summit in Brussels. Now, this view comes as the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister said that she's certain that all 27 EU nations will approve of making Ukraine a candidate. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was greeted by Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan in Ankara on his first visit to Turkey since 2018 assassination of journalist Jamal Khashoggi in Istanbul. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said that he wants to discuss the outlines of a Marshall Plan for Ukraine with the leaders of the group of 7 countries at their upcoming summit. Now, Scholz hopes for a united front for the long-term support of Ukraine when he hosts the annual G7 summit in Bavaria next week. The Marshall Plan was the US initiative post-World War II to rebuild Western Europe. Now, viewers, moving on to what's really unraveling in France and the political crisis that is also underway. Now, in France, legislative elections are an opportunity for voters to give the president a strong majority in the country's parliamentary body, the National Assembly, and thus a powerful political mandate. Here's more as to what's unraveling with the political crisis in France.
2 months after President Emmanuel Macron was re-elected against far-right candidate Marine Le Pen, the French did not turn up as a support of their president's political party. Macron held talks with France's main party leaders on Wednesday in an effort to show that he was open to dialogue following his centrist alliance's failure to win an absolute majority in parliamentary elections. According to Macron's office, the objective for the talk was to find potential and constructive solutions to the situation. Macron's Together alliance won 245 seats in Sunday's parliamentary elections but fell 44 seats short of a majority in the National Assembly. To this, former Prime Minister Philippe commented that working in a coalition is difficult but country can overcome this.
Il paraissait nécessaire d'appeler à la responsabilité les familles politiques qui n'avaient pas vocation ou l'habitude de travailler ensemble pour essayer de constituer un rapprochement qui permettrait de mettre en commun un certain nombre de projets et donc d'avancer vers une stabilité politique et de mettre en œuvre un certain nombre de décisions nécessaires. C'est un exercice difficile, c'est un exercice auquel notre pays n'est pas habitué.
Macron was re-elected in April on an agenda to boost purchasing power, tax cuts and raising the minimum retirement age from 62 to 65 and to prevent potential deadlock. Macron's party and allies may try to negotiate on a case-by-case basis with lawmakers from the centre-left and from the Conservative Party. Agency report, Republic TV.
Moving on to now what's happening in Russia. Now, Russia marked the Day of Remembrance and Sorrow, a memorable date celebrated annually on 22nd of June in Russia, Belarus and Ukraine. It honors the anniversary of the Operation Barbarossa, the Nazi Germany invasion of the Soviet Union during the World War II. Here's more.
Russians were seen laying flowers and lighting candles in various cities to mark the Day of Memory and Sorrow, the 81st anniversary of Nazi Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union during World War II. According to Russian state TV, 418 candles were lit on Moscow's Krimskaya embankment and 10,000 candles were lit in Irkutsk. Meanwhile, more than 150 volunteers arranged 50,000 candles in St. Petersburg to observe the day. The installation comprised of several symbolic images depicting various landmarks including the Admiralty and the Narva Triumphal Arch. It took about 1 hour to light the candles at midnight, with local residents watching from behind a fence for fire safety reasons.
Эмоции переполняют, потому что это торжественно, это здорово, Да и нашим предкам спасибо им огромное за наше будущее, за наше все.
Russian state TV also showed people lighting candles in Crimea and disputed regions including Donetsk and Luhansk amid Russia's military operation in the country. Russian President Vladimir Putin laid flowers at the tomb of the unknown soldier at the Kremlin's wall. He was accompanied by Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu with a number of veterans also taking part in the ceremony. Nazi Germany launched Operation Barbarossa, a massive invasion of the Soviet Union on 22nd June 1941. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, viewers, taking a very short break here and getting you details on the other side of how Bulgaria lawmakers approve no confidence motion against country's minority coalition government that could topple the Prime Minister. And Stefanos opens Mallorca Open Challenge with a win over 40th ranked Ilya Ivashka.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Completely on the back foot, he kept justifying why he became the chief minister. He does not have the numbers clearly. He also at one point said, if I'm voted against by my own party, that will be the biggest shame.
एकाही आमदारांनी समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, त्याला मला सांगा की हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे.
ये षड्यंत्र दिल्ली में रचा गया है और ये षड्यंत्र लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुनी हुई सरकारों को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का है और इनके आंखों में बहुत दिनों से खटक रहा था महाराष्ट्र का गठबंधन और इन्होंने उस गठबंधन को धन के बल पर तोड़ने का प्रयास किया है, लेकिन मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो शिव सैनिक हैं वो इसका उचित जवाब देंगे.
I am very dismayed, but this is the old style of BJP. They did this in Madhya Pradesh earlier. They did this in Karnataka earlier. They succeeded. They did this in Rajasthan. They failed. So I still have faith in Sharad Pawar. I think he is a competent man. He may still manage the situation.
Sena has 55.
Welcome back, viewers, to World This Morning, and we had been tracking for you the entire crisis in Ukraine and how there was also arms and artillery that had been promised by the West for the aid of Ukraine. And now we're showing you in the latest that a footage that has been accessed by our channel, the destruction of the M77 howitzers, was released by the Russia's defense ministry. Now, the M77 was made in US and supplied to Ukraine armed forces as well. Here's more on it.
Lieutenant General Igor from the Russian Ministry of Defense announced that they fired 12 high-precision missile strikes at artillery and mortar positions of the armed forces of Ukraine. Sources say that as a result of the Russian artillery strikes, 2 platoons of 155mm American-made howitzers and ammunition were destroyed. Lieutenant General further added that 4 platoons of towed howitzers M777 and 4 platoons of Soviet production Grad multiple launched rocket system were the part of the Ukrainian weapons used to destroy the M777. It has been confirmed that the destroyed weapon system of Ukrainian military forces were located in the areas that belong to Donetsk. Mykolaiv city mayor shared a video that shows the destruction of the city after the Russian attack. Watch this footage that shows the damages they did to a school and other buildings in the southern Ukrainian city.
Переломала черепичная крыша, поэтому сейчас не знаю, что буду делать. Пробила потолок на втором этаже в спальне у малого. Ну и вот здесь.
Mayor further confirms that the attack killed one, leaving 3 with severe injuries. The Russian Ministry of Defense has confirmed that the Ukrainian forces are using French-delivered Caesar howitzers in hostilities in Donetsk. In recent days, the Ukrainian armed forces have used M777 intensively, subjecting massive artillery strikes. This is not the first time that Russia has announced the destruction of Western M777 howitzers. In midday, the Russian Ministry of Defense released a video taken by a drone showing a Russian loitering destroying at least one M777 battery. Agency report, Republic TV.
News from across the world in brief. A drone strike caused a fire at a refinery in southwestern Russia near the border with Ukraine, but no one was hurt and the blaze was contained quickly. The refinery said in a statement that the fire was caused by a strike carried out by 2 drones, describing it as a terrorist attack. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said he wants to discuss the outlines of a Marshall Plan for Ukraine with the leaders of a group of 7 countries at their upcoming summit. The Chancellor told Germany's parliament that the rebuilding Ukraine was likely going to take decades and wanted to ensure the support for the same. People laid flowers and lit candles in various Russian cities to mark the Day of Memory and Sorrow, the 81st anniversary of Nazi Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union during World War II. People were also seen lighting candles in Crimea and the Donbass to mark the occasion. Ukraine's president hopes that Ukraine will get a positive decision on its European Union candidacy, and the Ukrainian government had applied for EU membership days after Russia invaded the country in February. Russia's foreign minister met with the Iranian president Tehran. The minister was on a 2-day visit to the country and was expected to meet his counterpart Hossein Amir-Abdollahian. Now viewers, in some other news that we're tracking for you, dozens of the Fiat Chrysler automobiles workers blocked a key motorway in Serbia to protest layoff and relocation plans as well. Here's more on the same.
The protesters were angry by the Fiat company's plan for layoffs and their location of its Kragujevac factory. The plant in Kragujevac has employed 2,000 workers, but the company recently announced it will be temporarily shut down as they have plans to produce electric car models from that factory from the year 2024. The workers meanwhile have been offered severance and transfers, but said the deal wasn't good enough and demanded the government help negotiate a better one.
Prvi zahtjev je da radimo u našoj fabrici u Fiatu, to je Stellantisu, da ostanemo da radimo u njoj. Ako je to nemoguće, tražimo dostojne otpremnine i rad u drugim firmama, da nam obezbede drugim firmama u Kragujevcu. Znači da svako od ovih radnika bude zbrinut. Nismo mi krivi što je došlo do ove situacije. Država nije brinula o ovome, Stellantis nije brinuo o ovome.
As the protesters blocked motorway leads to one of the bridges over the Sava River connecting 2 parts of the city, the protest created a chaos in the Serbian capital during a busy part of the day. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now tracking for you some more details of how Stefanos Tsitsipas opened his Mallorca Open Challenge with a win over 40th ranked Ilya Ivashka on Wednesday without facing a break point. Here's more.
With losing just 5 points in the entire match, the number 6 player Stefanos dominated behind his first serve and defeats Iwaska to make the last 8 in Mallorca Championship. Stefanos have won 36 out of 50 matches this season with a successful title defense at the Monte Carlo Masters. The Greek player will be entering the Mallorca Championship on the back of a quarter-final loss to Andy Murray in Stuttgart and for a second round exit at the hands of Nick in 3 sets at Hal Open. The 6th-ranked Greek player will face American Marcos Giron next, who defeated countryman Mackenzie McDonald. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Stories in brief across the country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to inaugurate the new premises of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Vanijay Bhavan, today. According to an official statement by the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister will also launch a new portal, National Import and Export Record, for yearly analysis of trade. A video has gone viral on social media wherein a JDS MLA is seen slapping a college principal allegedly for not being able to provide proper answers about the ongoing development of a work for the computer lab. M. Srinivas, an MLA from Mandya, repeatedly slapped the principal of Nalbari Krishna Raja Vodiyar ITI College in front of his colleagues. Union Ministers of Ports and Shipping and Waterways and custodian of the Ayush Ministry, Sabrananda Sonowal, on Wednesday visited the relief camp set up at the Fulagiri Higher Secondary School in Nagaon district of Assam to meet the flood-affected people of the region. Sonowal visited the district to assess the support provided and to interact with the people affected by it. He extended his heartfelt condolences to the families and next of kin for all those who lost their lives in the devastating flood situation in the area. Accusing the BJP-led central government of the weakening of armed forces with a new deception, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi on Wednesday said that the government will have to withdraw the Agnipath recruitment scheme and Congress party is with the youth in the agitation to save the future of the country. Expressing dissatisfaction over the centre's newly launched Agnipath scheme, former Karnataka Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy alleged that it was a program to bring Nazi forces in India the way it was in Hitler's Germany. Taking a very short break here now, viewers, and coming up next on the other side is the mega political rebellion that's hitting the Uddhav government, and Uddhav vacates the residence. Will he quit next? ED summons Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab for questioning in the money laundering case for the 3rd day. Getting you details on the other side.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
ये षड्यंत्र दिल्ली में रचा गया है और ये षड्यंत्र लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुनी हुई सरकारों को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का है और इनके आंखों में बहुत दिनों से खटक रहा था महाराष्ट्र का गठबंधन और इन्होंने उस गठबंधन को धन के बल पर तोड़ने का प्रयास किया है, लेकिन मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो शिव सैनिक हैं वो इसका उचित जवाब देंगे।
I am very dismayed, but this is the old style of BJP. They did this in Madhya Pradesh earlier. They did this in Karnataka earlier. They succeeded. They did this in Rajasthan. They failed. So I still have faith in Sharad Pawar. I think he is a competent man. He may still manage the situation.
Sena has 55 MLAs, 34 are with Eknath Shinde, 4 more have flown in, which is roughly about 70 to 75% of the party.
मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे।
back foot. He kept justifying why he became the chief minister. Does not have the Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers, showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. They've just come here in large numbers with carrying the saffron flag and trying to send a message. He's going back to his personal residence of Matoshri.
The rebel camp completely corners Uddhav Thackeray as more MLAs join the rebel pack in Guwahati. 33 Sena MLAs, 7 independents bolt to Eknath Shinde's camp. Will the sinking ship be saved amid the big and quick moves? Mega political rebellion hits Uddhav Thackeray's government. Uddhav Thackeray vacates his official residence. Will he quit next? The Mahavikasakari swings into huddle mode. Big meetings are lined up, but it's only the loyal 19 with Uddhav now. The ED summons Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab for questioning in the money laundering case for the third consecutive day. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Shiv Sena strongman Eknath Shinde's rebellion against the party has caught Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray unawares. Several appeals and calls fell on deaf ears, and even the offer of chief ministership could not pacify Shinde, who claims to be standing for Hindutva's ideology and not hungry for power. Now, Uddhav Thackeray, of course, last night vacated the official chief ministerial residence in Mumbai and is now back in Matoshri. The question remains, what's next for the Maharashtra government?
तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
मुझे किसके ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है.
As the political crisis in Maharashtra escalated and as more and more Shiv Sena MLAs made their way to Guwahati to join Eknath Shinde's camp, a key question throughout the day was what will the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray do? And the number one suggestion that had been coming to the fore was that he could resign or he could dissolve the assembly. But on the topic of his resignation, it turned out that when he addressed the people of Maharashtra via his Facebook Live, he made at least 15 references stating that he was ready to resign. He even at one point said that his papers were prepared, he had his resignation letter ready, but he wasn't able to physically go and meet the governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari, who had tested COVID positive earlier in the day.
The resignation never came. However, Uddhav Thackeray vacated the official residence of the Chief Minister. And despite many calls and proposals, Eknath Shinde has refused to budge from his stand.
Since then, he then exited the Varsha bungalow. He has vacated the official residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and he as well as the Thackeray family have returned to their traditional family home, that is Matoshri. And now the question still remains, will Uddhav Thackeray resign? That is the number one question on most people's lips. In fact, Union Minister Rao Sahib Danve has said that if the Shiv Sena, that is what remains of it, with Uddhav Thackeray, the faction of the Shiv Sena that remains loyal to the family of the Shiv Sena, if they don't have the requisite numbers to govern the Maharashtra government and to have a majority in the assembly, then the chief minister must resign. In fact, that was an option also given to Uddhav Thackeray by Sharad Pawar in the meeting that had ensued at the Varsha bungalow, where Sharad Pawar said, why don't you offer the chief ministership to Eknath Shinde? Eknath Shinde nonetheless rejected that within 30 minutes of that offer being made purportedly. However, Uddhav Thackeray for the moment remains the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Will he stay? Will he quit? What will he do? The question mark still exists. Sanjay Raut says he will not resign, but Sanjay Raut has said many things over the last few days, so we'll wait and watch.
Well, in fact, we are now getting inside details on the Maharashtra political crisis. Republic has learned that 6 more rooms have been booked at the Le Méridien. Now, 3 MLAs of the Shiv Sena rebel camp have reached the hotel in Surat. We're also learning that they will perhaps be moved soon to Guwahati. These leaders, of course, we are also learning right now that there are leaders of the Maharashtra BJP who are also present inside the hotel. Now, we have seen in the past 2 days or so the number of rebels really swell up. But in a move last night, which was meant essentially to strike at the emotional chords of Shiv Sena supporters, we saw the Chief Minister move out of the official Varsha bungalow to Matoshri, which of course is the residence of the Thackerays in Mumbai. So there have been a lot of developments since last night as well. But 6 more rooms, we are now learning, have been booked in Surat, and there are 3 more MLAs who have joined the rebel camp. I think we've got Priyanka Sharma. She's reporting from the Mumbai newsroom on this. Priyanka, good morning. Priyanka, even if the numbers swell up, it's going to be quite the task for Eknath Shinde to keep his flock together, and that perhaps becomes even more difficult as days pass by.
Well, good morning to you too, Nupur. But we have seen how this entire development has taken place with respect to Eknath Shinde's rebel camp only swelling more. And what is also happening now is yesterday late night we saw 6 other MLAs as well that had been moved from Bombay towards Surat, and they had in fact also been stopped at the Palghar checking point as well. And apart from that, the BJP leaders had come to get them, and now we're also learning that 2 charter flights had been booked yesterday to mobilize these 6 MLAs to Guwahati. Now, moreover, we have 3 more MLAs in fact that are making their way from Maharashtra to Surat, and we are being told that 6 rooms, as you very rightly pointed out, have also been booked at the Le Méridien hotel. This is the same hotel where all of the MLAs along with Eknath Shinde had been staying, and they had in fact, that's the place where they were first gathered, and they had been briefed about what
I'm going to have to interrupt you there. Stay with us. Let's go across quickly on the phone line to Alisha. She joins us. Alisha, we are now given to understand that Uddhav Thackray has called for another important meeting at Matoshri this morning at 11:30. Can you give us more details, please?
Well, yes, as we know, the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackray has already reached his residence Matoshri, and today he has called for a meeting at 11:30. He has been asked all the senior Shiv Sena leaders to present in this meet, and what has been told that they are going to discuss the further. Yesterday, what we saw that even Uddhav Thackray, who left his official bungalow, that is Varsha bungalow, and he shifted to Matoshri with all his family members. We saw the family members who were also present in another car. So they have already reached Matoshri, and now even yesterday talking to the Shiv Sena MP who were present there at Matoshri, who met Uddhav Thackray after the Uddhav Thackray reached Matoshri, it has been said that they have been planning something bigger, because we know that Uddhav Thackray have already tried everything to convince their rebel MLAs, whether they tried for an emotional appeal. We know that Aditya Thackray and close confidant of Uddhav Thackray, they were trying to make calls to the rebel MLAs asking them to come back. But there we can see the MLAs where Eknath Shinde was already got the support of more than 45 MLAs, is what claim that has been made by Eknath Shinde, that there are more than 45 MLAs, and of course more than 36 or 37 Shiv Sena MLA has got. See, we know that for the majority to make to get a merge with BJP, he needs itself more than 37 Shiv Sena MLA as well, and we know that there are more and more MLAs who are reaching over Guwahati. And even today, that 3 Shiv Sena MLA, that is Sada Kanvankar, Mangesh Kudalkar, and 1 female MLA was already reached Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati, and after which there could be a possible meeting of Eknath Shinde with the other MLAs to discuss the further course of action.
Okay, Alisha, stay with us. I'm going to go back to Priyanka. Priyanka, but the fact is that the Shiv Sena's leadership, that's the Thackerays essentially, are still trying to, pacify Shinde. They gave him the offer of chief ministership, but we're also learning that, his son was also met with by senior Sena leaders.
Well, Nupur, it seems like we're way beyond that point, in fact, because there were, as Alisha was pointing out, there were emotional appeals that were made by Uddhav Thackray to his MLAs as well. He said that his resignation is ready, and all the MLAs have to do is come to Maharashtra back. and take that resignation as well. So these were kind of the emotional appeals, and of course followed by the pictures of what we saw. Uddhav Thackre's residence also being packed up, bags being brought out. So all of that was happening. But in the backdrop of that, we still see that the Eknath Shinde camp is swelling up, because even now we are learning that several of the MLAs who had wanted to leave for Guwahati from Mumbai were not allowed to do so, and they were saying that because they can't take a direct flight from Bombay to Guwahati, which is why this stop is being made at Surat as well, which is why we see at the Le Méridien Hotel, as we were reporting on this earlier, 6 more rooms have been booked now. 3 more MLAs in fact are en route to Le Méridien Hotel as well, reaching Le Méridien, and from there will be moved to the Surat airport, where again from there they will be flown to Guwahati. Now that being said, we are also seeing that several of the Maharashtra BJP leaders are also accompanying these MLAs as well. So that really tells us the kind of political happenings that are happening in the backdoor room meetings that are going on between these political leaders as well, since there is a lot of change in the kind of demeanor of Eknath Shinde as well, because at the Surat airport, before leaving for Guwahati, he had made several statements about having an alliance with BJP, having a soft corner for BJP, but now it seems that there is again another statement that had come to light from Eknath Shinde, where he had said that there's no absolute alliance with any political party as of now. So that
and that perhaps was telling in a way, Priyanka, that his mind may not be that firm as it appeared. Thank you very much for joining us for the moment, Priyanka and Alisha, both of you. Now, as more Shiv Sena MLAs rush to Guwahati, the numbers are dwindling for Uddhav Thackeray back in Mumbai. It appears the rebel camp nearly has 50 MLAs now, which includes the independent MLAs as well. But could there be a floor test? Or could Uddhav Thackeray retain the Chief Minister's seat? Our news editor Ankit gets you more on how the numbers stack up.
While there remain big question marks over whether or not Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray will resign from his position, one inescapable fact is that it is the numbers that finally matter. And the numbers are overwhelmingly looking like they may be against whatever faction of the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray continues to be in charge of.
फ्लोर ऑफ देखिए फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे.
Even as recently as last night, there were MLAs of the Shiv Sena who were leaving Mumbai to head towards Guwahati to join up with the Eknath Shinde camp, and including at least one MLA who just 24 hours earlier had told Republic that what Eknath Shinde was doing was wrong, and that he remains a loyal Shiv Sainik, loyal to the Thackeray family.
34 have signed that resolution, which means he has 34, and 6 more MLAs, 6 more Sena MLAs are headed to Guwahati. I have their names. Sada Sarvankar, ironically Sada Sarvankar was also protesting outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan backing Uddhav yesterday. He's headed to Guwahati. Mangesh Kudalkar is headed to Guwahati. They're going to join Eknath Shinde. 4 have already started from Mumbai.
And so the numbers are looking more and more like they are heavily favored for the Eknath Shinde rebellion. In fact, so much so that it is a possibility that Eknath Shinde has the requisite numbers that he does not need to trigger the anti-defection law, and that means if he carves away 2/3 of the Shiv Sena's elected representatives, none of them will face disqualification in the assembly. And so in all, if you add the independents that are also part of the Eknath Shinde camp, there may be over 46 MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde, while the number with Uddhav Thackeray is less than 19, somewhere probably gravitating towards 16.
वो कॉन्फिडेंट है, उन्हें विश्वास है कि शिवसेना के विधायक उनका साथ देंगे. जो चले भी गए हैं बहुत सारे लोग गलत फहमी में गए हैं, उनका ये विश्वास है.
Once you add the BJP's 105 who have all been called to Mumbai, it appears that not only could Eknath Shinde not have the anti-defection law work against him, but once that happens, he may have the required strength of Shiv Sena and independent MLAs, plus then the BJP's MLAs to have a majority. But how that will pan out, we will find out in all likelihood today.
Now, with the change of guard in Maharashtra government now just about imminent, we take a look at Master Strategist Sharad Pawar's next moves as he reaches out to the Maharashtra Chief Minister in his hour of crisis.
Sharad Pawar is clearly the master strategist, the Chanakya of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi, the alliance as well as the government. A giveaway was Uddhav Thackeray saying that he became chief minister on the suggestion of the Maratha strongman. What is important is that even by Sharad Pawar's standards of maneuverability, he might be finding himself having very limited options, given the kind of numbers that have been managed by Eknath Shinde, with the rebels firmly standing by him and behind him in Guwahati, almost reaching 40 plus independents, taking it to 46 and more.
With the fall of the Mahavikas Aghadi government now imminent, NCP chief Sharad Pawar has once again come to Uddhav's aid, expressing solidarity of the allies and reportedly asking him to make way for Eknath Shinde.
Reports suggested that Sharad Pawar advised Uddhav that he can give the olive branch of chief minister's chair to Eknath Shinde and bring him back. The issue is whether Shinde, who has taken a position of Hindutva and this rebellion premised on Shiv Sena's compromise with Hindutva, would actually want to come back and be in alliance again with the Congress party and the NCP. And that's why I think the fact that immediately there was a rebuttal from the rebel camp that there is no question whatsoever of coming back to the alliance which has Congress and NCP indicates that despite the possibilities that Sharad Pawar, the Maratha strongman, can conjure up, he might just fail this time to get the rebels back and keep the MVA government in Maharashtra afloat.
While Eknath reportedly failed to take the bait of the MVA camp, rejecting the offer of chief minister's post, Uddhav Thackeray was seen exiting the official residence of the chief minister for Matoshri after a televised address offering to resign in wake of revolt within his party. As more MLAs desert Uddhav Thackeray to join Eknath Shinde in Guwahati, it will be a difficult task for Uddhav Thackeray to lead the party from the front. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now at some more news in brief. Banners showing support for the face of the Shiv Sena rebellion. Urban Development Minister Eknath Shinde popped up in Maharashtra's Dombivli with posters displaying dedication to following Balasaheb Thakray's Hindutva cause. MP Chief Minister Kamal Nath hit out at Congress leader and former MP Chief Minister Kamal Nath for visiting Maharashtra amid the crisis in the state, asking why he tried to save the Maharashtra government when he couldn't save his own. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned Maharashtra Transport Minister Anil Parab for another round of questioning in connection with a money laundering case in Mumbai. Malayali actor Vijay Babu has been granted anticipatory bail in a case of alleged rape of a young girl. Now, the Kerala High Court has made an observation that consensual sex, later being branded as rape, ought to be avoided. Karnataka's Chief Minister is scheduled to visit Delhi with the possibility of meeting the Water Resources Minister over the Mekedatu Dam on the river Kaveri, a matter of discussion between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Now, more Shiv Sena MLAs have joined the rebel MLA Eknath Shinde's camp in Guwahati's Radisson Blu Hotel, where the other MLAs have been staying. Independent MLA Chandrakant Nimba Patil has also joined Shinde's camp.
After Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray conceded that he is ready to resign from his post, following which he moved out from his official residence, 4 more Shiv Sena MLAs have joined rebel MLA Eknath Shinde in Guwahati, where the other MLAs are lodged. Independent MLA Chandrakant Nimba Patil is also set to join Shinde's camp.
While there remain big question marks over whether or not Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray will resign from his position, one inescapable fact is that it is the numbers that finally matter. And the numbers are overwhelmingly looking like they may be against whatever faction of the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray continues to be in charge of. More specifically, even as recently as last night, there were MLAs of the Shiv Sena who were leaving Mumbai to head towards Guwahati to join up with the Eknath Shinde camp, and including at least one MLA who just 24 hours earlier had told Republic that what Eknath Shinde was doing was wrong and that he remains a loyal Shiv Sainik, loyal to the Thackeray family. However, he is also now on his way.
3 Shiv Sena MLAs, namely Yogesh Kadam, Gopal Dalvi and Manjula Gavit, have already arrived at the hotel.
The numbers are looking more and more like they are heavily favored for the Eknath Shinde rebellion. In fact, so much so that it is a possibility that Eknath Shinde has the requisite numbers that he does not need to trigger the anti-defection law, and that means if he carves away 2/3 of the Shiv Sena's elected representatives, none of them will face disqualification in the assembly. And so in all, if you add the independents that are also part of the Eknath Shinde camp, there may be over 46 MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde, while the number with Uddhav Thackeray is less than 19, somewhere probably gravitating towards 16. Once you add the BJP's 105 who have all been called to Mumbai, it appears that not only could Eknath Shinde not have the anti-defection law work against him, but once that happens, he may have the required strength of Shiv Sena and independent MLAs, plus then the BJP's MLAs to have a majority. But how that will pan out, we will find out in all likelihood today.
Eknath Shinde has about 40 MLAs with him and could be exempt from the anti-defection law. Reportedly, Eknath Shinde has turned down the offer of becoming the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. The rebel camp says it is not looking for power but wants to protect Hindutva. The rebel camp wants Sena to break up the alliance with Congress and NCP. The rebel minister Eknath Shinde tweeted that it is important for Shiv Sena to get out of what he called an unnatural front of Shiv Sena, Congress and NCP for survival. With the government looking increasingly weak as the rebel camp garners more support, will Shiv Sena's decision to ally with the NCP and Congress lead to the party's downfall? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, the numbers game continuously changing over there, but Republic TV has learnt that Sena MLA Nitin Deshmukh, who was in Surat with Eknath Shinde, has now reached Mumbai to meet Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Nitin Deshmukh was in Surat. Later, he was shifted to a hospital over there and then came back to Nagpur in support of Uddhav Thackeray. Additionally, Sharad Pawar and the NCP MLAs will be meeting at 11 this morning. That's going to take place at the YB Chavan Centre. We are given to understand that senior leaders of the NCP will be present at that meeting. Alisha on the phone line. Alisha, give us more details. First, in terms of Nitin Deshmukh. Now, he of course went to Surat and then seemed to have a change of heart and got back.
Well, yes, what we are getting information that Nitin Deshmukh, who is a Shiv Sena MLA and already have reached Mumbai to meet Uddhav Thackeray. We know that Nitin Deshmukh at first was at Surat with Eknath Shinde, and later he came to
All right, some trouble over there with Alisha. We're going to try and get her back in just a bit. But lots of political developments continuing to take place in Maharashtra. We are now learning that one of the MLAs who had actually initially left for Surat is now back in Mumbai. He is going to be meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. On the side, the NCP is also meeting today. Do remember that they had a series of meetings yesterday as well. And they have continued to give support to the MVA government. In fact, Sharad Pawar turning out to be the man in the hour of need for Uddhav Thackeray. Alisha, I think, is back with us. Alisha, you were taking us through the latest developments.
Well, yes, what we got to know that Nitin Deshmukh, who was with Eknath Shinde in Surat and later with some illness, he was admitted to hospital in Surat itself. And later now, what we got to know that he came back to Nagpur yesterday, but today he have reached Mumbai to meet Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. So even there are back-to-back meetings also that has been scheduled. If we talk about Uddhav Thackeray was called for a meeting at 11:30 at Matoshri, where all the Sena leaders, senior Sena leaders has been asked to attend this meeting, and they're going to discuss the further course of action. And the other meeting that has been going to is scheduled is something in YB Chavan, where Sharad Pawar is going to meet all the NCP MLAs and the senior leaders there in the NCP, because it's also very important to know what will be the further course of action of NCP and Congress, because we know since the starting where the statement that has been given by NCP and Congress clearly saying that it's up to the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, whoever what decides they will agree to it, and the further course of action will be decided according to the decision. But yesterday, where Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray in a Facebook Live clearly stated that if one of the MLA comes to him and asks for a resignation, then he's ready to step down as the Chief Minister. But there is no face-to-face talk, and that is the reason he is not going to resign. And even the Sanjay Raut, after leaving from the Varsha bungalow, speaking to media, clearly said that there is no necessity of a Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to step down from this post, is not going to resign. Whether we will see they are even ready for the floor test. This was a statement coming in from Sanjay Raut. Now we have to see what will be the further step that will be whether taken by the Chief Minister, because important meeting has been called at 11:30. But yes, we are seeing that more and more MLAs are going to Guwahati.
Okay.
They are meeting at Shinde, because today early morning were already 3 Shiv Sena MLAs, that is Sada Sanvankar, Mangesh Kudalkar, and one female MLA who has already reached Guwahati in Radisson Blue Hotel, where all the rebel MLAs is been stationed there.
All right, Alicia reporting on that. Thank you for joining us. All right, so as Alicia was pointing out, a lot of developments taking place even as we speak. What we are given to understand is that 3 more MLAs have now left for Guwahati. We'll have to wait and watch how that pans out. But apart from that, of course, the NCP also calling for an important meeting this morning. Uddhav Thackeray has also called on his MLAs and MPs to meet him. So there is a lot happening, and perhaps how the way that this government goes will be clearer today. All right, so the numbers may be looking frugal for the Shiv Sena at this moment. A split may be inevitable, but right now what we are given to understand is that both sides still trying, in a sense, the NCP essentially still trying to make sure that they can get the MVA government back. Uddhav Thackeray moved back to his official residence, to his personal residence of Matoshri last night. That did send across an emotional appeal to a lot of Shiv Senics. We saw them gathering at Varsha Bungalow, the official residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, to bid a goodbye to Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray also, in that emotional appeal that he made in an address, said that he did not want to be the Chief Minister. He was willing to resign if that could save the Shiv Sena. So that is something that Eknath Shinde perhaps will have to look at. Now, after that, of course, we've not really seen the rigidity that we saw in Eknath Shinde's posture. But still a lot happening. One doesn't know how this will go. Today, of course, there are key meetings that are lined up. One is going to take place at Matoshri, that is the meeting of Shiv Sena MLAs and MPs. The other one takes place at the YB Chavan Center. Alicia is joining me live right now. Alicia, a lot happening. Also, how important is it going to be for the NCP's support to continue? Because that seems to have been really the bedrock of what's happening right now.
Well, yes, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar is giving a full support to Uddhav Thackeray, and the statement has itself came from the Uddhav Thackeray when he held a Facebook Live yesterday. Even Kamal Nath clearly stated that whether it is Congress or whether it is NCP, they are going to support MVA. But importantly, what NCP and Congress, what we are getting to know from our sources, that NCP and Congress have been waiting for Uddhav Thackeray to take a final decision, which has not been taken yet. Because everyone was waiting for Uddhav Thackeray Facebook Live, which he said that he's not going to take that ultimatum meeting, but yes, he's going to hold the FB Live, is going to address the people of Maharashtra. But what happened is, like we heard yesterday, Uddhav Thackeray, he clearly stated just one sentence, that if one of his MLA, one of the Shiv Sena MLA, if come to him and say that we don't want you, that is Uddhav Thackeray as the Chief Minister is ready to resign. This was the only sentence we heard that Uddhav Thackeray was continuously speaking. But yes, today there are meetings that has been scheduled. We know that Congress has already said that they have all their 44 MLAs that has been set by the Kamal Nath, who is being in charge of Maharashtra Congress. He said that the 44 MLAs are with him. But yes, the important will be the schedule that the meeting which has been scheduled of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has been called all the senior Shiv Sena leaders to Matoshri at 11:30, where they're going to discuss the further course of action and what will be the further, because what we have been witnessing as of now, there are many MLAs, Shiv Sena MLAs who are continuously going at Guwahati. We know that 3 Shiv Sena MLAs has already reached. We will be tracking all those meetings that has been scheduled today, whether it is a Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray meeting at Matoshri or whether it is a YB Chavan. We'll keep you updated minute to minute. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Uddhav Thackeray said in his Facebook Live that he is ready to resign, and I think he said it about 20 times. He kept saying, I'm ready to resign, I'm ready to resign, I want to resign. It's just that my rebel MLAs must tell me to resign. And then half an hour back, his main man Sanjay Raut came out and he said, no, he's not going to resign. Now who do we listen to? 4 more MLAs in the meantime joined the rebel group, and estimates now are that 38 of the 55 Shiv Sena MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. That's just over 2/3, well over the halfway mark, and crossing the number required to not come under the anti-defection law. Meanwhile, Pawar and the Vadra Congress are trying to lure the rebel Sena leaders by offering Eknath Shinde the chief ministership. But I think that's unlikely to really work. And I think even Sharad Pawar knows it, because Shinde's one-point agenda is the return to the Hindutva agenda of Balasaheb Thackeray, which means that he will not accept any tie-up with the Vadra Congress and the NCP. So then, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to talk to you tonight about what the possibilities here are. 3 possibilities, let's talk about it. Possibility 1, that Eknath Shinde gets 38 to 40 MLAs and joins hands with the BJP, and in any such coalition government, he gets a top job himself. Some say chief minister, some say deputy chief minister, anything really. Possibility 2 is that he also tries at the same time to do a takeover of the Shiv Sena by claiming to be the legitimate head of the legislature party and in fact the party itself. Possibility 3 is that Sharad Pawar, who's unwilling to let go, manages some kind of a miraculous comeback by breaking the group which is sitting with Eknath Shinde right now in that Guwahati hotel, and does a miracle by beating the BJP. Now, what is most important to note here is the fact that Uddhav Thackeray looks completely hostage to his allies and advisors. It hardly seems that he's taking any decisions on his own. Also important to note is the refusal to accept defeat by Pawar and the Congress, which means they too realize just too much is at stake in Maharashtra. If Maharashtra falls, if they lose Maharashtra, the entire pack of cards for political personalities and coalitions can come crumbling down. Ladies and gentlemen, what's happening in Maharashtra?
Headlines at 8:30 a.m. Viewers, rebel camp completely corners Uddhav Thackeray as more MLAs join the rebel pack in Guwahati. Mega political rebellion hits the Uddhav government. Uddhav vacates the residence. Will he quit next? MBA swings into huddle mode. Big meetings lined up, but it's only loyal 19 with Uddhav now. ED summons Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab for questioning in the money laundering case for the 3rd day. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. So bright and early, I'm Priyanka Sharma and we'll be taking you through all the breaking developments that we're getting from across the country. First up,
We're getting here the biggest win for opposition. Now we're learning the details of the OPS's appeal midnight hearing. Now the Madras High Court said that it could not interfere in a scheduled meeting of the AIADMK in Tamil Nadu and refused to restrain the party's General Council from amending the party's bylaws to pave way for a single leadership. Now, this is another breaking news that we are getting with respect to the OPS's appeal midnight hearing. And we had seen from the Madras High Court as well, where the legal arguments had been presented before the bench. And now the Madras High Court has said that it could not interfere in a scheduled meeting of the AIADMK in Tamil Nadu and has also refused to restrain the party's General Council from amending the party's bylaws to pave way for the single leadership. And for more details on this, let me go across to my colleague Apurva, who's been tracking this story for us. Apurva, walk us through as to what has happened in this development, where the Madras High Court, in fact, had said that it could not interfere in the scheduled meeting of the AIADMK in Tamil Nadu. Tell us the details of this.
Well, the important meeting today decides on one of the two major factors, that is the dual leadership of Edapadi K. Palaniswamy and O. Pannirselvam, as well as that of the 23 resolutions that will be passed. We're here at Vanagaram, where you can see, crowds and crowds of cadres who have gathered here for the all scheduled meeting of the Anna Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam over here. Cadres who have gathered here for accompanying. Remember, this was a special hearing that had been set in place at the Madras High Court yesterday, wherein the hearing concluded earlier this morning, in fact, where not only has the Madras High Court judges reserved their verdict, but they've also gone on to state that yes, the general body meeting can continue today. It will continue. The 23 resolutions that was slated to be discussed today can be passed, but also it has specifically stated that there must not be any decisions that must be taken regarding the approval of a single leadership here for the AIADMK. Remember, this is a tussle of war between EPS and OPS. All of those who are being scanned are scanned into meticulously. Those who are party cadres, of the 2,300 cadres who have been invited, they have all been given an ID card which they will have to take forward for their entry over here. Over 300 bouncers and over hundreds of police who have been deployed here for the same ahead of the general body meeting. In fact, in Vanagaram, this meeting takes place almost a year after year, and if we can just see the crowds that have gathered here, this is not just one single occasion. In fact, it's a grand stage that has been set up for the AIADMK's General Council meeting over here. Crowds of cadres who have gathered all for witnessing this meeting that will be taking place today. In fact, it has been the cadres who have been in a tussle of war between choosing who will be the main leader, that is EPS or OPS. Remember, ever since J. Jayalalitha's demise in 2016, there has been an ongoing tussle in the AIADMK over who will hold the reign of power with leadership with respect to the AIADMK party. So far, the arrangement had been that the chief coordinator will be O. Pannirselvam and the deputy coordinator, Edapadi K. Palaniswamy. But yesterday, with the Madras High Court specifically saying that there must not be any decision taken. Remember, these are the cadres who have come here. They all have their ID cards and they have their passes that they will have to take for and go on. That is the ID card that they will have to be checked and sent across to meticulous preparations that have been set in place for the cadres who will be arriving here for the all-important, council general meeting that will be taking place today. Over 2,000 cadres who have gathered here just for this meeting, and over, several thousands of cadres of AIADMK who have come here from across all districts of Tamil Nadu just to catch a glimpse of EPS.
Right,
and OPS.
Apurva, as you're showing us the visuals, Apurva, if I could ask you this question, because there are 2 points, if you could clarify for our viewers. As far as the bench is concerned in the Madras High Court, where they said that there is that in fact it is well settled in the matters that internal issues of a political party, the court does not interfere in that. I'm reading from something that the judge had also said in the Madras High Court hearing. Apart from that, if you could expand on what's happened in the legal arguments that had been presented before the bench, and also what is expected in the meeting that is all scheduled for today.
Well, the legal argument as such that we are looking into is that something that holds of importance over here. because the Madras High Court had been clear in its stand that it will not interfere with party activities. There you can see one of the senior leaders of AIADMK who are going inside for the general body meeting that is scheduled to take place. Top leaders of the AIADMK there who are coming in. Two things that we must learn that the Madras High Court has said. Specifically one, that yes, the general body meeting can be conducted smoothly. It must be conducted in an order to ensure that the general body meeting can be ongoing. But that the Madras High Court has said that yes, this Madras High Court will not intervene with respect to the orderings and the passings of orders there with respect to AIADMK's party. But it has also clearly mentioned that in the midnight hearing, emergency midnight hearing that had taken place earlier this morning, they have stated that yes, there will not be any decisions that will be passed regarding the singular leadership of the AIADMK. Remember, that is one thing that there has been an ongoing tussle for almost over the last 2 weeks, which is if OPS will be the single leader for AIADMK or EPS. Cadres there, both in camp OPS and EPS, who have been over the last couple of weeks been ongoing in the struggle. There is a senior leader Jay Kumar who has just gone inside there, and several other prominent leaders who are ongoing and carrying forward what is the Madras High Court verdict. Definitely we should expect all things to go smoothly today. In fact, senior leaders also state that missed leader O Pannirselvam is also scheduled to arrive here to take part as a cadre of AIADMK at the General Body Council meeting today. But that is something that we will have to wait and watch. Several senior leaders of Camp EPS also stating that this decision, the last minute decision that has been given by the Madras High Court, does not tether the verdict that has been given, but also states that yes, this general body meeting will carry on smoothly. Cadres all around me, as you can see, all excited to catch a glimpse of EPS and OPS as they arrive for the General Body Council meeting.
Well, Apurva, stay with us because Justice Krishnan Ramasamy, in fact, had been presiding over the bench, and he had in his observations also stated that the court cannot interfere in the internal matters of a political party. And apart from that, they also said that none of the parties that had approached the Madras High Court have been able to make their case for an interim injunction as far as this meeting is concerned. So if you could walk us through as to who had approached the bench, who had approached the Madras High Court, and why was this interim injunction also sought for, and what will be the agenda of this meeting, if you could walk our viewers through the fine print of that.
Well, it's something that we have to see two important points. One is with respect to who had approached the courts. It is with both the teams of EPS and OPS. Remember, in 2016, both the demise of late Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister and AIADMK Supremo Jayalalitha, there had been a similar tussle of war between EPS and OPS to ensure who will be, the leading leader of the AIADMK, who will take forward the AIADMK. But then the party had concluded that both the leaders, EPS and OPS, will take forth the party in a single, in a dual leadership manner. But ever since then, until now, there has been tussle and internal conflict inside the party as well, demanding as to if this dual leadership will continue on for the benefit of the party. So over the last couple of weeks, in fact, OPS also cited that ever since the talks of, since the last general meeting that had taken place just 2 weeks back, there had been talks of single leadership taken up in that meeting, post which OPS had said that this dual leadership has been working for the party, and that that has been the norm ever since the time of MGR, J. Jayalalitha as well. And now that the court had agreed for an interim injunction, it had been gathered by Team OPS that there can be dual leadership that will work, but they had specifically stated that in fact there were rumors that in the general body meeting that is scheduled to take place today, it was that 23 major resolutions for the welfare of the party and the party cadres will be passed today. But also there were talks that most likely the amendment of the party bylaws, including that of making Edapadi K. Palaniswamy or EPS as the single leader for AIADMK will be one of the agendas that will be scheduled to take place today. That was the reason why there had been an ongoing tussle between camp EPS and OPS that had gone on until earlier this morning, where both the Madras High Court bench had sat down midnight and had heard views of both teams, EPS and OPS, and later on it had given a verdict where it said that yes, there can be the general body meeting that can be allowed to carry on today, but that it must not take any decisions with respect to that of the party leadership, if it has to be dual leadership or single leadership. That was the crux of the court hearing that had taken place, the all important court hearing that had taken place yesterday, that carried on well into earlier this morning around 3 a.m. That is what holds importance, because be it single leadership, be it under the leadership of Edapadi K. Palaniswamy, or dual leadership with O. Pannirselvam and Edapadi K. Palaniswamy in the control of AIADMK, that is something the cadres have to wait and watch, because this general body meeting holds importance not only for the cadres there, but it also holds importance for both of these leaders who have been in control of the party ever since the demise of J. Jayalalitha. And now that will be of importance to see if yes, who will be will the dual leadership of EPS and OPS continue, or will that be a single leadership change for the dynamic duo who have been leading the party since 2017, and who will the cadres vote for? That is something that we'll have to wait and watch. But as of now, the Madras High Court has put a stay on the decision that will be taken with respect to the dual leadership or the single leadership of the party, and that is something that bears importance, because remember, O. Pannirselvam had clearly stated that he does not want the single leadership rule to be taken forward. In fact, the dual leadership that has been ongoing for EPS and OPS has worked for AIADMK over the last couple of years, and that was what was the case that had been ongoing there in the courts.
That being said, Apurva, there was no, it was also contended in the court itself that there was no agenda for the General Council meeting to be circulated, but feared that the party's constitution could be amended for unitary leadership, as you're rightly pointing out. Now, other than that, OPS had also argued in the court that they will not be allowing any resolution, but as you were also pointing out, 23 draft resolutions have also been made as well. If you could walk us through those draft resolutions and also where this fear is coming from of the unitary leadership of the party.
Well, there have been talks ever since the last general body meeting wherein unitary leadership was something that had been called upon, an idea that had been sparked off, following which the turmoil had taken place over the last 2 weeks. In fact, the 2017 drama that we had seen between camp EPS and camp OPS resurfaced all over again, where over here we had seen not only that cadres right now have been ongoing to look into more of who will be the unilateral leader, that is it going to be EPS or OPS. In fact, we had seen dramatic changes over the last couple of days, where several supporters of OPS had also shifted to camp EPS over the last couple of days. And now, what bears importance is that these resolutions that will be likely passed today in the AIADMK general body meeting will include that of basic resolutions for the people as well. In fact, these resolutions were for the development of the district secretaries for the district parties, as well as to ensure that the party amendments that have been ongoing since 2017 is something that we are seeing over the last couple of years as well. Remember, AIADMK has been a party here, Dravidian party, that has been long-standing here in Tamil Nadu since a long time, and now with this party meeting that has been ongoing, not only are we seeing that the cadres there are also in a lot of tussle internally, but we are also seeing that the cadres who are being welcomed here as well, all of them need to be under high security Remember, this meeting holds utmost importance for AIADMK as it will decide the future for AIADMK. Will it be a single leader there, namely Edapadi K. Painiswamy, or will it be the dual leadership that continues for the party from EPS and OPS, or will it continue to be a single leadership? That is what the Madras High Court had an important hearing on yesterday, and that is also something that we are seeing today as well.
Well, Apurva, that being said, you know, there is a lot of important details when it comes to the legal arguments that had been presented before the court, and that perhaps also gives us an insight as to what we can expect in this meeting today as well, because from what has happened in the court itself, we are learning that in fact the argument had been also made that this is a practice that has been followed from the very time of MG Ramchandran as well, along with the former Chief Minister Jayalalitha, and now they had stated that any resolution, I'm reading from the arguments that had been presented before the court, and the argument that had been made that any resolution should emanate jointly from the coordinator as well as the co-coordinator and get ratified in the General Council. Now, this is a practice that has been going on since the party's founder days of MG Ramchandran as well. So if you could expand on that as well, and apart from that, the arguments that had been made in the court were also that this resolution may or may not be passed in the meeting today. So if you could walk our viewers through those details.
Well, the party resolutions have been time-standing since a long time, like you rightly mentioned. In fact, the resolutions and the amendments made in the party was after it had been discussed by cadres, it had been discussed by senior leaders and party cadres with respect to change in amendments over there. And now, even as every singular general body meeting holds importance, we are seeing that with the change of power, with the change, the tussle of war of power between EPS and OPS, that is something that we are seeing as a change. In fact, that was what the Madras High Court had also heard in its verdict over the last couple of, had given as its verdict over the last couple of days as well. In fact, they had clearly gone on to state, both EPS and OPS, the lawyers there who had been talking about the agenda that had been set for this general body meeting, whereas they had also talked about how, this abiding of the law as well as the amendments that has to be made must be unilateral decisions that has been taken after consideration and after both the parties of EPS and OPS do consent to these agendas, change the agenda that has been made. But with the general body meeting that had taken place last time and the talks that had been ongoing, there had been sources saying that OPS had been unhappy with what had been taking place in the party. In fact, there was also stating that he had been sidelined by the party as well. Cadres here who are, definitely enthusiastic, waiting for EPS to arrive here as well. With this, all of these, all of these important points that factor into this meeting, what holds importance is that the state had also given a mandatory rule saying that yes, there can be resolutions passed, but the one resolution and one discussion that will not be taken into account will be that of if there must be a single leadership that will be followed here from now on in AIADMK.
More and more Shiv Sena MLAs are reaching Guwahati in support of Eknath Shinde. There are many meetings that has been scheduled, whether it is Chief Minister meeting or NCP Sharad Pawar meeting at YB Chawan. We will be giving you minute-to-minute update on this very important story, but we'll be taking a short break and we'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Completely on the back foot. He kept justifying why he became the chief minister. He does not have the numbers clearly. He also at one point said, if I am voted against by my own party, that will be the biggest shame.
एकाही आमदारांनी समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, त्याला मला सांगा, मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे.
ये षड्यंत्र दिल्ली में रचा गया है और ये षड्यंत्र लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुनी हुई सरकारों को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का है और इनके आंखों में बहुत दिनों से खटक रहा था महाराष्ट्र का गठबंधन और इन्होंने उस गठबंधन को धन के बल पर तोड़ने का प्रयास किया है, लेकिन मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो शिव सैनिक हैं वो इसका उचित जवाब देंगे।
I am very dismayed, but this is the old style of BJP. They did this in Madhya Pradesh earlier. They did this in Karnataka earlier. They succeeded. They did this in Rajasthan. They failed. So I still have faith in Sharad Pawar. I think he is a competent man. He may still manage the situation.
Sena has 55 MLA, 34 are with Eknath Shinde, 4 more have flown in, which is roughly about 70 to 75% of the party.
मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर। अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे।
Completely on the back foot, he kept justifying why he became the chief minister. He does not have the numbers clearly. He also at one point said, if I am voted against by my own party, that will be the biggest shame.
एकाही आमदारांनी समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे। ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, त्याला मला सांगा मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे।
ये षड्यंत्र दिल्ली में रचा गया है और ये षड्यंत्र लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुनी हुई सरकारों को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का है और इनके आंखों में बहुत दिनों से खटक रहा था महाराष्ट्र का गठबंधन और इन्होंने उस गठबंधन को धन के बल पर तोड़ने का प्रयास किया है, लेकिन मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो शिव सैनिक हैं वो इसका उचित जवाब देंगे।
I am very dismayed, but this is the old style of BJP.
Well, now viewers, shifting our focus to Bengaluru, where in fact IT raids are underway. Income tax raids at multiple locations in Karnataka is what we're learning. Educational institutions said that in fact they are to be under the scanner in the latest search operations being conducted. Institutions based out of Bengaluru being scrutinized by the IT department is the latest that we are getting for you from Bengaluru. And now these are the latest with respect to the raids that are being conducted in Bengaluru, multiple locations in fact, where income tax raids are being conducted on the educational institutions that are under the scanner of the IT department.
Well, right, I'm outside Uddhav Thackeray's residence here, which is Madhusri. A lot of action expected today, viewers. Very soon, there's a very important meeting called at 11:30 a.m. where important leaders of the Shiv Sena will be here as the rebel camp numbers swell. Keep watching Republic TV. Much more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
ये षड्यंत्र दिल्ली में रचा गया है और ये षड्यंत्र लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुनी हुई सरकारों को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का है और इनके आंखों में बहुत दिनों से खटक रहा था महाराष्ट्र का गठबंधन और इन्होंने उस गठबंधन को धन के बल पर तोड़ने का प्रयास किया है, लेकिन मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो शिव सैनिक हैं वो इसका उचित जवाब देंगे।
I am very dismayed, but this is the old style of BJP. They did this in Madhya Pradesh earlier. They did this in Karnataka earlier. They succeeded. They did this in Rajasthan. They failed. So I still have faith in Sharad Pawar. I think he is a competent man. He may still manage the situation.
Sena has 55 MLA, 34 are with Eknath Shinde, 4 more have flown in, which is roughly about 70 to 75% of the party.
मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर। अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे।
Completely on the back foot, he kept justifying why he became the chief minister. He does not have the numbers clearly. He also at one point said, if I'm voted against by my own party, that will be the biggest shame.
एकाही आमदारांनी समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे। ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, त्याला मला सांगा मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे।
ये षड्यंत्र दिल्ली में रचा गया है और ये षड्यंत्र लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुनी हुई सरकारों को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का है और इनके आंखों में बहुत दिनों से
Well, meetings has been scheduled in Mumbai, whether it is Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray who has called for a meeting with the senior Shiv Sena leaders, and also Sharad Pawar has called for a meeting with all the NCP MLAs. But on the other hand, the important meeting that is going to be held in Guwahati, where Eknath Shinde is going to hold a meeting to decide the further course of action. We will be giving you minute-to-minute update on the Maharashtra political crisis, where we can see the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government is somehow the other way been thinking about their future and their further course of action. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break.
Shiv Sena has 55 MLA, 34 are with Eknath Shinde, 4 more have flown in, which is roughly about 70 to 75% of the party.
मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर। अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे।
Completely on the back foot, he kept justifying why he became the chief minister. He does not have the numbers clearly. He also at one point said, if I'm voted against by my own party, that will be the biggest shame.
एकाही आमदारांनी समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे। ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, त्याला मला सांगा मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे।
ये षड्यंत्र दिल्ली में रचा गया है और ये षड्यंत्र लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुनी हुई सरकारों को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का है और इनके आंखों में बहुत दिनों से खटक रहा था महाराष्ट्र का गठबंधन, और इन्होंने उस गठबंधन को धन के बल पर तोड़ने का प्रयास किया है। लेकिन मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो शिव सैनिक हैं वो इसका उचित जवाब देंगे।
I'm very dismayed, but this is the old style of BJP. They did this in Madhya Pradesh earlier. They did this in Karnataka earlier. They succeeded. They did this in Rajasthan. They failed. So I still have faith in Sharad Pawar. I think he is a competent man. He may still manage the situation.
Sena has 55 MLA, 34 are with Eknath Shinde, 4 more have flown in, which is roughly about 70 to 75% of the party.
मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर। अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे।
On the back foot, he kept justifying why he became the chief minister. He does not have the numbers clearly. He also at one point said, if I'm voted against by my own party, that will be the biggest shame.
एकाही आमदारांनी समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे। ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला
The rebel camp completely corners Uddhav Thackeray as more MLAs join the rebel pack in Guwahati. Mega political rebellion hits the Uddhav Thackeray government. Uddhav vacates his residence. Will he quit next? The MVA swings into action. Big meetings are lined up, but the numbers are only declining by the hour. Sources say 17 MPs in touch with rebel kingmaker Shinde. The Maha political rebellion seems far from over now. Big tussle over the AIADMK's future leadership. The court refuses to restrain the AIADMK meeting. Good morning and welcome. This is Republic Media Network. You are watching live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We are beginning with inside details that we are now getting on the Maharashtra political crisis. Republic has learned that now, along with Sena MLAs, Sena MPs are also coming out in support of Eknath Shinde. Sources have told Republic TV that around 17 MPs are in touch with Eknath Shinde. Now, getting you all the details from across Maharashtra, Mumbai particularly. Alisha is live from Devendra Fadnavis's residence in Mumbai. Piyush Ori is live from Sharad Pawar's residence, and Shivani is bringing us the latest from Matoshri, where the Thackeray shifted last night. First to you, Alisha. Alisha, what we are given to understand is it's not just the MLAs, but the MPs also who are now voicing support for Shinde. Give us more details, please.
Well, yes, it's a very important update that has been coming in that not only the MLAs but also the member of parliament are in support of Eknath Shinde. The information that we are getting from our sources that there are 17 MP that are in support of Eknath Shinde too. That is Thane MP Rajan Vichare and Kalyan MP Shrikant Shinde, who is already in Guwahati with Eknath Shinde. But there are also other MLAs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde, and they have already had a conversation and expressed their support to Eknath Shinde over the phone. So yes, it's not only about the MLAs but also the MP of Shiv Sena's MP. They are getting in support of Eknath Shinde. And even yesterday we saw when the letter that was given, the ultimatum letter that has been given to the rebel MLAs asking them to come to Mumbai for the 5 PM meeting. Right after that we saw that Shiv Sena MP Bhavna Gavli has written a letter to Uddhav Thackeray expressing and requesting Chief Minister not to take any action against those MLA. So yes, we have been seeing a continuous support not only from the MLAs but also from the MPs. But what we are getting to know, there are more and more MLAs, that is Shiv Sena MLAs, that have already left from Mumbai. Some are already in Surat, and there are some who have been reaching Guwahati, because the information that we are getting it, there is a special charter, there is a special flight that is booked for the 7 more MLAs, because seven more MLAs we have to wait whether it is of Shiv Sena or whether it is an independent MLAs. But yes, 7 more MLAs are reaching Guwahati in support of Eknath Shinde. But what is the meeting that has been scheduled? If I talk about the meeting, because Eknath Shinde is going to meet his MLA in the hotel Radisson Blue at 10 AM, whether the other meeting that has been held, that is the Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meeting with all the Shiv Sena senior leaders, and the third meeting will be at NCP's at YB Chawan, where NCP chief Sharad Pawar is going to hold a meeting with all the seniors MLAs.
Absolutely, Alisha, stay with us. In fact, to get us more on the NCP's perspective, joining us is Piyush Ori. He's reporting from outside Sharad Pawar's residence. Piyush, give us a sense of what we're expecting in terms of action from the NCP. There, as Alisha was pointing out, there's a key meeting lined up. But apart from that, what are we expecting in terms of strategy?
So for long, Nupur, we who have seen Maharashtra politics both from outside and within, knows that Sharad Pawar is ultimately the troubleshooter. He's the one who is associated with taking the Maharashtra politics out of trouble whenever it has encountered one. And today, Maharashtra politics has seen another trouble, and people are again going back to Sharad Pawar as one who can take out solution and see the troubleshooting. Now, in this, Sharad Pawar is again today going to meet his MLAs first and assess the situation of what needs to be done. In addition to this, he's also having a talk with other people in Shiv Sena as well as Congress and see what can be the way out to make sure that Vikas Aghadi survives. But today, as Alisha rightly pointed out, at around 11 o'clock, we know that he will be meeting his MLAs at YB Jawan Center.
All right, Alisha, back to you now. Alisha, as far as BJP is concerned, you are outside Fadnavis's residence. We haven't seen much movement in terms of, giving out active support. Yes, they've been standing by them at the Guwahati hotel, but what we understand is that they want to make sure that the Shiv Sena has the numbers, or the rebels at least have the numbers.
Well, yes, of course, BJP at this point of time is in a wait and watch mood because they have been just witnessing all the development that has been happening in Mumbai. We have already worked with some of the BJP. They have clearly stating that they are going to wait what is going to really happen, because the experience what Devendra Fadnavis had last year, that they really don't want to experience once again, and that's the only reason they want to check if this rebel MLAs really want to get in support with the BJP, because yesterday we saw that even Chandrakant Patil, who is the BJP state president, who went to Guwahati and is going to meet even Eknath Shinde as well. This is what we're getting in information from the sources. But yes, yesterday there was a series of meeting at Devendra Fadnavis residence, where there were many BJP senior leaders who were present at his residence. They were meeting late night because they have been also checking out the strategy and the possibility, what can be the possibility after which if Eknath Shinde with all the MLAs come to BJP and want to make to make a government. Because if we go with the numbers in this case is very important, because BJP, the alone single party, has 106 numbers. But where the claim that has been given by Eknath Shinde that he has more than 45 MLAs, including independents.
Yes.
So we have to see.
Yes, I'm going to come back to you, Alisha, on that one. Also joining me from outside Matoshri is Shivangi. Shivangi, to begin with, give us a sense of what's happening around there, because yesterday we saw a large number of support in terms of the groundwork of the Shiv Sena for Uddhav Thackeray.
Right, Nupur, you're absolutely right. Yesterday when I was here, that's when Uddhav Thackeray had actually left his official CM residence and returned here to Matoshri. Remember, this is Uddhav Thackeray's residence, Matoshri, a very, very famous spot here in Mumbai as well. And Nupur, honestly, today continues to be a political thriller. We can assure you that. Why? Because at 11:30 a.m., Nupur, at 11:30 a.m., very important Shiv Sena leaders will be coming here at Matoshri today, that we can expect. Remember that Uddhav Thackeray also in a very emotional tweet and also address said he will resign, if that's what the MLAs want. So today it's a second day, we can say, when it comes to the political thriller, we can expect fast and hectic developments. Also an MLA who returned from the rebel camp to meet CM. He's going to meet CM today, MLA Nitin Deshmukh, who was in Surat with Eknath Shinde. We can expect that he will also come here and he will be meeting Uddhav Thackeray. So Nupur, we can expect fast and hectic developments today, Nupur.
Right, stay with us. I'm going to go back to Alisha. Alisha. Okay, we don't have Alisha right now, but Piyush, if I could come to you on this one. Now, Deepak Kesarkar, he's also landed in Guwahati. Now, he's a tall leader from the Konkan region. How do you think it's going to affect the numbers in terms of the rebel camp of the Shiv Sena?
Well, definitely, as of now, the rebel camp has, definitely an odds up against the Shiv Sena camp, which has been led by Uddhav Thackeray. And it is going to be, and every passing day, the strength of this rebel camp is only increasing. And as you said, that, with Dilip now coming again into this fold, this strength is only going to increase further.
Right, absolutely. So that's Deepak Kesarkar, who's landed in Guwahati in support of Eknath Shinde. He's a leader from the Konkan area. He's from the Shiv Sena, and he was the MOS home in Devendra Fadnavis's government in the last term. So that's going to be extremely important. We're going to watch out for that one. Going back to Shivangi. Shivangi, even as the numbers are swelling for the rebel camp, what we are seeing is that Uddhav Thackeray is using his emotional appeal that he holds with the ordinary Shiv Sainik to tide over this.
Right. Right. When it comes, like yesterday when I was here, when he was returning, there were more than, in fact, there were hundreds of supporters here, Nupur. Of course, right now he, like you said, would count on his loyalists at this point of time to tide over what's happening politically, because right now the numbers are not really with him. It seems to be that the rebel camp is swelling more and more as the time is passing. So of course, Nupur, right now the first priority of Uddhav Thackeray would be to make sure that he has a talk with his leaders, which will happen later on 11:30 a.m. We will soon see very important leaders here coming here at Matashri, which is one of the very important spots here. This is where Uddhav Thackeray stays. So Nupur, of course, in some time you're going to see that happen, and within 2 hours time we'll see important meetings take place. Yesterday a bunch of loyalists, Nupur, were locked up, I would say, in fact holed up at the St. Regis Hotel, while hotel politics was being played there in Guwahati and in Surat. We also saw hotel politics, Nupur, being played also here in Mumbai at St. Regis. One by one, the Shiv Sena loyalists had come out and they had told Republic TV that we are with Uddhav Thackeray. So today we can expect more leaders coming in and take it forward from there. Let's see how it develops politically today. Nupur.
All right, let's go back to Piyush now. Piyush, there are a lot of important meetings that are lined up. We've got one that begins at 10. That's Eknath Shinde. He's, just taking stock probably of the numbers that he has right now. Then Sharad Pawar is meeting at his residence, and also, of course, Uddhav Thackeray also trying to keep his flock together. So give us a sense of the political, huddles we are expecting.
So first of all, Nupur, let me just tell you that this is now a massive shift. It is now not only about saving the seat of the chief minister, but it is now saving Shiv Sena. Would Shiv Sena now be under the helm of Thackeray, or would Shiv Sena now be under the helm of Eknath Shinde? So this is now very interesting, and this is a very interesting development. How BJP is going to respond to it, how NCP is going to respond to all these changes, and ultimately how Thackeray is going to respond to these changes, and Eknath Shinde is going to respond to these changes. So amid all these, massive developments that are changing by the day, there are a lot of meetings that are taking place. Every MLA, every minister is taking a stock of the situation and tries to see that how he's faced the situation. Everyone wants a piece of pie in the power, but ultimately we are going to see that ultimately where it lands up.
Absolutely, Piyush. As you're pointing out, of course, the long-term future of the Shiv Sena is also now something that will have to be watched. We saw a groundswell of support for Uddhav Thackeray yesterday, but the MLAs are not with him. So how do you think that bodes for him?
Yesterday, as Republic had exposed the letter where, his own sitting MLAs had alleged that, the party was involved in corruption. They had drifted away from political ideology, and they had made a lot of concessions to NCP as far as the ideology is concerned. So all these were, massive and very shocking revelations that had come forward. Now, amid all this, it is going to be very important that how Uddhav Thackeray is going to make concessions and how he will again put his stamp as a leader on the party, a party that was founded by his father.
Right, absolutely. Shivangi, back to you now.
Ultimately, now would it be a portrait?
Right, Shivangi, back to you now. We are now learning that 7 more MLAs have abandoned the Uddhav camp. So the numbers swelling up. Take us through developments that we are expecting in Guwahati, because what happens in Guwahati is going to have direct repercussions on Mumbai.
Right. Nupur, of course, the numbers are right now swelling in the rebel camp, Nupur. Now Guwahati is playing a very, very big part. But when we talk about what is happening in Mumbai, there have been some MLAs who actually went to Guwahati and they have come back here as well. So one of them, like I told you, Nupur, was Nitin Deshmukh. Now he's expected to meet Uddhav Thackeray later. So even though right now we are seeing the numbers swell up there, when it comes to Mumbai, some of them have returned, some of them are coming back and supporting Uddhav Thackeray once again. So we are seeing very interesting play out politically, so it's difficult to right now predict. But as of now, the numbers of Uddhav Thackeray are falling, that is for sure. And that is the reason why yesterday in a very emotional address, he was extremely emotional, saying that he's going to quit. And even we saw those visuals of which Republic showed you exclusively of bags being packed from the official CM residence and being brought back to Matushri. So that sends a very strong signal that what we can expect next. That's why today and the meeting which will take place at Matushri around 11:30 a.m. will play a very, very crucial role.
Absolutely. Back to you, Piyush. Now, Piyush, tell us what the Congress is up to now. Kamal Nath, of course, paratrooped to Mumbai yesterday. We've seen, the Congress in huddles one after the other. But what is their strategy? They obviously really have no other option but to stick by the MVA for now. But in the long term, how do they see this panning out?
Well, they're going to just pass by the tide and they're just going to swim with the tide, as what has been happening. Ultimately, there is also a lot of criticism of, why Congress acted very late in all this saga. Now, one can definitely imagine that this was all the internal squabble that was taking place in Shiv Sena. But were the, MLAs of Congress, they did not know about all these things. They could not, brief their party leaders in Delhi about what was happening, and they could not take timely action. So, there's also a lot of criticism now which is coming on the part of Congress of why they all did not act. Being the junior most partner, one can say, they do not have any option but to swim with the tide. But ultimately, if nothing big is going to happen, their future at stake is also at stake. Their future is also at stake in Maharashtra politics.
Yes. Now, coming back to the other part of it, a lot will depend on the magic number of 37 if they have to evade anti-defection. Now, the letter that was signed yesterday to reappoint Eknath Shinde as the legislative party leader only had 34 signatures, Shivangi. So, that number, that magical number of 37 still not reached in that sense?
Well, right now, like you said, Nupur, when the news came in of 34 numbers, 34 signatures there, that was yesterday, but then again, that was yesterday around, I would say, 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. when that letter had come out. And the letter also had some allegations against the MVA. Things like corruption as well, a lot of complaints against the MVA, what the Shiv Sena, in fact, the rebels had said that the reasons why they want to be part of the Eknath Shinde camp. But right now in the recent developments, what they're reporting at Republic TV, many more MLAs we're hearing are heading towards Guwahati.
All right.
So right now,
in fact, let's just go across to Piyush Mishra from Guwahati right now. Shivangi, stay with us. Piyush, good morning. You're where all the action is right now as far as the rebel camp is concerned. Give us a sense of what we're expecting. There's a key meeting lined up at 10 o'clock and thereafter perhaps we'll know their course.
Well, absolutely. Nupur, like you rightly mentioned that yes, there's a meeting which is scheduled at around 10 a.m. and before that more MLAs have reached here. Today at around 8 a.m. we saw 2 to 3 MLAs also reaching here. I would ask Hitesh to come and then we will try to show you the pictures from right on the other side where there is a security apparatus is also in place. You can see how there has been security deployment since yesterday early in the morning. We saw how these MLAs had reached here from Surat, and then we are also getting to know how there are other MLAs also reaching early in the morning. So as we are speaking, the security continues to be increased, and MLAs have reached more and more MLAs have reached here, and meeting at around 10 a.m. What we are given to understand is that will begin here inside this Radisson Blue Hotel. Yesterday itself, a resolution was also passed by around 34 MLAs where they had extended their complete support to Eknath Shinde. In fact, in that resolution, these MLAs had mentioned about the fact that there was a pre-poll alliance between Shiv Sena and BJP, but Shiv Sena formed a corrupt government with the support of Congress and NCP. There are serious allegations those have been leveled by these MLAs in that particular resolution. In fact, they have also mentioned that they are true loyalist of Balasaheb Thackeray, and whenever they go among the people, they are subjected to criticism for getting support from opposition political parties. So that was the resolution which was passed by the 34 MLAs. What we are now given to understand is that there is addition of more MLAs in that. Yesterday, Eknath Shinde was claiming that around 46 MLAs are in his support. Late last night, 4 MLAs had also come, 3 Shiv Sena and 1 independent. Chandrakant Patil, independent MLA, one of the strongest ally of Uddhav Thackeray.
Piyush, you know the magic number is actually 37. You've got 34 signatures, but if you have to evade the anti-defection law, you need 37. And you know, addition of independents doesn't really add to their cause. So in that sense, yes, please carry on.
Yes, Nupur, we need to understand the mathematics. Like you yourself mentioned that 37 is the magic number, and if Eknath Shinde gets the support of 37 MLAs, then he will be able to claim ownership on the party. Yesterday, the signatures, those were signed by the MLAs. Out of those MLAs, out of 34 MLAs, 5 were independent MLAs, which means that only 29 signatures were there from Shiv Sena MLAs, but after that, late last night, we saw how there were 3 more MLAs came in, which means 29 plus 3, 32. And then today in the morning, we are now hearing that a few more Shiv Sena MLAs are reaching here, which is now going to add on to the number. Certainly, it is going to cross the mark of 35, and by evening, what we are also given to understand is that more and more MLAs will be reaching here, because few have left from Surat. This is what our colleague Alisha was telling us. So by evening we can expect complete support to Eknath Shinde, and numbers could cross the tally of 37. And then when he gets the majority of two-third majority of these MLAs, then obviously Eknath Shinde would be able to claim ownership on the party, and then things are going to change. We'll have to wait and watch how this is going to happen. But late last night we also saw massive drama playing out there in Mumbai, where Uddhav Thackeray left from the Chief Minister's residence, Varsha, and he went to Matoshri. We also saw how entire cavalcade Shiv Sena workers were there to greet Uddhav Thackeray. They were chanting slogans in favor of him. But
and in fact, Piyush, let's just get in a word right now from Shivangi, who's reporting from Matoshri. Shivangi, as Piyush is pointing out, key to this also will be the fact how Uddhav Thackeray actually holds that emotional appeal, is hopeful right now of getting his MLAs back. What are his efforts looking like today?
Well, definitely there was an emotional tone to when he said that he would resign. And when we were reporting yesterday live from Matoshri while he was coming back, leaving the CM residence and coming here to his house here in Matoshri, we did see that there was an emotional tone even in the supporters. A lot of women supporters were also present there, and we saw that it definitely did strike a chord. But at this point of time, he does not have the numbers. He does not have the numbers. What we would expect earlier is that he would want his loyalists to stay with him, because that's the strategy that we are seeing from his part so far. Remember that he had kept his loyalists there in a hotel, but then again he kept the loyalists there in a luxury posh hotel, showing that he wants to keep his MLAs safe and within a contained zone. So when it comes to the political
absolutely,
moves ahead,
but you know, the move from Varsha to Matoshri does hold a significant amount of emotional appeal as well. That's you know, the stronghold of the Shiv Sena, seen as the place where Shiv Sena actually originated from. Alisha, back to you. You're outside Fadnavis's residence now. As far as the BJP is concerned, they're going to wait for that magical number of 37, because they don't want the tag of you know, being a party which breaks governments.
Well, yes, not only about the magical numbers, but yes, BJP is in a wait and watch mode, because they've been waiting for what Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs are going to do, because it's a very important meeting that is going to be held at in Guwahati in Radisson Blue Hotel, where Eknath Shinde is going to meet meet all the MLAs, and there could be a possibility of what will be the further course of action, and after which, if Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs, they wanted to get in touch with and get in alliance with BJP, will be the second part. Only after that the BJP will decide what can be done and how it will go further. But yes, there was a series of meeting yesterday at Devendra Fadnavis residence where the senior BJP leader were present, and they were just waiting what will be the further. But important, if I talk about this meeting that has been scheduled today in Mumbai, at first the Eknath Shinde was going to meet all the MLAs at 10 a.m. in Guwahati in the Radisson Blue Hotel. But on other meeting, it was Sharad Pawar which was going to meet all the NCP MLAs, the leaders in YB Chawan, and the third meeting, that is an important meeting of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, who has called for a meeting with all the Shiv Sena senior leaders and all the MLAs. This will be important to see what is the further course of action, and every eye on Maharashtra crisis. We'll be giving you all minute-to-minute update on this story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
The government of Maha Vikas Aghadi is facing the biggest ever challenge, and remember that series of meetings are also lined up today. After this very short break, we'll get all the details how the political parties are brainstorming on this big development taking place in the state of Maharashtra. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Uddhav Thackeray said in his Facebook Live that he is ready to resign, and I think he said it about 20 times. He kept saying, I'm ready to resign, I'm ready to resign, I want to resign. It's just that my rebel MLAs must tell me to resign. And then half an hour back, his main man Sanjay Raut came out and he said, no, he's not going to resign. Now who do we listen to? 4 more MLAs in the meantime joined the rebel group, and estimates now are that 38 of the 55 Shiv Sena MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. That's just over 2/3, well over the halfway mark, and crossing the number required to not come under the anti-defection law. Meanwhile, Pawar and the Vadra Congress are trying to lure the rebel Sena leaders by offering Eknath Shinde the chief ministership. But I think that's unlikely to really work, and I think even Sharad Pawar knows it, because Shinde's one-point agenda is a return to the Hindutva agenda of Balasaheb Thackeray, which means that he will not accept any tie-up with the Vadra Congress and the NCP. So then, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to talk to you tonight about what the possibilities here are. 3 possibilities, let's talk about it. Possibility 1, that Eknath Shinde gets 38 to 40 MLAs and joins hands with the BJP, and in any such coalition government, he gets a top job himself. Some say chief minister, some say deputy chief minister, anything really. Possibility 2 is that he also tries at the same time to do a takeover of the Shiv Sena by claiming to be the legitimate head of the legislature party, and in fact the party itself. Possibility 3 is that Sharad Pawar, who's unwilling to let go, manages some kind of a miraculous comeback by breaking the group which is sitting with Eknath Shinde right now in that Guwahati hotel, and does a miracle by beating the BJP. Now, what is most important to note here is the fact that Uddhav Thackeray looks completely hostage to his allies and advisors. It hardly seems that he's taking any decisions on his own. Also important to note is the refusal to accept defeat by Pawar and the Congress, which means they too realize just too much is at stake in Maharashtra. If Maharashtra falls, if they lose Maharashtra, the entire pack of cards for political personalities and coalitions can come crumbling down, ladies and gentlemen. What's happening in Maharashtra is very, 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 very critical, and we are following it closest here on Republic.
He is completely on the back foot. He kept just
Top headlines at 9:30. Rebel camp completely corners Uddhav Thackeray as more MLAs join the rebel pack in Guwahati. Mega political rebellion hits Uddhav government. Uddhav vacates residence. Will he quit next? MVA swings into huddle mode. Big meetings lined up, but the numbers are only declining by the hour. Sources say 17 MPs in touch with rebel kingmaker Shinde. The Maha political rebellion seems far from over. Big tussle over AIADMK's future leadership. Court refuses to restrain the big AIADMK meet. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in, tracking all the latest developments on the Maharashtra political thriller, getting in inside details of the crisis that seems no signs of abating when we talk about the Maha Vikas Aghadi government there. In the latest that we have learned that along with Sena MLAs, Sena MPs are also getting in support for Eknath Shinde. Sources have also informed that around 17 MPs are currently in touch with Eknath Shinde. Thane MP and Kalyan MP Shrikant Shinde are in Guwahati now with Eknath Shinde. We have our reporters also giving us updates by the minute. We have Alisha reporting live from outside Fadnavis residence, Piyush joining from Pawar's residence, Shivangi reporting live from outside Matoshri, and Piyush Mishra reporting live from Guwahati. Let me first go across to Alisha, who's reporting from outside Fadnavis residence. Alisha, you've been tracking all the latest developments. Take us through all the latest updates in the last 24 hours when we talk about the Maha Vikas Aghadi government there.
Well, yes, important information that we are getting from our sources that it's not only the MLA but also Eknath Shinde is getting a support of a member of parliament as well. There are around 17 MP who are in support of Eknath Shinde, and there have been talks that has been going with Eknath Shinde over the phone. What we have been even told that Thane MP Rajan Vichare and Kalyan MP Shrikant Shinde, who is already in Guwahati, they are in touch with Eknath Shinde. They've been already staying in the same hotel where Eknath Shinde and the other MLA are residing. But of course, there are even other MLAs, and even we saw that the letter that was given, the ultimatum letter that was given by Shiv Sena chief to the rebel MLAs, asking them to be present at the meeting at 5 p.m. But after which we saw there was a letter given from the Shiv Sena MP Bhavna Gavli requesting Chief Minister to not take any action against the MLA. So this is a concern which we are seeing that some of the other MPs and not only the MLAs, because now what have been told that there are 7 MPs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde. There have been talks with Eknath Shinde. They are giving the support to impersonal play, and this can be a big and major trouble for Uddhav Thackeray as well, because the all eyes on the meeting, because there are 3 meetings that has been scheduled today at 10 a.m. where Eknath Shinde is going to meet all their MLAs in Guwahati Radisson Blue Hotel. But we even see there are more and more MLAs who are reaching in Guwahati. The second important meeting is of NCP, where NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has called for a meeting of all the NCP MLAs in YB Chawan at 11 a.m. But the third important meeting is of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, who has called for a meeting with all the MLAs and MP who have been present in Mumbai, because we know since the time the MLAs who have been leaving for Guwahati, leaving for Surat, the other MLAs who are in Mumbai, they have been asked to stay in Mumbai itself and asked not to go to their constituency. So Uddhav Thackeray is also going to hold a meeting with those MLA as well at 11:30. So all eyes on this meeting. But more and more MLAs, we are seeing that they are already left for Guwahati. Yesterday we saw that there are MLAs who are already in Surat. They have, some of them have already reached, 3 have already been reached. Whether it is the other MLA Sadasan Barkar, or whether it is Kurla Vidhan Sabha constituency MLA Mangesh Kudalkar, and 1 female MLA has already reached to Guwahati, and there are 7 more MLAs who are going to reach Guwahati. There is a special charter flight that has been booked in Surat by 10 a.m. What we have been told by sources that they are going to reach Guwahati. So we are seeing more and more MLAs. And what is the claim that has been made by Eknath Shinde? Clearly stating that he has around more than 40 45 MLAs in support of Eknath Shinde. Specifically, the magical number, the important number is 37. And Eknath Shinde is claiming that there are more than 37 MLAs. There are around 38 to 39 MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde, and more Shiv Sena MLAs are going to reach Guwahati in support of Eknath Shinde.
Yes. Alicia, stay with us. We also have Piyush Mishra reporting live from the Guwahati hotel where Eknath Shinde along with the rebel camp is holed up. Piyush, if you could give us the numbers as to how many MLAs are there with Eknath Shinde at this point in time.
Oh, absolutely. He's not going to waste any time. The minute he has the numbers, he's absolutely sure of it.
Well, Samiksha, what we are now given to understand is that last Eknath Shinde had claimed that he has got the support of around 46 MLAs. But if you go by the tally, remember that yesterday there was a resolution also which was passed by Shiv Sena MLAs, and in that particular resolution, the names of MLAs along with their political parties was also mentioned. So if you go by the resolution itself, there are 29 Shiv Sena MLAs who have signed, and the name of their political party is also mentioned there, but 5 independents are there. So in total 34 MLAs had passed that particular resolution. It is also important to point out that if we add on 3 more MLAs who had reached late last night and 1 more independent, then the tally goes on to 34 plus 4, which means 38 plus 1, which includes 1 independent MLA. And today in the morning we are hearing that more MLAs have come. So in total, what we are now given to understand is that total 41 to 42 MLAs which we have counted are present here, but Eknath Shinde claims that he has got support of more than 46 MLAs. We'll have to wait and watch how the things are going to pan out, but Eknath Shinde would need at least 37 MLAs support, and that's from Shiv Sena, which means that if 37 Shiv Sena MLAs come out in support of Eknath Shinde, then he would be able to claim the ownership of the party and then take decision, be it about the political decisions or the other decisions in the party. But we believe that it is yet to take place, but by late evening more and more MLAs are expected to reach here. Like our colleague Alicia is also pointing out that from Guwahati, for a few more MLAs from Surat, few more MLAs are reaching Guwahati. Let me once again try to show you pictures. If Hitesh can try to zoom, you see how paramilitary forces have been deployed on both the gates. That's the entry gate, and on the other side there are local police officers from Assam Police. They have been deployed. So in total around 46 to 47 MLAs are in support of Eknath Shinde, which also includes independent MLAs, but it is yet to yet to confirm how many Shiv Sena MLAs are in his support, because he needs to get the support of more than 37 MLAs from Shiv Sena, and then only he can take the decisions and become and also claim ownership of the party. But in the late last night, we also saw how the massive drama unfolded there in Mumbai, where Uddhav Thackeray also left from his residence. In fact, we are also hearing that series of meetings are lined up. Today also, NCP is also going to chair its own meeting. Uddhav Thackeray has also called for a meeting of top leaders of Shiv Sena today at 11. So once again, today is the day when brainstorming is going to take place of all the political parties. By today evening, we can expect a lot of things to come clear, and then also we'll see how Eknath Shinde is going to respond. As of now, he has not spoken to media. Yesterday we were hearing that he could do a press conference, but that did not happen. But we are seeing the addition of MLAs taking place here. Continuously we are seeing MLAs reaching here at Guwahati and getting in touch with Eknath Shinde.
Yes. Piyush, stay with us. Let me go across to Shivangi, who's reporting from outside the Matoshri. Shivangi, yesterday it was in fact an emotional message of sorts by Uddhav Thackeray. If you could take us to the latest that you are picking up, a lot of emergency meetings are also expected today as well.
That is not the case. Just yesterday night, in a very dramatic way, in fact, emotional and dramatic way, Salisha, what happened was that Uddhav Thackeray packed his bag.
Well, we seem to have lost that network with Shivangi. Let me go back to Piyush. Piyush, you were talking to us about these meetings that are lined up for today. Give us more details.
Well, yes, Samiksha, there are meetings also lined up for today, and these meetings would be chaired by Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, and also the Congress has its own meeting. In fact, the BJP is also going to do brainstorming on the recent developments those have taken place. By today evening, we are expecting things to get more and more clear as Eknath Shinde is also going to chair this meet in few minutes from now. In 15 to 20 minutes from now, we will see a meeting to begin here at Radisson Blu Hotel, and that would be chaired by Eknath Shinde. There are more than 46 MLAs which Eknath Shinde claims that he has got, and these MLAs are in complete support of Eknath Shinde. Yesterday, we also saw how the resolution was passed by a good number of MLAs. In fact, 34 MLAs had signed that particular resolution, but it needs to understand that out of these 34 MLAs, only 21 were from Shiv Sena. So Eknath Shinde needs to get the support of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs, and then only things will change in his favor. Things will get in his favor. We are still waiting for official word coming in from Shinde camp, but he continues to be holed up here. We are showing you pictures from right outside this very hotel where security is in place. Parliamentary forces have been deployed. Today we are seeing more and more security personnel being deployed here. There is some movement also. I would ask Hitesh to come with me, then we'll try to show you a few more pictures. We are also seeing, we are right now seeing police personnel are now forming a chain. Police personnel are now forming a chain, which means there could be some movements, few leaders could come out. Media is being asked to move beyond from this point, and also we are seeing how the police personnel have now formed a chain. Senior police officers from Assam Police, even they have come here, and they are asking the local officers to form a chain. So we can expect a big development here. Eknath Shinde is already here. Few member of parliament from Shiv Sena, they are also inside. A few more MLAs in fact are also here. Today in the morning we saw the 3 more MLAs reaching here. We can expect more MLAs to reach here. Let's continue to show these live pictures, because we can expect a few movements taking place here, because for the first time we are seeing how the Assam police officers personnel, they are forming a chain here and not letting anyone enter through this very gate. So we are beaming on these live pictures continuously. We'll try to get in more and more words, more and more pictures as and when things develop. But this is the first time we are seeing how massive security has been beefed up. I would ask Hitesh to come with me, and then we'll try to show you more pictures from the entry gate where parliamentary forces have also been deployed. A chain has been formed by the police personnel. Media has also gathered here in large numbers. For the first time we are seeing how a chain has been formed by the police personnel. Though Shinde is also claiming that he has got the support of more than 46 MLAs, and continuously we are seeing how MLAs are coming in and entering inside the Radisson Blu Hotel. So we are trying to understand what is going to happen in coming few minutes. But yes, remember that this is a place where the MLAs of Shiv Sena are here since early in the morning. Yesterday early in the morning we saw how they reached here, and after that more and more MLAs reached here late last night. 1 independent plus 3 Shiv Sena MLAs also reached here. We are right now showing you pictures from inside the hotel also. At the entry gate also we can see how there is a massive security which is in place. Inside the hotel also there are good number of security personnel who are deployed. What we are also learning is that not even a single extra booking has been taken by the hotel. More than 70 to 80 rooms are booked, and these rooms are from the Shinde camp side. A few office personnel of the MLAs, they are also staying here. So continuously movement takes place. We are seeing how for the very first time there is a chain which has been made by the Assam police officers. So we can expect a few sort of developments here. Paramilitary forces have also been deployed. We'll have to wait and watch what is going to happen in coming few minutes. But security continues to be in place. Massive security is in place right outside the Radisson Blue Hotel. Shinde is the one who is leading that entire meeting. Any minute from now, we can also expect a meeting to begin of Eknath Shinde with all the MLAs. More than 46 MLAs are right now present, which also includes independent MLA. Now the gate has opened. We are now seeing few vehicles coming out. We are now seeing few vehicles are coming out from Radisson Blue Hotel. We do not know yet who is there inside this very vehicle. But yes, a movement has just taken place. Two vehicles have just left from this hotel. What we are now learning is that few more MLAs are coming here and they might go inside the hotel, but security continues to be in place here at Guwahati, where Guwahati Radisson Blue Hotel, where more than 46 MLAs of Maharashtra Assembly are here. One more vehicle is coming. I would ask Hitesh to continue to show you pictures, live pictures from right outside this very gate of Radisson Blue Hotel, where more than 46 MLAs of Maharashtra Assembly are here. Eknath Shinde is claiming that he has got the support of more than 34 MLA, more than 46 MLAs. Yesterday, remember that resolution was also passed by these MLAs. Where 34 MLAs had signed that particular resolution, and out of these 34 MLAs, 29 were from Shiv Sena. So continuously we are seeing movements taking place, vehicles entering and exiting from this very point. We are still waiting for an official word coming in from Shinde camp. Any minute from now at around 10 AM, we can also expect a meeting to begin, and that would be chaired by Eknath Shinde here at Radisson Blue Hotel itself. Yes. Also, what we are now given to understand is that the meeting is all set to begin, and after this very short break, I will get more and more details as movement continues to take place right outside Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज़्यादा उत्साह है?
उत्साह तो सब बहुत है, बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर। तो पोर्टर में हमारी एज हो गई है सर, अभी तो 25 प्लस है सर। तो पोर्टर में सर एज बची है, तो पोर्टर में ही जाएंगे सर।
देश सेवा करने के लिए पोर्टर
करने के लिए पोर्टर में जा रहे हैं सर।
मुझे ये बताइए, लगातार लोग कहीं ना कहीं कहते हैं कि 4 साल के लिए नहीं जाएगा कोई, लेकिन आप 6 महीने के लिए भी पोर्टर जा रहे हैं। देश सेवा का जज्बा है?
हाँ सर, देश सेवा का जज्बा है, और हम 6 महीने के लिए हमारा रोजगार हो जाता है सर, है जी, और हमने अपने बीवी बच्चे पाल लेते हैं सर 6 महीने में।
This fire that has broken out in Noida factory, we are told, as you can see in the visuals, the fire that has broken out in this particular factory in Noida. We are told several fire tenders have also been rushed to the spot. More details are awaited as to the number of casualties, if any, and those injured in this particular fire incident that has happened in this factory in UP's Noida. So those are the visuals, in fact, coming in which you can see the blaze at this particular factory, the smoke that can be seen coming. Welcome back. Tracking all the latest updates on the Maharashtra political upheaval, we have our reporters in Guwahati, in Mumbai as well, to give us minute-by-minute updates. Straight away going across to Shivangi, who's reporting live from outside the Matoshri. Shivangi, we're now learning that Sharad Pawar will also be chairing a meet, as well as several other Congress leaders. Take us through the latest developments that you're picking up.
Right. Right now, Samiksha, I am right outside Matoshri. Many hectic meetings, Samiksha, today. Now, this Thursday is going to be a political Thursday, a political Thursday, Samiksha. Different camps, making sure that they have important meetings with their MLAs. Right now, Samiksha, I am here at Matoshri. You can see that. That is Matoshri. That is Uddhav Thackeray's residence. And approximately in about an hour and a half, we will see one more important meeting happen here, Samiksha. That is at 11:30 a.m. when Uddhav Thackeray will be speaking to the important Shiv Sena leaders and really take a stock of the situation politically and to see what can be done next. Remember yesterday, what really happened was that there was a very emotional appeal. Once Uddhav Thackeray understood that the numbers are not on his side and they still are not on his side, he had come back. He had come back here to his residence, leaving his official CM residence here in Mumbai. He had come back and he was welcomed by hundreds of supporters, Samiksha. They were right here chanting. He had come back here, went to his residence. And he, in a very emotional appeal, said he will quit. He will quit. If that's what the MLAs want, he will quit. Now, of course, nothing official has happened, Samiksha, so far. But what we can expect today will be definitely nothing less than a political thriller, because just in 1.5 hours' time, more meetings are going to take place. And let me tell you one more thing, Samiksha. As our colleague Piyush is reporting from Guwahati, now some of the MLAs have actually gone there to the rebel camp and come back. One of those MLAs is Nitin Deshmukh. He was in Surat with Eknath Shinde. He has now reached Mumbai to meet Uddhav Thackeray. So he will in fact also be coming here very soon to meet Uddhav Thackeray, and we have to see how this develops further.
Yes.
Considered as a troubleshooter for Maharashtra politics. At a time when Maharashtra politics is seeing another massive twists and turns, how will Sharad Pawar react? For more updates in this, stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
This fire that has broken out in Noida factory, we are told, as you can see in the visuals, the fire that has broken out in this particular factory in Noida. We are told several fire tenders have also been rushed to the spot. More details are awaited as to the number of casualties, if any, and those injured in this particular fire incident that has happened in this factory in UP's Noida. So those are the visuals, in fact, coming in which you can see the blaze at this particular factory, the smoke that can be seen coming out of this particular factory where the fire broke out. The reason for the fire is not yet known, but we are told several fire tenders have been rushed to the spot to douse this fire. A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of multilateral forum will be very important to support the world, which is focusing on post-COVID recovery.
ब्रिक्स की स्थापना इस विश्वास से हुई थी कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज का यह समूह वैश्विक ग्रोथ के इंजन के रूप में उभर सकता है। आज जब पूरा विश्व पोस्ट कोविड रिकवरी पर फोकस कर रहा है, तब ब्रिक्स देशों की भूमिका एक बार फिर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी।
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज्यादा उत्साह है?
उत्साह तो सब बहुत है, बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर।
Welcome back. Tracking all the latest on Maharashtra political crisis. Latest update coming in that Dileep Walse Patil is at Sharad Pawar's residence, we are told. So important meetings there lined up and the tension only growing with each passing hour. We have Alisha reporting live. Alisha, if you could give us more details. Dileep Walse Patil is meeting Pawar right now. Give us more details.
Well, of course, we saw that Home Minister Dileep Walse Patil, who just left here and reached Silver Oak Sharad Pawar to meet Sharad Pawar. That will be an important meeting of Sharad Pawar with the NCP, MLAs and the other senior leaders at YB Chawan at 11 am. But before that, we are witnessing the meeting that is going to be held between Sharad Pawar and Dileep Walse Patil. Because yesterday we saw that there was some of the displeasure that was shown by Sharad Pawar asking Home Minister Dileep Walse Patil like how he has no idea about, he don't have the intelligence of MLA being leaving from Mumbai in the night. So this is something has been questioned by Sharad Pawar to the Home Minister, and right after that we are witnessing that already Dileep Walse Patil, who has reached Silver Oak to meet Sharad Pawar. But yes, there is a series of meetings that has been scheduled today. If we talk about the meeting that is at 10 am in some minute from now, where Eknath Shinde is going to hold a meeting with all those MLAs in Guwahati, where are more and more MLAs who have been reaching Guwahati in support of Eknath Shinde. But the important information that we have already given to our viewers that not only the MLAs, but there are even Member of Parliament who are supporting Eknath Shinde. There are around 17 MPs who are supporting Eknath Shinde, and they are in contact with Eknath Shinde as well. Because what we know from our sources that Thane MP Rajan Vichare and Kalyan MP Shrikant Shinde, who is already present in Guwahati in the same hotel where Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs have been stationed. But also there are several other MPs who are in contact. They already had a telephonic conversation with Eknath Shinde expressing their support. So this is a very massive support that Eknath Shinde has been getting, and major jolt can be for Uddhav Thackeray as well.
Alisha, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. We'll keep coming back to you. We have some breaking updates coming in right now. This one with regard to the ED summons to Abhishek Banerjee's wife, Rujira Banerjee. So that is the latest coming in. The summons that have been sent to Rujira Banerjee, who is the wife of Abhishek Banerjee, the TMC leader. She has been asked to appear before the ED Calcutta office. We have our senior editor Shravan also joining us to give us more details on that. Shravan, over to you.
Well, in fact, for the first time, Abhishek Banerjee's wife, Rujira Banerjee, has now been asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate's Kolkata office. Remember, she has been under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation as far as her role in the alleged coal smuggling case is concerned. Now, remember, in the past, multiple summons have already been sent to the parliamentarian's wife, but she hasn't responded to any of the summons as yet. In the past, she has essentially raised the concern that since she is based in Calcutta, she should be allowed to be questioned before the Calcutta Enforcement Directorate's office. All this while, the summons that were basically sent to the parliamentarian's wife was asking her to appear before the Enforcement Directorate's Delhi office. This is primarily because this is a case that is now being investigated by the intelligence wing of the Enforcement Directorate, which is based out of New Delhi. In fact, this was a matter which had also gone to the court after following multiple summons that were sent to the parliamentarian's wife. Finally, the court had to intervene, and directions were basically given to the Enforcement Directorate as to why the questioning cannot take place in Calcutta when they do have an office in the first place. And secondly, directions were also provided, but security will be provided to all the Enforcement Directorate officials.
Yes, Shravan, I'll have to interrupt you there. We'll come back to you after a very short break. Thanks for giving us all those details.
The epicenter of Maharashtra politics has now shifted to Guwahati, as more than 46 MLAs are staying at Radisson Blu Hotel in the city of Assam. After this very short break, we'll get more and more details, as Eknath Shinde is also to hold a crucial meet with all these MLAs at 10 am. Stay tuned.
And here's news in brief from across the world. The current global conditions are posing challenges for the stability of the worldwide supply chains as well as in the realms of the energy and food. And in light of this, Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro said that his country's response to this is not to be closed to the rest of the world. And he also made remarks at the start of the BRICS Virtual Business Forum. Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister, who is overseeing countries' push to join European Union, said that Zelensky government is at the stage of preparing to fulfill the EU accession conditions published by the European Commission. The Croatian Prime Minister told members of the European Parliament that Ukraine is highly likely to be granted candidate status of the European Union during a summit in Brussels. Now, this view comes as the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister said that she is certain that all 27 EU nations will approve of making Ukraine a candidate. Ukraine's president hopes that Ukraine will get a positive decision on its European Union candidacy, and the Ukrainian government had applied for EU membership days after Russia invaded the country in February. Russia's foreign minister met with the Iranian president in Tehran. The minister was on a two-day visit to the country and was expected to meet his counterpart Hossein Amir-Abdollahian. News from across the world in brief. A drone strike caused a fire at a refinery in southwestern Russia near the border with Ukraine, but no one was hurt and the blaze was contained quickly. The refinery said in a statement that the fire was caused by a strike carried out by two drones, describing it as a terrorist attack. People laid flowers and lit candles in various Russian cities to mark the day of memory and sorrow, the 81st anniversary of Nazi Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union during World War II. People were also seen lighting candles in Crimea and
Rising by the hour, rebels isolate Uddhav Thackeray completely. It's Rebel 48 versus the Loyal 12. Mega political rebellion hits Uddhav Thackeray's government. Uddhav vacates the residence. Will he quit next? The MVA swings into huddles. Big meetings are lined up, but the numbers are only declining by the hour. Sources say 17 MPs are in touch with the rebel kingmaker Shinde. The Maharashtra political rebellion seems far from over. Big tussle over the AIADMK's future leadership. Court refuses to restrain the big AIADMK meeting. Good morning and welcome. This is live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Well, it's a mega Republic exclusive that we are getting for you. As rebel numbers seem to be piling, Republic has learned that MLA Ashish Jaiswal, representing the Ramtek constituency, Savantwadi's MLA Deepak Kesarkar and more than 4 to 5 Sena MLAs are reaching Guwahati. For more on this, let's go across to Shivangi. Shivangi, share with us more details in terms of the number of MLAs who seem to have left for Guwahati and should be reaching Guwahati any time now.
Right, we're getting back-to-back updates, Nupur, on Guwahati as well. Right now, Nupur, I'm outside Matoshri, and as the numbers swell there in Guwahati, it seems as if Uddhav Thackeray has a master plan ready, because at 11:30 a.m. in fact, he will be having a meeting. Soon with top leaders. Nupur, when it comes to Guwahati and the numbers swelling there, right now it seems as if the numbers are still on the side of Eknath, Shinde, from what we are gathering here on Republic TV. And this is a big concern right now, even with Uddhav Thackeray saying that he's going to quit. So as the numbers swell, and we'll be tracking the story very closely here on Republic TV, but as of now, from the Shiv Sena side, we can expect a fast and hectic development with some of the top leaders coming here very soon in 1 hour. Yesterday, remember that Uddhav Thackeray had said that he will put in his papers, he's going to quit. And in an emotional moment, you can say that there were these dramatic visuals we saw yesterday, Nupur, of big bags, luggage bags being carried out of the official CM residence and being brought here. There was a big cavalcade which came yesterday, Nupur, of the Uddhav and his family, and with a huge cavalcade had come in Matoshi, hundreds of supporters there chanting his name, but still we are seeing that the numbers continue to fall. More MLAs there being reported to be seen there in Guwahati. Of course, Piyush is there, who will get us more updates on that, Nupur. But as of now, hectic developments. For now, the priority of Uddhav Thackeray is to make sure that what can he do politically to the next steps that he will take.
Just
now,
stay with us, Shivangi. I think I'm going to go across to Piyush Mishra, who's back with us from Guwahati. Piyush, we're given to understand that the passenger manifest that we have now accessed seems to suggest that there are about 4 MLAs who are now heading to Guwahati. Can you confirm that for us?
Well, absolutely. More MLAs are heading to Guwahati, and a few minutes from now we can also get the confirmation of the names of these MLAs. But late last night we saw 3 small Shiv Sena MLAs reaching here. I'm also going to read out the name of these MLAs who had late last night had reached here. Remember that in total now there is in total there are more than 46 MLAs who have reached here so far. Along with Shiv Sena MLAs, there are MPs like Bhavna Gavil, and also there is Eknath Shinde is chairing that entire meet. C. Chandrakant Patil, who is also independent MLA, he's also there, who reached here late last night. So we can expect more MLAs to reach here. They are being flown from Surat. This is what we are given to understand. So the numbers are piling as we are speaking. More than 46 MLAs, according to the reports which we are getting, are already present inside the Radisson Blue Hotel, and the meeting has now officially begun. We can break right now is that the official meet, which was to be chaired by Eknath Shinde, has begun at Radisson Hotel, where more than 46 MLAs are present. There are good number of independent MLAs also, which is certainly suggesting us as to how minute by minute, day by day, Eknath Shinde is getting a lot of support from all these MLAs. But it is important to highlight that he still needs to cross the magic figure of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs. So far, if we talk about the official number with Eknath Shinde, he has got the support of 29 Shiv Sena MLAs. He still needs to do a lot, but more MLAs are coming. So we'll have to wait and watch how the things are going to pan out, what is going to change, because in politics everything depends on the numbers. And at one side, Uddhav Thackeray losing numbers. On the other side, hour by hour, we are seeing how Eknath Shinde is gaining numbers. So more MLAs are expected to reach here. The meeting has begun.
But Piyush, a lot will depend, Piyush, also on whether Eknath Shinde is able to keep the numbers intact on his side. I'm going to go back to Piyush Ori, who's reporting from Sharad Pawar's residence now. Piyush, Sharad Pawar has obviously played an extremely important role in this, though he says that I'm not going to interfere in the internal matters of the Shiv Sena. They need to sort it out themselves, but we are continuing to support them. Now, in that context, in the context of the support for the MVA government, what are his next steps likely to be?
So, Nupur, as we all know that, NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar has been considered as the troubleshooter for Maharashtra politics. Often, whenever Maharashtra politics has seen any massive twists and turns, it is ultimately Sharad Pawar that has come to this rescue. And so today, again, there are many leaders in Maharashtra politics, especially Maha Vikas Aghadi leaders, are looking to Sharad Pawar, for making them come out of this mess, making them come out of this situation, and making sure that, the Maha Vikas Aghadi government survives. Now, all this may be the internal squabble of Shiv Sena. There may be a factor of Shiv Sena imploding, but many leaders in Maha Vikas Aghadi do not actually care about it. For them, it is actually to be in government. Now, as I speak this, I want to just tell you that Dilip Walse Patil, the Maharashtra Home Minister, has just gone and has just gone into Sharad Pawar's official residence, and he's meeting him. And there are also some other important leaders also that have come there and meeting Sharad Pawar. So one thing is very certain: even though the rebel MLAs as of now have the edge, nothing is certain. This is not a done deal. Everything can change, by a day, by hours. So everything is, still fluid, and all the leaders also know this. So definitely, because of all these things, there are a lot of meetings that are taking place, a lot of strategies that are taking place to make sure that, something comes out of there and it falls into place.
Yes, as Piyush is reporting right now, Dilip Valse Patil at Sharad Pawar's residence even as we speak. I'm going to come back to Shivangi on this one. Shivangi, obviously there are a lot of meetings lined up, but on the other side, we are also hearing that MPs are now drifting away from Uddhav Thackeray towards the Shinde, towards Eknath Shinde. So give us more details on that aspect, even though, you know, technically that doesn't change the numbers.
Right, we're getting this news right now that couple of 4 to 5 Sena MLAs are reaching Guwahati. Now this is the breaking news at this point of time that even more Sena MLAs are reaching Guwahati, and I would say approximately, of course, 34 MLAs had signed that resolution yesterday. There was an entire list which had come out. There was a signature including with the constituency, and that letter was actually quite damning also towards the Uddhav Thackeray government. It spoke about corruption, it spoke about how work is not being done correctly, also about the Hindutva ideologies. There were a couple of pointers in that letter, Nupur. Now we are getting news that more MLAs, 4 to 5 Sena MLAs are now reaching Guwahati. That means that the numbers will definitely be climbing up now.
Absolutely. Stay with us. I'm going to go back to Piyush Mishra. Now, Piyush, what we also understand at this moment is that there's significant activity in Guwahati. Give us more details, please.
Hitesh is showing you the pictures of MLAs who are right now entering inside the Radisson Blue Hotel. Remember that today in the morning, more than 3 MLAs had come, and now as we are speaking, more MLAs could be seen entering inside the Radisson Blue Hotel. More than 46 MLAs are already holding inside the hotel. More MLAs, big breaking development. More MLAs are now reaching to Guwahati. We still have to confirm how many have reached. So minute by minute we are seeing the addition of these MLAs. They are being flown either from Surat or from Mumbai. Today in the morning 3 more MLAs had come, and these were from Shiv Sena. So in total Eknath Shinde has got the support of 29 plus 6, 35 MLAs. Yes, that's the magic number. That's the number which we can tell to our viewers is that Eknath Shinde has officially got the support of 35 Shiv Sena MLAs. He just needs 2 more MLAs, 2 more Shiv Sena MLAs, and then he will be able to claim the ownership of the party, because he will have a 2/3 majority in his hand. So far Eknath Shinde has got the official support of 35 Shiv Sena MLAs and few independent candidates. Around 7 to 8 independent MLAs are present inside the Radisson Blue Hotel, and as we are speaking, more MLAs have just entered. We are still waiting for the confirmation, the names of these MLAs. Now one more vehicle can be seen coming out. We can see a few more developments taking place, and massive security has been beefed up right outside the Radisson Blue Hotel. So minute by minute development continues to take place. Today is the second big day when there is a meeting underway at Radisson Blue Hotel. Eknath Shinde, he is leading that entire camp. Remember that Uddhav Thackeray, looking at all the developments yesterday, also addressed to all the Shiv Sena workers, where he said that if even one MLA goes to him and tells him to put down his papers, then he would resign. After that, we also saw how he left Varsha and went to Matoshri with all his family members and luggage. But today, dramatic turn of events taking place as more MLAs of Shiv Sena, even after the emotional appeal being made by Uddhav Thackeray, the Shiv Sena MLAs are not stopping to reach here. More and more Shiv Sena MLAs continues to reach here. We are now seeing how Eknath Shinde continues to get a lot of support. There are around 55 Shiv Sena MLAs, and out of that, around 34 to 35 MLAs. Yes, official figure is 35 MLAs, because we saw 3 late last night, which adds to 32, and then 3 more have come here, which adds to 35. 35 Shiv Sena MLAs are officially present here at Radisson Blue Hotel, and as we are speaking, the meeting is underway. Nupur, let us also tell to our viewers is that just a couple of minutes back, we saw more MLAs entering inside the Radisson Blue Hotel. We do not know if they were independent MLAs or from Shiv Sena, and if even there are two Shiv Sena MLAs, then Eknath Shinde is going to claim the ownership of Shiv Sena, and then he will be taking the political decisions in the
Piyush, I think Alisha has the names of those who have now left for Guwahati. Alisha, over to you. Tell us the names of the MLAs who we understand were on that passenger manifest and left for Guwahati.
Well, yes, we have accessed the list of MLAs that left with Uddhav Thackeray, and it has been said that only 16 Shiv Sena MLAs has left with Uddhav Thackeray. What has been said that Aditya Thackeray, Chiman Patil, Rahul Patil, Santosh Bangar, Vaibhav Nayak, Sunil Raut, Ravindra Vaikar, Sunil Prabhu, Dilip Lande, I beg my pardon, Prakash Patnekar, Sanjay Potlis, Anjay Chaudhary, Kailash Patil, Bhaskar Jadhav, Rajan Salve and Uday.
Gather yourself, Alisha, for a bit. Gather yourself. We're going to go back to Piyush Mishra. Piyush Mishra, we are learning that the Dadar MLA, the Ramtek MLA, the Savantwadi MLA and the Kurla Vidhan Sabha constituency MLA, all of them are there in Guwahati. Now, these are the names that we have accessed. Can you tell us more?
Well, yes, Nupur, continuously we are seeing how the MLAs continue to reach here. They are entering inside the Radisson Blue Hotel. Out of these, for 46 MLAs, now we are given to understand is that Eknath Shinde has officially got the support of 35 Shiv Sena MLAs, and if more MLAs are coming, like you yourself are also putting out these names, then it is going to be a big edge to Eknath Shinde, because he is now from here take political decisions of Shiv Sena. He can also come forward and also go and write to governor about the new Shiv Sena, the Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena, because this is what he has been mentioning since beginning, that he wants to make a Shiv Sena which has the imprint of Balasaheb Thackeray, not the corrupt Mahavikas Aghadi government, and that is why Eknath Shinde needs a lot of support. He needs the support of more than 37 MLAs, and that from Shiv Sena. So if these 4 more MLAs have come from Shiv Sena, then it adds to the tally of 35 plus 4 to 39, which is certainly telling us that Eknath Shinde is all set to cross the magical number, and then he is going to become the leader of Shiv Sena. Remember that yesterday there was a dramatic turn of events also took place when Uddhav Thackeray, after addressing to all the workers of Shiv Sena, had also left Varsha for Matushri, and then after reaching there, what we are now given to understand is that he is going to hold important meet today. So MLAs continue to gather here at Radisson Blue Hotel. Now we are seeing these vehicles which had gone inside to drop these MLAs coming out. These are the vehicles, these are the convoy, part of convoy which had entered inside the Radisson Blue Hotel. It is now coming out. We can expect more and more MLAs to reach here as minute passes. Nupur.
All right, let's get an update from Alisha. Alisha, the loyal 16 as we are being told, but out of 55, if just about 16 are loyal to the Thackerays right now, that leaves a number of 39 who, are on the other side, or some of them perhaps, still making up their mind. So give us more details about the loyal 16 at the moment.
Well, Nupur, it's very interesting to know that there are 16 MLAs who are in touch with Uddhav Thackeray, and they've already left. This is the only 16 MLAs left with Uddhav Thackeray. But what we are getting to know from our sources that there are also some MLAs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde. So there is a possibility of out of this MLAs who are again going to go with Eknath Shinde, because we even saw that the meeting that held in St. Regis, because all MLAs were stationed in St. Regis, and at that point of time where Deepak Kesarkar, who was in the St. Regis, but he left from the hotel citing that he is not feeling well. He was also countered with the other Shiv Sena MLA stating that you are leaving for Eknath Shinde, something like that, but he said he is not feeling well, and that is the reason he is going back home. But today he is reaching Guwahati. So this is people have been thinking about. So there are only 16 MLAs that has been told that are left with Uddhav Thackeray, but also there are some of the MLAs in the list of the 16 are in touch with Eknath Shinde, and importantly now we're talking about the Eknath Shinde, and what the information that we are getting from Eknath Shinde camp, that there are 39 Shiv Sena MLAs are in touch with Eknath Shinde. They are in support with Eknath Shinde. This means Eknath Shinde has already touched the magical numbers to form a government with the BJP if they want, because the ideology, the proposal what Eknath Shinde has been carrying out is clearly saying it's not about the power, it's not about the post, but it's about the ideology, the Hindutva ideology which he want to carry and continue, and that was the only condition that Eknath Shinde held before the Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena, and that is the only reason where other even MLAs is been making the same. And we know that out of 55 Shiv Sena MLAs, where 39 Shiv Sena MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. Also, there are 3 independent MLAs and 2 MLAs from Prahar Janshakti. These are the 2 MLAs who are with Prahar Shakti. They are already in Radisson Blue Hotel, where now the meeting has been underway. There are more. They are getting in touch with more and more MLAs, because it's not only about the MLAs, but also there are Shiv Sena MPs, like around 17 MPs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde and express their support to Eknath Shinde.
Absolutely, stay with us.
I beg my pardon, to Eknath Shinde.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Alicia. Let's get in a word from Shivangi now. She's outside Matoshri. Shivangi, even though, you know, Uddhav Thackeray has shifted out of the official residence of Varsha, he's at Matoshri, but he's still the chief minister, and what we are given to understand is that he's still trying to make sure that he can pull out some of those MLAs. We are hearing that 17 MPs have also gone to the other camp, but MPs in this situation don't really make much of a difference apart from affecting the sentiment of the ground worker.
Right. So we're getting some breaking news. Some from the loyal camp are in touch with Shinde right now, and that is what's breaking the Nupur right now. Big news is coming in that in fact this is the big news coming in right now, Nupur. If you can hear me, Nupur.
Yes, please continue.
Some from the loyal camp are in touch with Shinde. Some from the loyal camp are in touch with Shinde. Nupur, this is big news now. Remember that Nitin Deshmukh, who was part of the Shinde camp, has come back and he will be meeting Uddhav Thackeray. So when it comes to that, it seems as if the numbers are dwindling. They're dwindling by the minute. Nupur, and soon we will see a meeting also happen right now. Of course, at this point, the priority, I would say, of Uddhav Thackeray would be to make sure the loyalists stay with him. But with the news that we are breaking right now, that some from the loyal camp are being in touch with Shinde, that is a very worrying concern at this point of time. Yesterday, Shiv Sena had kept, Uddhav Thackeray had kept his loyalists there inside St. Regis, where when they spoke to Republic, they said that we are with Uddhav. With the kind of numbers that the rebel camp is getting right now and being added to, it seems to be very concerning at this point of time. Yesterday, he had said that he will quit. Of course, nothing has come officially from him. He just packed his bags and he has come
Stay
here.
with us. I'm going to go back to Alicia right now. Alicia, we are picking up some... Okay, we are now picking up some news that seems to suggest that Uddhav Thackeray has called off that critical meeting that was supposed to be held at Matoshri. Let me go across to Piyush now. Piyush, the numbers seem to be dwindling as you were reporting from Guwahati. We are now learning that Uddhav Thackeray has called off that meeting that was supposed to take place at Matoshri.
Well, yes, absolutely. And now we are getting the official numbers. Let's tell to our viewers, Eknath Shinde has got the support of 40 Shiv Sena MLAs. 40 Shiv Sena MLAs. That's the official number which we are now learning right now, that Eknath Shinde has got the support of 40 Shiv Sena MLAs, which means that out of these 59 MLAs, if we deduct 40, which means 15 are left. And like Alicia was pointing out, that in that particular meeting, 16 loyalists were on their way to meet Uddhav Thackeray. And if out of these 16, one more has dwindled to the Eknath Shinde camp, which is certainly telling us that it's another setback, that out of these 16 loyalists, one more has come to Shinde's camp, because 40 plus 15 goes to 55. We'll have to wait and watch how the arithmetic is going to change. But Uddhav Thackeray is all set to hold a crucial meet at his residence at 11. As we are speaking, Eknath Shinde is holding meeting at Radisson Blue Hotel, and he is present inside this very hotel. Though he was claiming that he has got support of 46 MLAs, but so far only 43 is the official number, which we are now given to understand is there with us. 40 Shiv Sena MLAs plus 3 independent MLAs. He needs to get more and more support, but it's important to point out that a few more MLAs have just entered inside the Radisson Blue Hotel. They have gone inside the hotel, and as we are speaking, they are also the part of this meet which is right now underway inside the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati. So minute by minute, a fast-paced developments taking place. Not only MLAs, but there are good number of MPs also who have come out in open support of Eknath Shinde. In fact, Rajan Vichare is already here in Guwahati. We are yet to confirm and get his official reaction about his meet with Eknath Shinde. There are around 10 to 12 MPs Nupur who want to extend their complete support to Eknath Shinde. So we can expect things to become crystal clear. If it is the Eknath Shinde who is now the real owner of Shiv Sena or not, that will become absolutely clear by the evening, as more and more MLAs are also to fly to Guwahati and reach at Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati.
Absolutely. Shivangi is at Matoshri now. Shivangi, sources are telling Republic TV that meeting that was called by Uddhav Thackeray has now been cancelled because the numbers game just doesn't seem in their favour. So tell us more about that, Shivangi, very quickly.
Right, as of now, we have not got any official confirmation, Nupur, on that. We will just, wait and see what really happens. As of now, you can see that there's high anticipation and security on that. On the meeting being cancelled, as of now, no official, nothing has come so far from ground from here. But soon we will get a clarity on that. For now, we have got a list of around 16 MLAs, in fact, who are right now with are with Uddhav Thackeray. Let me go through the names right now. Aditya Thackeray, Chimma Rao Patil, Rahul Patil, Santosh Bangar, Vaibhav Nayak, Sunil Raut. These are just a couple of the names that we have still with Uddhav Thackeray, the loyalists so far. As for the meeting right now, we will be confirming that from ground right now shortly, Nupur.
All right, Alisha, the BJP so far not coming out and saying what they're going to be doing. You're outside Fadnavis's residence in Mumbai. Tell us of the activity that you see around there.
Well, as of now, there is no meeting that is going on in Fadnavis resident. Of course, we saw yesterday there were many senior BJP leaders who were present, and we know that BJP is at a wait and watch mode because they have been looking what are the development that has been ongoing, and that is directly came from the Devendra Fadnavis as well, and that has also been said to the other BJP senior leader. Let's wait what exactly the action will be taken by the by Eknath Shinde and the levels. But what we know is that there are around 39 MLA, Shiv Sena MLA with Eknath Shinde, and Uddhav Thackeray is left with only 16 MLAs. We have also been told that there are some of the MLAs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde as well, and most importantly, not only the MLAs but also there are MP who is in support of Eknath Shinde. We'll be giving you minute-to-minute update on this big story. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Uddhav Thackeray said in his Facebook Live that he is ready to resign, and I think he said it about 20 times. He kept saying, I'm ready to resign, I'm ready to resign, I want to resign. It's just that my rebel MLAs must tell me to resign. And then half an hour back, his main man Sanjay Raut came out and he said, no, he's not going to resign. Now who do we listen to? 4 more MLAs in the meantime joined the rebel group. And estimates now are that 38 of the 55 Shiv Sena MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. That's just over 2/3, well over the halfway mark, and crossing the number required to not come under the anti-defection law. Meanwhile, Pawar and the Vadra Congress are trying to lure the rebel Sena leaders by offering Eknath Shinde the chief ministership. But I think that's unlikely to really work. And I think even Sharad Pawar knows it, because Shinde's one-point agenda is a return to the Hindutva agenda of Balasaheb Thackeray, which means that he will not accept any tie-up with the Vadra Congress and the NCP. So then, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to talk to you tonight about what the possibilities here are. 3 possibilities, let's talk about it. Possibility 1, that Eknath Shinde gets 38 to 40 MLAs and joins hands with the BJP, and in any such coalition government he gets a
Top stories at 10:30 a.m. Rising by the hour, rebels isolate Uddhav Thackeray completely. It's rebel 48 versus loyal 12 now. Mega political rebellion hits Uddhav government. Uddhav vacates the residence. Will he quit next? MBA swings into a huddle mode. Big meetings lined up, but the numbers are only declining by the hour. Sources say 17 MPs in touch with rebel kingmaker Shinde. The Maharashtra political rebellion seems far from over. With hardly any loyalists left in camp, Uddhav calls for a key meet at Matoshri. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. We are live and breaking. I'm Priyanka Sharma, and I'll be taking you through the latest developments that are happening with respect to the Maharashtra political crisis. Now it's a mega Republic exclusive, as rebels are only piling more numbers on by the hour, and Republic has learned that the MLA Ashish Jaiswal, representing the Ramtek constituency, and Deepak Karsarkar and more 4 to 5 Sena MLAs are also reaching Guwahati. Remember, viewers, we had also seen several late-night developments that had taken place, where at least 6 MLAs were being mobilized from Maharashtra to Surat, and then from Surat to Guwahati, where 2 chartered flights had also been booked from the Surat airport. And we were learning early morning at least 7 of the MLAs had reached at Guwahati, because apart from the 6 that had left last night, we had also been learning that wee hours of early morning we had seen that 3 other MLAs as well had left from Maharashtra for Surat to go to Guwahati as well. And now with that, we are seeing the number of MLAs that are just mounting for the rebel MLAs of Shiv Sena, in fact mounting for Eknath Shinde's support. And let's listen into those visuals, exclusive visuals that we are getting for you from Guwahati. And those were the visuals, viewers, and we have our largest teams of correspondents on the ground getting you minute-to-minute update. Let me go across to Piyush Mishra, who's been reporting live from Guwahati, right outside that hotel where all of these MLAs have been holed up. Piyush, what can you tell us about these visuals that we're getting? Because in the backdrop of the political developments happening here in Maharashtra, we are also seeing that more and more MLAs are reaching where you are right now. So what's really happening inside? Speak to us over these visuals.
Well, Priyanka, right now as we are speaking, more and more MLAs have entered inside the register.
11 वाजता बैठक घेणार आहेत का मुख्यमंत्री साहेब? 11:30 वाजता आज बैठक घेणार आहेत का मुख्यमंत्री साहेब?
मुख्यमंत्री आज कोणतीही बैठक घेणार नाही. वर्षावर आमदार जातील, काही तांत्रिक गोष्टी पूर्ण करायच्या आहेत. त्यानंतर आमचे 2 आमदार जे आहेत, कैलास पाटील आणि नितीन देशमुख, हे पत्रकार परिषद घेतील. त्याच्यावर
is not going to hold any meeting at Matoshri or Varsha.
साधारण 12 नंतर आहे, वेळ आपल्याला कळवली जाईल. शिवालयात असेल किंवा वर्षावर असेल.
मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या आवाहनानंतर ही आमदारांचं जाणं सुरू.
कोण म्हटलं आपल्याला?
Well, there could be a meeting of the Shiv Sena, but we have to wait. It can be after 12 p.m. It can be whether in Sahyadri or whether it in Varsha. We have to wait when the meeting will be.
सर आप कह रहे हैं कि आज भी हमारी पार्टी मजबूत है, पार्टी जमीन पर है, हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ता आज भी हमारे साथ पार्टी के साथ जुड़े हैं। कुछ एमएलए हमसे छोड़कर हमको छोड़कर जाना यानी पार्टी टूट गया ऐसा नहीं होता। पार्टी अलग है और विधायकों की बात अलग है, पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी की बात अलग है। किस हालात में, किस दबाव में, किस प्रेशर में ये लोग हमें छोड़कर चले गए हैं उसका खुलासा जल्द ही हो जाएगा। उद्धव जी ने कल जरूर आह्वान किया है कि आप आइए और बात करिए। मैं उसको बंडखोर नहीं मानता हूँ जी साहब का, ये बेईमानी है।
जिनको कहा है की वापस आके बात करिए,
शिंदे दावा करण्याची शक्यता आहे ते करू देते। मी माझ्या पार्टीविषयी बोलतोय। आमची पार्टी तुम्ही काल रस्त्यावर पाहिली असेल, वर्षावरून मातुश्रीवर जाताना उद्धव ठाकरे जागोजाग रस्त्यावर जे वातावरण होतं, जी जनता रस्त्यावर उतरली ती शिवसेना।
उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने कल कहा है कि आके हमसे बात करिए।
Yesterday we saw when Uddhav Thackeray he left from Matoshri from Varsha to Matoshri. We saw that there were a huge number of people, the Shiv Sainik who support Uddhav Thackeray.
मैं आपको बताता हूँ, और जब मुंबई में आ जाएंगे तो पूरा खुलासा हो जाएगा। आपने मेरे चेहरे पर देखा है, कोई तनाव है, कोई शिकंज है, कुछ नहीं है। इस प्रकार की जो संकट है, प्रसंग है, तूफान है, उनसे सामना करने का पूरा अनुभव हमको है। हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के साथ सालों साल से काम किया है, उद्धव जी के साथ काम किया है। सिर्फ हम बाला साहब के भक्त बोलने से नहीं होता है। जो भक्त बाला साहब का किसी प्रेशर में पार्टी छोड़ता है, ईडी के दबाव में पार्टी छोड़ता है, वो बाला साहब का भक्त नहीं हो सकता। हम हैं, हमारे ऊपर भी पूरे दबाव है। हमारा एक मंत्री 4 दिन से लगातार ईडी के ऑफिस में जाकर बैठ रहा है, उसने पार्टी नहीं छोड़ी। मैं और मेरे परिवार के ऊपर पूरा दबाव है ईडी का। हम आज भी ठाकरे परिवार और पार्टी के साथ रहेंगे और आखिरी सांस तक रहेंगे।
क्या आपको लगता है कि इस दबाव की वजह से फ्लोर टेस्ट पे कुछ असर पड़ेगा?
देखिए, जब फ्लोर टेस्ट होगी तो सबकी टेस्ट हो जाएगी। एनसीपी के कुछ कौन पॉजिटिव है, कौन नेगेटिव है, सबको पता चलेगा।
सर, एकनाथ शिंदे ने कल ये कहा कि एनसीपी और कांग्रेस जो है वो शिवसेना।
आप उनका पुराना भाषण सुन लीजिए, बीजेपी के बारे में हमारे इस साथी ने क्या कहा था। उनका कहना था कि बीजेपी की साथ छोड़ दीजिए, तो हमारे लोगों को बहुत अत्याचार कर रही है, छोड़ दीजिए।
राउचप एनसीपी के नेता चार।
And there you had Sanjay Rawat also speaking to the media and clarifying that there is absolutely no meeting that has been scheduled with Uddhav Thackeray as well as of now. Apart from that, he has also stated that what really was the pressure under which all of these MLAs have gone to Guwahati. They have been smuggled out of Maharashtra, taken to Guwahati via Gujarat. Now, these are some of the statements that were made by Sanjay Rawat. Apart from that, he also stated you all saw Uddhav Thackeray yesterday in the night and there was no tension on his face. This is something that he had said. Now, let's once again listen into what Sanjay Rawat had to say about this impending Maharashtra political crisis. And there you have it, viewers, the exclusive visuals that we're putting out from Guwahati, where all of the MLAs have reached, and one after the other since late last night we have been seeing that 7 more MLAs in fact have also reached at the Guwahati
Guwahati hotel, in fact, where all of the MLAs have been kept with Eknath Shinde. The rebel MLAs of Shiv Sena who have been showing support for Eknath Shinde, and also that has led to pressure mounting for Uddhav Thackeray, as he has yesterday as well seen exiting Matoshri along with several bags that had been packed. And apart from that, Sanjay Rawat, we just listened in. Sanjay Rawat also stating that there is absolutely no tension as whatsoever. And we also have several other visuals that we are getting from Guwahati, where all the MLAs in fact are present there, and more MLAs are being mobilized from Maharashtra via Surat to Guwahati. Once again, we had been learning that at least 7 MLAs had reached early in the morning, and apart from that, more 2 had also been moved from Maharashtra to Surat, where 6 rooms in fact have also been booked at the Le Méridien Hotel, where all of the MLAs had been kept along with Eknath Shinde before they had been moved to Guwahati. And apart from that, there are also sources suggesting that the mobilization will keep happening from the Surat airport. The Gujarat BJP team and the Maharashtra BJP team also coordinating is something that we had been learning.
मला अडकून टाकलं मला माझा तर समजेल अशी झालं बाबा काय किती इकडे शेट ही माझी मुलगी मागे आहे तो
इथे लाईट येते उजेड येते नाही इथे चालेल कट करून
Back-to-back developments that we are tracking for you as far as the Maharashtra political crisis is concerned. MLAs are pouring into Guwahati. More and more MLAs, in fact, are en route is what we are picking up from our sources. Now, in that backdrop, we see the statements that are coming in from Sanjay Rawat, who clearly stating that there is nothing to be tensed about. In fact, he also stated in that media bite we just heard, he said that you all saw the face of Uddhav Thackeray yesterday in the night, and that there was no tension on his face. That really also tells us that there is nothing wrong, and that the MLAs, in fact, there was an emotional appeal that had also been made by Uddhav Thackeray yesterday in his live that he had done on a social media platform, where he had stated that there is a resignation of his that is ready, but all the MLAs that are holed up in Guwahati will have to come to Maharashtra to come get it. Now, these are some of the emotional appeals that had been made by Uddhav Thackeray yesterday in the social media platform live that he had done yesterday. And apart from that, Sanjay Rawat today reiterating and stating that there is nothing wrong, and they are in fact waiting and coordinating with the MLAs as well. As we are tracking those statements that have been made by the political leaders of Maharashtra, we are also tracking the movement of the MLAs that is being done from Maharashtra to Surat. From the Surat airport, they are going to be flown to Guwahati as well. That really just tells us the kind of number of MLAs, in fact, growing that are with the rebel camp, that are the rebel camp of Eknath Shinde, who have been present there with him from the Surat hotel at Le Méridien itself day before yesterday, and to Guwahati since yesterday as well. And we have been seeing those visuals, viewers. The exclusive visuals that we are putting out for you are from inside that hotel in Guwahati, where all of the MLAs along with Eknath Shinde can be seen in that frame, also welcoming several of the other MLAs that are already coming to Guwahati already, that had been moved from Maharashtra to Surat as well. And more MLAs, as we are learning, are already en route to Guwahati, resort where all of these MLAs are also present there. And that's what's happening, viewers, with respect to the Maharashtra political crisis that is unraveling, and more statements that are coming to light from the political leaders, the likes of Sanjay Raut, stating that there is absolutely nothing wrong, and that he also dares the media and says that you saw the face of Uddhav Thackeray yesterday. There was no tension on his face, and this is really reflects what is happening in Shiv Sena right now. However, there were emotional appeals that had been made by Uddhav Thackeray yesterday. He had said, my resignation is ready. The MLAs from Guwahati can come to Maharashtra and collect it. Let's listen into several voices that are coming to light from this impending Maharashtra political crisis that is unraveling.
मोदी जी की सरकार का विकास और प्रदेश में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का विश्वास, जो कानून के प्रति विश्वास है लोगों का, वो यहाँ पर मुख्य मुद्दा है। तो विकास एक तरफ और कानून के प्रति विश्वास दूसरी तरफ। और जब विश्वास की हम बात करते हैं तो समाज के सभी वर्गों में सुरक्षा का माहौल है, समृद्धि का माहौल है और समावेशी विकास का माहौल है। और इस माहौल को लेकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूरी तैयारी की है। परीक्षा पूरी, जिसे कहते हैं ना, जो लोग एग्ज़ाम में बैठते हैं तो पूरी तैयारी करते हैं। अब एग्जामिनर तो जनता है।
छुट्टी का दिन नहीं है और गर्मी का दिन है, तो आप ऑफिस बाद में जाएं, पहले घरों से निकलकर वोट डालें। वोट डालना आपका राइट तो है, लेकिन आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी है। ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी है, और अपने इस अधिकार का इस्तेमाल करते हुए वोट डालें भारी से भारी तादाद में।
ਜਿਹਦਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਲਾਇਆ 14 'ਚ ਵੀ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੁਣ ਮਾਨਯੋਗ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਆ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ, ਵੱਡੀ ਲੀਡ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਜਿਤਾ ਕੇ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛਾ ਪਰਫਾਰਮ ਕੀਤਾ। ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ 19 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਪੂਰੇ ਹਿੰਦੁਸਤਾਨ 'ਚੋਂ ਇੱਕੋ ਸੀਟ ਆਈ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨੂੰ, ਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਸੰਗਰੂਰ ਬਰਨਾਲੇ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਮਾਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਤਾ ਕੇ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਤੇ ਮਾਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਐਜ਼ ए ਮੈਂਬਰ पार्लियामेंट बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया।
मैं समझता हूँ आज के दिन हर व्यक्ति को अपनी राय का इजहार करना चाहिए और पूरी मजबूती के साथ और पूरे भरोसे के साथ निकलना चाहिए, वोट डालना चाहिए। आतंक रहेगा पुलिस का, प्रशासन का, शासन का। पिछले कई चुनावों में बहुत नंगा नाच हुआ है। मेरे पार्लियामेंट चुनाव में तो अभूतपूर्व नंगा नाच हुआ है। इस बार वैसे हालात तो नहीं है, जो सच बात है।
We're reporting right here live from Matoshri. Viewers, right now we just heard that Sanjay Raut had said, he said that there will be no meeting today right now, and also he said that remember earlier Uddhav Thackeray has tested COVID positive. No meeting as of now like we expected, but the political thriller continues on Republic TV. Keep watching.
And here's news in brief from across the world. The current global conditions are posing challenges for the stability of the worldwide supply chains as well as in the realms of the energy and food. And in light of this, Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro said that his country's response to this is not to be closed to the rest of the world. And he also made remarks at the start of the BRICS Virtual Business Forum. Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister, who is overseeing countries' push to join European Union, said that Zelensky government is at the stage of preparing to fulfill the EU accession conditions published by the European Commission. The Croatian Prime Minister told members of the European Parliament that Ukraine is highly likely to be granted candidate status of the European Union during a summit in Brussels. Now, this view comes as the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister said that she's certain that all 27 EU nations will approve of making Ukraine a candidate. Ukraine's president hopes that Ukraine will get a positive decision on its European Union candidacy, and the Ukrainian government had applied for EU membership days after Russia invaded the country in February. Russia's foreign minister met with the Iranian president in Tehran. The minister was on a two-day visit to the country and was expected to meet his counterpart Hossein Amir-Abdollahian.
News from across the world in brief. A drone strike caused a fire at a refinery in southwestern Russia near the border with Ukraine, but no one was hurt and the blaze was contained quickly. The refinery said in a statement that the fire was caused by a strike carried out by 2 drones, describing it as a terrorist attack. People laid flowers and lit candles in various Russian cities to mark the day of memory and sorrow, the 81st anniversary of Nazi Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union during World War II. Now viewers, we're getting you some more breaking updates as far as the Maharashtra political crisis is concerned, and we were learning of how there was a meeting that was supposed to take place with Uddhav Thackeray, but Sanjay Raut there coming out and clarifying that there is no meeting that is as of now scheduled with the loyal MLAs, what's left of them there in Maharashtra along with Uddhav Thackeray. However, we are now looking at the developments when it comes to more and more MLAs of Maharashtra leaving from Mumbai towards Surat, and from the Surat airport making their way to Guwahati. And those are the visuals from Guwahati that we're putting out for you, where more and more MLAs in fact are pouring into that resort. And you can see Eknath Shinde along with the MLAs that had been there with him since day before yesterday in the Surat resort, and then to Guwahati as well. All of those MLAs along with Eknath Shinde welcoming the more and more MLAs that are coming to the Guwahati resort from Surat airport. There were at least 6 of them that had been moved from Maharashtra yesterday night. And let me go across to our correspondents on the ground who have been keeping us ahead on this story. And my colleague Shivangi is also joining us on the broadcast from Matoshri, I believe. Shivangi, what's really happening right now? We just heard Sanjay Raut come out and say that they are also in touch with several of the MLAs that have gone to Guwahati. And also now we are learning, but as he said that, we were getting information that more and more MLAs are making their way towards Guwahati. So which is it, and why exactly was this meeting cancelled then?
Right, Priyanka, there are fast and hectic developments happening here. We have been here since for the past couple of hours, reporting right outside Matoshri. While developments also happening there in Guwahati. Remember that earlier we said that many more MLAs, Piyush has been reporting from there, and he has confirmed to us that many more MLAs now have reached Guwahati, Priyanka. As of now, the meeting has been cancelled. One more thing to notice is that, Priyanka, that Uddhav Thackeray is also COVID positive. He's also COVID positive. But Sanjay Raut there telling us that, giving us a couple of information when he held that press conference. Our workers are also with us. That's what Sanjay Raut is saying that the loyalists are with them. But source-based information, Priyanka, source-based information told us that in fact some loyalists are also in touch with the camp there in Shinde. So we are seeing two multiple stories come out at this point of time. Raut saying, like you said, that MLAs are in touch with them from Guwahati, and the other way around as well. So we are seeing a political thriller right now playing out, Priyanka. And for now, the meeting stands to be cancelled. But narratives continue from both the sides as of now. But one thing is for sure, Priyanka, that Uddhav Thackeray's numbers are falling as of now, and the rebel camp continues to swell.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. In fact, viewers, we're putting out those numbers for you as we are seeing the loyalist camp of Uddhav Thackeray thinning now, since we are seeing how more and more MLAs who are making their way from Maharashtra via the Surat airport as well. We have seen 7 more MLAs that have gone to the Guwahati resort, and those visuals that we have put out where Eknath Shinde along with the MLAs that had been present with him since day before yesterday, welcoming these MLAs to the Guwahati resort as well. And we will be tracking this story very, very closely, and we are seeing how fast-paced developments are taking place in the backdrop of political posturing by leaders. And former Karnataka Chief Minister and Janata Dal secular leader H.D. Kumaraswamy has alleged that the Enforcement Directorate has harassed Congress leader Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case with repeated questioning. He alleged that Rahul Gandhi questioning had been done on political grounds. The Samajwadi Party on Wednesday wrote to the Election Commission alleging that the ruling BJP was using the government machinery to win the by-poll to Azamgarh
and Rampur Lok Sabha seats and demanded the poll body to issue directives for free and fair elections.
Sharad Pawar for long has been considered as a troubleshooter for Maharashtra politics. At a time when Maharashtra politics is seeing another twist and turn, how will Sharad Pawar react? For all the updates, stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of multilateral forum will be very important to support the world, which is focusing on post-COVID recovery.
ब्रिक्स की स्थापना इस विश्वास से हुई थी कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज का यह समूह वैश्विक ग्रोथ के इंजन के रूप में उभर सकता है। आज जब पूरा विश्व पोस्ट कोविड रिकवरी पर फोकस कर रहा है, तब ब्रिक्स देशों की भूमिका एक बार फिर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी।
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज्यादा उत्साह?
We're live and breaking, viewers, and we're getting you some more exclusive pictures now. We have live and breaking, and we're getting you these exclusive visuals from Surat, in fact, at the Le Méridien Resort, where in fact several of the MLAs had been making their way. Now those are exclusive pictures from inside of the premises of Le Méridien, where a convoy of the MLAs in fact is also leaving. Remember, the entire Le Méridien hotel had been turned into a fortress with several of the barricading that had been put up with respect to the MLAs that were coming there. But as of now, since day before yesterday as well, we have seen that the Eknath Shinde camp had been holed up in the Le Méridien resort itself. Now we are seeing more and more MLAs making their way towards the Le Méridien hotel. And since late last night, we were learning that at least 6 rooms at the Le Méridien hotel had been booked. And more MLAs were expected there as well, and chartered flights had been booked from the Surat airport itself. And those are the exclusive visuals of the MLAs going in and out of the Le Méridien hotel. Now those are the MLAs that had been mobilized from Maharashtra to Surat by road, and those are the MLAs who were making their way towards Guwahati. Out of the 7 that had been mobilized from Maharashtra late last night and had been moved to Surat, which is why more and more rooms had been booked at this particular Le Méridien resort. The pictures of which are on your screens right now, how MLAs are moving out of the Le Méridien resort, moving towards the Surat airport to move towards Guwahati as well.
Right, Priyanka, as more and more rebels are moving to the Shinde camp, numbers keep falling for Uddhav Thackeray, and we have to wait and watch how the day develops politically. I can tell you one thing, Priyanka, it's going to be a super Thursday today as the afternoon and evening approaches.
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज़्यादा उत्साह है?
उत्साह तो सब बहुत है, बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर। तो पोर्टर में हमारी एज हो गई है सर, अभी तो 25+ है सर। तो पोर्टर में सर एज बची है, तो पोर्टर में ही जाएंगे सर।
देश सेवा करने के लिए पोर्टर
करने के लिए पोर्टर में जा रहे हैं सर।
मुझे ये बताइए, लगातार लोग कहीं ना कहीं कहते हैं कि 4 साल के लिए नहीं जाएगा कोई, लेकिन आप 6 महीने के लिए भी पोर्टर जा रहे हैं। देश सेवा का जज्बा है?
हाँ सर, देश सेवा का जज्बा है, और हम 6 महीने के लिए हमारा रोजगार हो जाता है सर, है जी, और हमने अपने बीवी बच्चे पाल लेते हैं सर 6 महीने के।
This fire that has broken out in Noida factory, we are told, as you can see in the visuals, the fire that has broken out in this particular factory in Noida. We are told several fire tenders have also been rushed to the spot. More details are awaited as to the number of casualties, if any, and those injured in this particular fire incident that has happened in this factory in UP's Noida. So those are the visuals in fact coming in which you can see the blaze at this particular factory, the smoke that can be seen coming out of this particular factory where the fire broke out. The reason for the fire is not yet known, but we are told several fire tenders have been rushed to the spot to douse this fire. A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated
The headlines on Live and Breaking. Rising by the hour, rebels isolate Uddhav Thackeray completely. It's the rebel 48 versus the loyal 12. Mega political rebellion hits the Uddhav Thackeray government. Uddhav vacates the official residence. Will he quit next? The MVA swings into action. Big meetings are lined up, but the numbers are declining by the hour. After MLAs, 17 MPs set to ditch the Uddhav camp, the Maha-political rebellion has just begun. With hardly any loyalists left in the camp, Uddhav Thackeray is left with no option but to cancel the key Matoshri meeting. Good morning. You are watching the Republic Media Network. This is Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri, and we continue to track all the developments that are coming out of Maharashtra. Well, this one is a mega Republic exclusive as rebel numbers pile up by the hour. Republic has learned that MLA Ashish Jaiswal, representing the Ramtek constituency, and the Sawantwadi MLA Deepak Kesarkar and more than 4 to 5 Sena MLAs are reaching Guwahati very soon. Let's go across to Piyush, who's reporting from Guwahati on this. Piyush. All right, we'll go to Piyush in just a bit, but Alicia also has details of the MLAs who have now left for Guwahati. So, Alicia, take us through the latest on that.
Well, we know that Uddhav Thackeray is only left with 16 MLAs, but importantly, some of these MLAs are already in touch with Eknath Shinde as well. And we know that already the 4 MLAs, including Deepak Kesarkar, who is a MLA representing from Sawantwadi, Ashish and Sada Sanvankar and Mangesh Kudalkar, they have already reached Guwahati, is what has been said. And we can clearly see the picture where Eknath Shinde has come down to the reception where he welcomed those MLAs, the newly MLA who had reached to Guwahati. So what we are getting to know, an important point, if we can point out, and the important we can see that Deepak Kesarkar is a person who was present in the meeting at St. Regis. He was present at St. Regis, but even there was a visuals of Deepak Kesarkar leaving from the hotel, stating that he is not feeling well, and he was confronted by his colleague as well. But after which he said that he is not feeling well, and that is the reason he is going home. But now we can see that Deepak Kesarkar has already reached Guwahati. So yes, all we are getting an information that there are almost 41 Shiv Sena MLAs with Eknath Shinde, where it can be a major problem for Uddhav Thackeray as well, because it's not only the MLAs but also the MPs are in touch with Eknath Shinde. We know that Rajan Vichare and Shrikant Shinde, who are MP, they have already in Guwahati, they are with Eknath Shinde, and there are many other MLA MPs who are in touch. They have been making they have expressed the support to Eknath Shinde over the phone. So yes, there is even a meeting that has been ongoing in the Radisson Blue in Guwahati. What has been said by our sources that Eknath Shinde has been holding a meeting, but now all eyes on NCP Chief Sharad Pawar meeting at 11 a.m. at YB Chauhan, where all those
absolutely, Alisha,
the MLAs
that
will be present in that meet. But
interesting to watch out for. But let's quickly go across to Piyush at the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati, where all this action is taking place. Piyush, we were seeing a short while ago those visuals of the welcome that was accorded to these MLAs who've just landed in Guwahati. We are learning now that 4 more are on the way.
Well, yes, 4 more are on the way, but as and when they reach here, then we will be able to update about the tally. What we are now given to understand is that so far 40 MLAs plus 3 independent, 40 Shiv Sena MLAs plus 3 independent MLAs are present inside the Radisson Blue Hotel. If we talk about these MLAs, remember that the tally to get the magic numbers, that's the 37, which means that 40 MLAs are there, 3 more are with Eknath Shinde who are supporting him. On the other side, Shiv Sena's Sanjay Raut is claiming that out of these 40 MLAs, 20 are in support of Sanjay Raut. So every minute by minute political statements are coming, but if we talk about the numbers, right now numbers are with Eknath Shinde, because these MLAs continue to hold up here at the Radisson Blue Hotel. 3 more MLAs have just come in, which crosses the mark of 37, and that's enough for Eknath Shinde to claim the post of Speaker also. And if the elections take place, they are in Legislative Assembly of Speaker, then this entire group will have an edge, and BJP, and if BJP supports them, then BJP will also have a great edge, and then they will also be able to form the government. So it is important to highlight that right now, as we are speaking, the meeting is underway.
Yes.
These 3 fresh MLAs have come in. Eknath Shinde is talking to them and trying to tell the further strategies of Shinde camp. We can also expect word coming in from BJP. As of now, BJP has not opened its cards. Meetings are taking place.
Absolutely, Piyush. Talking about meetings, Piyush.
Congress is
talking about meetings, Piyush. There's one very important one that's taking place in Mumbai right now. Sharad Pawar's NCP is meeting even as we speak. The timing was at about 11 o'clock. Piyush Ori is reporting from outside Sharad Pawar's residence. Now, Piyush, so far Sharad Pawar has maintained that, this is the Sena's internal matter, so we're going to let them sort it out. But with the numbers dwindling for Uddhav Thackeray, do you think that's going to change? And what is it that they are looking at in this particular meeting that's taking place?
We think that Eknath Shinde may have had an advantage. Things can change even for him. And I think even Shiv Sena, led by Uddhav Thackera's faction, realizes. Today, if you see, its spokesperson Sanjay Raut made a very emotional appeal of how it is important, of all the people who may not get intimidated by ED or by any of the other agencies. They are the true bucks of, they are the true devotees of Shiv Sena. So I believe even the Shiv Sena faction led by Uddhav Thackeray realized that, all may not be lost. All may not be lost. So this is something which is very important.
All right, Alisha also has more information on that meeting that is taking place of the NCP. Alisha, what are you hearing? Has the meeting begun?
Well, yes, there is an important meeting that is ongoing in Silver Oak, where we know that Home Minister Dilip Walse Patil, Jayant Patil, Ajit Pawar and other the senior leaders of NCP is present in that NCP meeting, and where Sharad Pawar has been holding that meeting. But yes, they have been discussing about what can be the further course of action, because every word they have been waiting for Uddhav Thackeray. We know that there are several support that have been gathered for Uddhav Thackeray, whether it is from NCP or Shiv Sena or from Congress. Yesterday we saw that it was Kamal Nath who clearly stated that it is Congress and NCP who is ready to back MBA, and we will go through till the end, and just waiting for the Chief Minister to take the final decision. So that is only what discussion has been taken in the meeting that is ongoing in Silver Oak. That is an official resident of Sharad Pawar, and they've been discussing what can be done if Shiv Sena really wanted to go on floor, because Sanjay Raut has clearly given an indication that they are ready for the floor test.
Stay with us, Alisha. I'm going to cut back across to Guwahati. Piyush is with us. Piyush, explain to us what's happening in these pictures.
Well, right now, Nupur, Trinamool Congress unit of Assam has reached here, and they are protesting. They are raising slogans against the congregation of these MLAs here at Edison Blue. You can also see these workers of TMC holding the flags in their hand. Let me try to get in a word from these workers who have come here and try to understand the reason of this very protest. You can see they are also holding this flag in hand. किस मांग से आए आप, क्या मांग लेके आए?
हम लोग को बात है कि असम में जो बांधने के
So we can see the protest taking place right outside the Radisson Blue Hotel. There are workers of Trinamool Congress who have reached here right outside the Radisson Blue Hotel, and they are raising slogans against Eknath Shinde, which is certainly telling us as to how TMC has now come in favor of Uddhav Thackeray, and it is now saying that this should not have happened, and there should be no more congregation of these MLAs. Let me try to once again show you the clear pictures. There is some sort of picture coming in of confrontation also between the TMC workers and the police personnel. Paramilitary forces have been deployed here in large numbers. Few TMC workers have now reached here to protest against this meeting, which is being chaired by Eknath Shinde. They are saying that this is an illegal way of hijacking the Shiv Sena political party, and that is why they have reached here in large numbers. You can also see there are some pictures of chaos which is right now underway, where the police personnel and TMC political workers are having a confrontation. Now police is asking these workers to go back, but these TMC workers continue to chant slogans. They are holding TMC flags in their hand. Earlier we were getting reports of Congress workers reaching here and protesting, but now right now as we are speaking, there are some TMC workers who have now sit down right outside the Radisson Blue Hotel protesting against the meeting which is being chaired by Eknath Shinde and the congregation which has taken place. And now the police is requesting them to go back, but they continue to protest and they are chanting slogans against Eknath Shinde. There are some people who are also saying something. Let us try to hear from what they
ये हम लोग का ये डिमांड है कि ये सब बंद करो, ये पॉलिटिक्स वाला ये सब यहाँ जाके महाराष्ट्र में करो। ये महाराष्ट्र का कि ये यहाँ करने का कोई जरूरत नहीं है। ये जो बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट असम का हिमंत बिश्वा शर्मा का चल रहा है, ये हॉस्पिटलिटी का बात नहीं है। यहाँ में परचेज एंड सेल हो रहा है एमएलए का, एमएलए का परचेज एंड सेल हो रहा है। ये एक चीज जैसे आप बाजार में जाके चीज खरीदते हैं, ऐसा यहाँ हो रहा है। ये सब बंद करो, ये पैसा आदमी को दो, हम लोग का जो बाढ़ पीड़ित लोग है उसको दो, वही हम लोग का डिमांड है।
The TMC workers are now claiming, in fact they are demanding that this congregation should now stop here. The MLAs who are now reaching here, they should not be allowed to congregate here at this hotel, Radisson Blue Hotel. In fact, the workers are also saying that all this should be done in Maharashtra. This horse trading should not be done here in Assam, and the money which is being spent by the Assam government in felicitating these MLAs of Shiv Sena should be basically spent for the flood victims. The demands continue to raise. They continue to chant slogans. The workers of TMC, they continue to chant slogans against Eknath Shinde and demanding that he should go back in Maharashtra and do all this politics there in the state of Maharashtra. We'll have to wait and watch how things are going to further pan out. But right now, as we are speaking, meeting is being chaired by Eknath Shinde, and right in front of Radisson Blue Hotel, TMC workers have congregated against this practice of Eknath Shinde.
Now, what we are learning is that Ripun Bora is actually reading that TMC protest over there that's taking place. Now, there are also some Congress leaders who are present now. Does this really matter? Is it even relevant in this situation? Because they are not the ones who are calling the shots.
Well, Nupur, it's important to highlight that Ripun Bora, along with other TMC workers, they are protesting. Like you rightly mentioned, that does it actually matter, and does it even important, or does it even necessary for them to reach here? Because that is the internal fight between Shiv Sena. At one side, Congress, NCP, and other political parties. In fact, BJP also is saying that that is an internal fight between Shiv Sena, and they are not stepping on this. So why TMC has come out? That is the biggest point. Why TMC is doing this? That is the important point needs to be highlighted. So at one side, political parties are maintaining a safer distance from the internal fight of Shiv Sena. On the other side, we are seeing the TMC unit of Assam reaching here and protesting against the congregation of these MLAs. They are now chanting slogans against Eknath Shinde and saying that he should go back to Maharashtra if he wants to do such practice, if he wants to do horse trading, if he wants to illegally take over the Shiv Sena. This is what the leaders of Trinamool Congress are now saying here. Remember that TMC's stand at one side is that they are opposing this meeting being chaired by Eknath Shinde. On the other side, other political parties, be it Congress itself, NCP, BJP too, they are making a safer distance. We'll have to wait and watch how the politics on this entire issue is further going to continue. But right now, as we are speaking, TMC workers, the Guwahati unit of Trinamool Congress, has gathered right in front of a Radisson Blu Hotel, and they are protesting against Eknath Shinde. In fact, they are demanding that Eknath Shinde should go back to Maharashtra, and they are also raising slogans against the Assam government. They are saying that Assam government is spending a lot of money to felicitate these MLAs of Shiv Sena, and government must ensure that this money which they are spending in felicitating these MLAs should be spent on flood victims here in Assam.
So essentially what we are seeing is that the TMC is at this moment at least jumping into the muddle in Maharashtra. But what else are they saying? What is the reason for them to jump into this muddle? Because they are in no way are associated with what happens in Maharashtra. In that sense, they're still a regional party.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. Let me once again try to show you pictures of this protest. The Trinamool Congress is claiming that this is an illegal practice which is being done by the Eknath Shinde camp. There are senior leaders of Trinamool Congress who are present here. Let me try to also get in a word from a few workers who have gathered here and try to understand the main concern, the main reason of this protest. In fact, they continue to chant slogans against the Maharashtra government. They are saying that this entire politics which is being played out by the Eknath Shinde camp should not be taken in. It should not have happened here in Assam. Let me also try to get in the senior functionary from Trinamool Congress and understand the reason of this protest. Sir, what is the reason of this protest? Why are you protesting here? And there are senior leaders of TMC who have come here.
See, here in Assam, the flood situation is very worse. Very worse. Affected people already, almost more than 100 people died. But the central government, BJP government and the state government, they have not given a single pie from the central government. They have not given any relief to the people, affected people. So our demand is, don't concentrate here in sale and purchase of MLAs from Maharashtra.
It is the internal politics of Shiv Sena, the internal fight of Shiv Sena.
Oh, see, it is a politics of BJP government, not the Shiv Sena alliance government. It is totally a plan of BJP government. Our demand is to give relief to the affected people of flood.
My question is that this is a fight between Shiv Sena leaders itself. Eknath Shinde is against Uddhav Thackeray. What's the point of stepping in?
I am not going to say anything about the politics. Our demand is, only the demand is, don't concentrate there. concentrate in flood affected areas.
So we can see now few workers being detained also by the police personnel who have come here to protest, but there are few who continue to demand that this is the politics which is also being orchestrated and being sponsored by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now there are some workers who are protesting. You can see, I would ask Hitesh to come. We'll show you the pictures of these leaders of Trinamool Congress being detained by the Assam police, and they are also being detained and taken inside this very bus. You can see Hitesh is showing you the pictures of these workers of Trinamool Congress being now detained, and this is happening because of the security concerns. There is a threat to all these MLAs of Shiv Sena who have come here, and then that is why security has also been increased. The TMC MLAs, the TMC leaders, they continue to chant slogans. Maximum of them have now been detained by the police. Any minute from now, we'll see this entire area being cleared by the security personnel. Massive deployment of police personnel taking place right in front of Radisson Blu Hotel. At one side, Eknath Shinde is holding a meeting. On the other side, the Trinamool Congress workers have gathered and they are protesting. Many of them have been detained. You can see the personnel, security personnel also deployed here, a large number. We'll have to wait and watch how the politics in the state of Assam is further going to pan out. But the Trinamool Congress right now is saying that Eknath Shinde should now go back to Maharashtra to do this politics. So the workers of Trinamool Congress are now being detained and now being taken to a local police station. You can see the pictures of these TMC workers being detained from right outside the Radisson Blu Hotel. They were protesting against Himanta Biswa Sarma. In fact, they are claiming that that this is an illegal practice being sponsored by the Himanta Biswa Sarma government, and that is why they are protesting against the Assam government. They are saying that money which is being spent to felicitate these MLAs of Shiv Sena should be spent for the flood victims, and that is why they are raising their voice. Let me try to get in a word from these workers who have come here. Kya demand? What are the demands which you have come here?
See, today the death of democracy in Assam. In Assam, people are dying in flood, but our CM is busy with horse trading. He is helping the Prime Minister and the Modi government to buy the MLAs of Maharashtra government.
This is the internal politics of Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde is Shiv Sena leader and he has upped the ante against Uddhav Thackeray.
No. This is the Saryantra of Modi Shah and all this BJP regime. Until and unless we don't kick out this regime, will die. This country is going to die.
It is happening in a hotel. It's happening in a hotel. It's a private affair, sir. Why a political party is jumping in?
No, what we can do? We can do only democratic protest. See, while we are doing the democratic protest, what they have done? They have beaten us. They have threatened us. See the people. See how many people are there and how many army forces are there. Polices are there. Just check it out. So we, as a political party, we are the voice of people of Assam, voice of people of India.
Is it happening at the directions of Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress against this?
Yes, absolutely. Mamata Didi is absolutely against all forces who are against the democracy, who are against this country. Mamata Didi is against them and we are against them.
Clearly see the protest taking place and the workers have been detained. We spoke to one of the protesters who is saying that democracy is being killed. Now more workers are being detained. More workers are being detained and they are being taken inside. Ripun Bora has been detained. He is being taken inside this bus to a local police officer, to a local police station. We can see the pictures coming in of these Trinamool Congress workers who are protesting all the workers, yes, we can update to our viewers that all the workers of TMC have now been detained. They are now being taken to a local police officer. As they are being detained, they continue to raise their voice. They are saying that the democracy is being murdered in the state of Assam, and that is why they are doing a democratic protest here. Now these are the pictures coming in of these are the TMC workers being taken away from this very spot where the protest was taking place. We can tell to our viewers is that now the protest has come to an end. The workers of Trinamool Congress have now been detained. They are being taken from the Radisson Blue Hotel to a local police station where they will be kept for few hours and then they will be released. But yes, the protest took place right in front of Radisson Blue Hotel by the Trinamool Congress, demanding that all this should be stopped, as this is an attempt being done by BJP, and the Chief Minister of Assam is sponsoring all this. In fact, he should spend all this money for the flood victims, which he is spending here at the Radisson Blue Hotel, and feliciting all the MLAs of Shiv Sena. Nupur.
Out. So the TMC workers and leaders, including Ripun Bora, are being taken away right now. I'm going to try and go across to Alisha, who's getting us updates from outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence. Alisha, we are given to understand that senior leaders are reaching there. Tell us what's happening. All right, I don't think we've got Alisha right now, but just to tell our viewers, we are learning that there is action taking place at Devendra Fadnavis's residence. We're going to try and go to Alisha in just a bit. But if I could come back to you, Piyush, on the ground over there. Now, even as this TMC has jumped into the muddle of Maharashtra politics, give us a sense of what's happening on the other side over there. All right, I think Piyush is just moving to another location. We are going to go back to Alisha. She's back with us now. Alisha, a lot of action taking place at Fadnavis's residence. We are learning that BJP MP Dhananjay Mahadik as well as others have begun to arrive there.
Well, yes, of course, we saw that there are MLAs and MP who is reaching at Devendra Fadnavis residence, that is Sagar Bungalow in Malabar Hill. And we saw that Jaykumar Rawal, who is an MLA, and newly appointed MP Dhananjay Mahadik, who has reached Devendra Fadnavis residence. So, of course, we have been counting that there could be a series of meetings that is going to be held in BJP, and that is with Devendra Fadnavis, and there are more MLAs and MP are expected to reach at this location at Devendra Fadnavis residence, where there could be a meeting over what can be the further course of action, because we know that BJP is on hold. They have been on a wait and watch mode. They have been looking what can be the the decision that will be taken by the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, and we know that now Uddhav Thackeray is going to hold a meeting with the Secretary Manu Kumar Srivastava, is what I have been told, that at 12:30 it will be a virtual meeting. But we have to really need to see what can become with this meeting, because this is something like very importantly that he is now talking to the people in Mantralaya. An official meeting is what has been taken, because we know yesterday when Uddhav Thackeray was already left his official Varsha bungalow and went to his Matoshri along with his family. So what is this outcome of this meeting is really we need to know. But now we know that we are in this Devendra Fadnavis residence, where we saw that there are MLAs and MP who has been coming in, and of course there could be a meeting possibility over what can be the further course of action, because we know that an important meeting that has already been ongoing in Silver Oak, that is Sharad Pawar residence, where NCP top leaders including Home Minister Dilip Walse Patel, Ajit Pawar, Jayant Patel, who has already been present in that meeting, and they've been discussing what can be done, because we know the statement that is coming from NCP and Congress. They clearly stated that they are just waiting for the final call of Uddhav Thackeray. It's completely on Uddhav Thackeray, whatever he say, because and when it comes to the Shiv Sena, what Sanjay Rao has clearly stated, yes, even if the MLAs go, it will not really matter for the government, even if they don't have the number, but still they are ready for the floor test.
Now, Alisha, what we are also understanding is that Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meeting of secretaries. What is that about?
Well, it is an official the press release that has been given from the CMO, and we really need to check what exactly this meeting is behind, because we know that where the Uddhav Thackeray was about to hold a meeting with the Shiv Sena MLAs, and what I have been told that he is going to hold a meeting, a virtual meeting with the MLAs. But before that, the official information that has been given from the Chief Minister office that Uddhav Thackeray is going to meet, is going to have a meeting with the Secretary in Mantralaya. MLAs and MP that is reaching at Devendra Fadnavis resident in Malabar Hill, and important there is a meeting that is ongoing of Sharad Pawar, who is an NCP chief, with the top leaders of NCP, including the Home Minister Dilip Walse Patil. We have to wait what will be the further course of action, but all eyes on a Chief Minister meeting the Secretary, the meeting that is going to be held, a virtual meeting at 12:30 p.m. A minute-to-minute update that we have been given to you. We are going to reach with all those information, the updates we are going to give to you, but we'll be moving for a short break, and after which we'll give all the updates of Maharashtra and the meeting that is going to be held today. So stay tuned with Republic TV.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
This fire that has broken out in Noida factory, we are told, as you can see in the visuals, the fire that has broken out in this particular factory in Noida, we are told several fire tenders have also been rushed to the spot. More details are awaited as to the number of casualties, if any, and those injured in this particular fire incident that has happened in this factory in UP's Noida. So those are the visuals, in fact, coming in which you can see the blaze at this particular factory, the smoke that can be seen coming out of this particular factory where the fire broke out. The reason for the fire is not yet known, but we are told several fire tenders have been rushed to the spot to douse this fire. A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of multilateral forum will be very important to support the world, which is focusing on post-COVID recovery.
ब्रिक्स की स्थापना इस विश्वास से हुई थी कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज का यह समूह वैश्विक ग्रोथ के इंजन के रूप में उभर सकता है। आज जब पूरा विश्व पोस्ट कोविड रिकवरी पर फोकस कर रहा है, तब ब्रिक्स देशों की भूमिका एक बार फिर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी।
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज्यादा
Top headlines at 11:30. Rising by the hour, rebels isolate Uddhav Thackeray completely. It's Rebel 48 versus Loyal 12 now. Mega political rebellion hits Uddhav government. Uddhav vacates residence. Will he quit next? Mahavikas Aghadi swings into huddle mode. Big meetings lined up, but the numbers are only declining by the hour. After MLAs, 17 MPs set to ditch Uddhav camp, the Maha-political rebellion has just begun. With hardly any loyalists left in camp, Uddhav left with no option but to cancel key Matoshri meet now. TMC steps into Maha-political muddle, stages protest outside rebel camp hotel in Guwahati. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. You're watching Live and Breaking. We are tracking all the latest on the Maharashtra political crisis. Latest development coming in, Mega Republic in exclusive as rebel numbers pile up by the hour. We've now learned that MLA Ashish Jaiswal representing the Ramtek constituency, Savantiwadi MLA Deepak Kesarkar and more 4 to 5 Sena MLAs are reaching Guwahati. So the rebel camp there increasing, the numbers there increasing for the rebel camp that are holed up in the Guwahati hotel at this point in time. We have Piyush reporting live from the Guwahati hotel where the rebel camp is put up. We also have Alisha as well as Shivangi and Piyush Ori also joining us live. Let me first go across to Alisha. Alisha, the latest that you give us the latest that you are learning at right now as you're reporting live from outside Fadnavis residence.
Well, yes, we are seeing that BJP leaders was reaching even the Fadnavis resident continuously. Even the police has been deployed here because we saw that there are continuously MLAs and MP that have already been reaching. If we see that Kalidas Kolamkar and BJP MLA Shrikant Bhartiya, BJP MP Dhananjay Mahadik and Jay Kumar Rawal has already reached to Fadnavis resident at Fadnavis resident in Malabar, that is a Sangar Bungalow. So it is pretty sure about it that even BJP is going to hold a meeting. Now we have to see what can be the further course of action, because if we see there are many things that can be come out, because BJP we know that are in a wait and watch mode. They have been continuously looking into what can be the decision that will be taken by Shrikant Shinde and the MLAs, because there is no yet official conversation that has come out between Shrikant Shinde and between Eknath Shinde and BJP, because it has been said that even Chandrakant Patil who went to Guwahati yesterday, it has been reported that he already met some of the Shiv Sena MLAs in Guwahati Radisson Blue, but we have to wait and what will be the outcome that comes from the meeting, because yes, even there are a series of meetings that has been ongoing to way, and all eyes on Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray meeting, who is going to have a virtual meeting with Secretary of Mantralaya. He's going to have a meeting with that, and what is the reason behind of the meeting we have to check. But yes, the important meeting that was ongoing in Sharad Pawar's residence, that is Silver Oak, where the senior leaders of NCP that were present in that meeting, and they have been making a strategy what can be the further, because we know that even if it's NCP or Congress, they are just making a single point that they are with Uddhav Thackeray, they are with Mahavikas Aghadi government, and whatever will be the decision of a chief minister will be taken into the consideration by NCP and Congress, and which is why even we heard Sanjay Raut where he says that no need of Uddhav Thackeray to resign, to step down as a chief minister, and even they are ready for the flow test.
Yes, Alisha, stay with us. We also have Piyush Mishra reporting live from the Guwahati hotel. Piyush, if we were to do the math here, essentially it is Rebel 48 versus the Loyal 16. If you could help us with the breakup of these numbers.
Well, if we talk about the number of seats those are present there, those are there in Maharashtra Assembly, there are 288 seats. BJP has got 105 in its kitty, and Shiv Sena has around 56 in its kitty. Now what we are given to understand is that more than 40 Shiv Sena MLAs are here in Guwahati in Radisson Blue, and they have now joined the Shinde camp. Shinde needs, Eknath Shinde, what he needs around 37 Shiv Sena MLAs in his favor, so that he can claim ownership on the party and also elect the speaker and also take decisions, political decisions of the party. So there are 40 MLAs, more than the magical number 37, which is certainly telling us that now wind is blowing in favor of Eknath Shinde. On the other side, Uddhav Thackeray camp claims, Sanjay Raut is claiming that he has got 20 MLAs in his touch. Out of these 40 MLAs, we'll have to wait and watch what is going to happen when this actual floor test takes place, because like Alisha is pointing out that Sanjay Raut has said very clearly that he is ready for floor test. But if we talk about the numbers, we are ourselves seeing Shiv Sena MLAs continuously coming here at the Radisson Blue Hotel. As we are speaking, the meeting is underway. Right now, things are in favor of Eknath Shinde, as he has got complete support of these Shiv Sena MLAs. Yesterday, the resolution was also passed by 34 MLAs, and out of these 34 MLAs, 29 were from Shiv Sena and 5 were independent MLAs. And now if you talk about the breakup, 29 yesterday who had signed, and then 3 who reached late last night, 3 who reached today in the morning, and 3 who have reached a couple of minutes back. So it adds up to the total number of MLAs to 38, plus 2 more MLAs are here, which adds to 40 Shiv Sena MLAs and 3 independent MLAs who are present inside the Radisson Blue Hotel. So number game, if we talk about the number game, it is right now in favor of Eknath Shinde, but it will be important to see how Uddhav Thackeray is going to deal with this situation. Sharad Pawar is now saying that he is going to be with Uddhav Thackeray. He will, also support the decision, whatever the decision Uddhav Thackeray takes. Remember, Samiksha, we also saw how dramatic turn of events took place yesterday when Uddhav Thackeray had addressed the workers. He had also bit an emotional. He also addressed emotionally to all the workers. It was an emotional addressal to all the workers, where he also, said that even if one Shiv Sena MLA comes and tells me that I have to resign, then I would put down my papers. Soon after that, we saw how he left from Varsha to Matoshri, and today he had to hold an important meeting at 11. Looking at the numbers, not in favor of Thackeray camp. Now, what we are given to understand is that the meeting which was called by Uddhav Thackeray has been cancelled. But on the other side, in Guwahati's Radisson Blue Hotel, important meeting is underway. We can tell to our viewers that yes, Eknath Shinde is holding a meeting with all these MLAs who have flown from Mumbai to Guwahati and also from Surat to Guwahati.
Yes.
Samiksha.
Piyush, stay with us, and Shivangi as well as Piyush, Ori and Alisha, we'll come back to you in just a bit. A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country now. A special investigation team which was formed to investigate the 1984 anti-Sikh riots in the national capital arrested 5 more accused from UP's Kanpur district so far. The SIT has arrested 11 accused in the anti-Sikh riots. The AIADMK supporters in large numbers gathered outside Tamil Nadu Chief Minister in Chennai's Vanagaram ahead of the party's General Council meeting, which is scheduled to be held later today. All cadres attending the General Body meeting have been given an ID card, which is mandatory for the entire entry in the area. Prime Minister Modi will attend the 14 BRICS summit hosted by China in a virtual mode on 23rd and 24th of June, according to the Ministry of External Affairs. Discussion during the 14 BRICS summit is expected to cover intra-BRICS cooperation in areas such as counter-terrorism, trade, among several others. By-elections to 4 assembly seats in Tripura has begun amid tight security arrangements today. A total of 25 companies of central forces apart from Tripura State Rifles have been deployed. More than 1 lakh voters are eligible to decide the electoral fate of 25 candidates in the fray. Polling is underway for the by-elections in Mandar Assembly constituency in Ranchi district amid tight security. Voting would be held in 433 polling booths from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. today. Polling has also begun in UP's Azamgarh and Rampur, wherein over 35 lakh people are eligible to vote in the by-polls to decide the fate of 19 candidates. The by-polls to the Azamgarh seat were involved by the resignation It is, in fact, in the backdrop of the resignation of Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, who was elected to the UP Legislative Assembly as an MLA in the elections earlier this year.
Often been considered as the troubleshooter for Maharashtra politics. He has always been the one who has found solution whenever Maharashtra politicians have found any trouble. At a time when Maharashtra politics is finding another twist and turns, how will Sharad Pawar react? To this, stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of multilateral forum will be very important to support the world, which is focusing on post-COVID recovery.
ब्रिक्स की स्थापना इस विश्वास से हुई थी कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज का यह समूह वैश्विक ग्रोथ के इंजन के रूप में उभर सकता है। आज जब पूरा विश्व पोस्ट कोविड रिकवरी पर फोकस कर रहा है, तब ब्रिक्स देशों की भूमिका एक बार फिर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी।
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज़्यादा उत्साह है?
उत्साह तो सर बहुत है, बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर। तो पोर्टर में हमारी एज हो गई है सर, अभी तो 25+ है सर। तो पोर्टर में सर एज बची है, तो पोर्टर में ही जाएंगे सर।
देश सेवा करने के लिए पोर्टर
करने के लिए पोर्टर में जा रहे हैं सर।
मुझे ये बताइए, लगातार लोग कहीं ना कहीं कहते हैं कि 4 साल के लिए नहीं जाएगा कोई, लेकिन आप 6 महीने के लिए भी पोर्टर जा रहे हैं। देश सेवा का जज्बा है?
हाँ सर, देश सेवा का जज्बा, और हम 6 महीने के लिए हमारा रुखसार हो जाता है सर, है जी, और हम अपने बीवी बच्चे पाल लेते हैं सर 6 महीने के।
A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of multilateral forum will be very important to support the world, which is focusing on post-COVID recovery.
ब्रिक्स की स्थापना इस विश्वास से हुई थी कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज का यह समूह वैश्विक ग्रोथ के इंजन के रूप में उभर सकता।
Welcome back, viewers. Tracking all the updates on Maharashtra political crisis, Republic has the biggest crew on ground, getting you minute-by-minute updates on the hectic developments taking place. We have Shivangi reporting live from outside Matoshri, as well as Piyush Ori, who's reporting live from outside Sharad Pawar's residence. Going first across to Shivangi right now. Shivangi, a lot of meetings also happening simultaneously. On one hand, we have Sharad Pawar holding meet with Dilip Walse Patil, then a meeting being held by Fadnavis as well. Take us through all the developments that are happening at this point in time.
Right, Samiksha, now as meetings continue to happen, the meeting at Uddhav Thackre's residence, or the one that was supposed to be held by Uddhav Thackre, has been cancelled. That means that there will be no meeting held today. We broke that story first on Republic TV just a short while back. Even before Sanjay Raut confirmed that the meeting will not take place, Republic TV had got the scoop earlier that the meeting would stand cancelled. But what's very interesting is what Sanjay Raut has said. Sanjay Raut continues to say, and he believes also, that our party is strong. Our party is strong even to this day. That's exactly what Sanjay Raut has said. It's very interesting, Samiksha, to hear that statement, because the numbers are clearly not on their side. We know that we have been reporting on it for the past 2 days now almost. The camp in Guwahati, which is the Eknath Shinde camp, the rebel camp, is swelling by the day. Piyush is getting us all those updates from there. In fact, many more MLAs were seen there in Guwahati. We also accessed a picture just a short while back which showed the MLAs, and it seems to be a large number right now. Definitely numbers not on Uddhav Thackeray's side. But what's very interesting to note, Samiksha, is that Sanjay Raut also mentioned that we are in touch with 20 rebel MLAs. 20 rebel MLAs. Now, the Raut said that, and he has claimed that 20 rebel party MLAs are in contact with them.
Yes.
Maintaining that the party
Shivangi,
is not finished.
yes, just hold your thoughts there.
Reveal that
Yes.
Nitin Deshmukh.
Yes, any action happening there outside Matoshri? Because we're now getting to know
Right.
that Shiv Sena leader and Minister Subhash Desai has just reached Matoshri.
Well, as of now, as you can see right now, that there's heavy police deployment so far. There's heavy police deployment that we are seeing here outside Matoshri. So far, right now, the movement that we see here is we have a lot of police deployed so far. So that's a confirmation we can give you right now. In terms, like we told you before, that the meeting stands cancelled and Uddhav Thackeray has COVID. So in-person meeting is looking a little unlikely, even if a meeting does happen, Samiksha. But we'll continue tracking the story from ground.
Yes. Stay with us, Shivangi. We also have Piyush Ori reporting from outside Pawar's residence. Piyush, the latest that we heard was that a meeting that was held between Sharad Pawar and Dilip Walse Patil. Give us more details.
Yeah, recording this, the meeting is still going on, and this shows that, the urgency. Sharad Pawar, I think yesterday had expressed his dislike of, how there was no intelligence, which was, effective when, all these squabbles were taking place, when, all the rebel MLAs were first going to Surat and then subsequently to Guwahati. So Sharad Pawar had expressed his displeasure regarding this. And now when we are speaking this, they are still having a conversation of how exactly now the situation can be brought under control. Even though as of now the rebel MLAs led by the Eknath Shinde camp may have had advantage, things are still fluid. And I think even the Uddhav Thackeray camp realizes this. That's why today you saw Sanjay Raut making an emotional appeal and saying that all those people who are devotees or who are true bhakts of Shri Balasaheb Thackeray, they will not succumb to the pressures of ED, they will not succumb to the pressures of other agencies, and they will not leave Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray. So if you see the entire situation, things are still fluid. Uddhav Thackeray camp, though weak, still feel that they can come out of this and, are trying to make emotional appeals to their rebel MLAs. Eknath Shinde also is trying to make sure that he gets through that magical 37-figure mark so that he does not have to face any problem when he tries to control Shiv Sena. And Sharad Pawar on his part, being the old supremo, trying to be a troubleshooter of Maharashtra politics, is also trying to assess the situation and trying to make sure that Maha Vikas Aghadi government survives this entire mess which it has got into. Back to you, Shivangi.
As the political crisis in the state of Maharashtra continues to deepen, series of meetings are lined up today. Devendra Fadnavis is also holding meeting. Eknath Shinde holding meeting in Guwahati. After this very short break, we'll get all the details of this meet. Stay tuned.
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज़्यादा उत्साह है?
उत्साह तो सब बहुत है, बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर। तो पोर्टर में हमारी एज हो गई है सर, अभी तो 25 प्लस है सर। तो तो पोर्टर में सर एज बची है, तो पोर्टर में ही जाएंगे सर।
देश सेवा करने के लिए पोर्टर
करने के लिए पोर्टर में जा रहे हैं सर।
मुझे ये बताइए, लगातार लोग कहीं ना कहीं कहते हैं कि 4 साल के लिए नहीं जाएगा कोई, लेकिन आप 6 महीने के लिए भी पोर्टर जा रहे हैं। देश सेवा का जज्बा है?
हाँ सर, देश सेवा का जज्बा, और हम 6 महीने के लिए हमारा रोजगार हो जाता है सर, है जी, और हमने अपने बीवी बच्चे पाल लेते हैं सर 6 महीने में।
A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of multilateral forum will be very important to support the world, which is focusing on post-COVID recovery.
ब्रिक्स की स्थापना इस विश्वास से हुई थी कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज का यह समूह वैश्विक ग्रोथ के इंजन के रूप में उभर सकता है। आज जब पूरा विश्व पोस्ट कोविड रिकवरी पर फोकस कर रहा है, तब ब्रिक्स देशों की भूमिका एक बार फिर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी।
And here's news in brief from across the world. The current global conditions are posing challenges for the stability of the worldwide supply chains as well as in the realms of the energy and food.
A quick roundup of all the action in Maharashtra. Shinde has received the support from 40 Shiv Sena members, providing him with the majority to become the leader of Shiv Sena. In total, Eknath Shinde has the support from 48 rebels, including independent candidates. Despite the emotional appeal on Facebook on Wednesday, Uddhav Thackeray seems to have failed to sway the MLAs on his side. With the loyals dwindling towards the Shinde camp, Uddhav Thackeray is left with a less number of loyals compared to earlier. However, sources have informed that some of the loyal camp are still in touch with Shinde. Sources are accessed by Republic TV and source-based information coming in that 7 more MLAs reached Guwahati from Surat at 10 a.m. to show support to Eknath Shinde. Remember, this comes after 3 more MLAs arrived at the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati last night. Eknath Shinde needs a total of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs to gain majority within the party. He had previously claimed support from 48 members of the party, including 29 Shiv Sena MLAs. Apart from Shiv Sena MLAs, Eknath Shinde has received support from party parliamentarians as well. Sources inform Republic that around 17 MPs are in touch with Shinde, supporting him over the phone. Eknath Shinde called for a meeting with his supporters at 10 a.m. to discuss the future course of action. This comes after more MLAs have joined the Shinde camp as a rebel against Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. While many of the MLAs sided with Shinde, they could not sway MLA Nitin Deshmukh. He was in Surat with Eknath Shinde but has now arrived in Nagpur and is likely to meet the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Speaking to media, Sanjay Raut informed that there is no meeting scheduled by Uddhav Thackeray with the loyals. He informed that they are also in touch with MLAs who are moving towards Guwahati.
Has made sure that Maharashtra politics is the one who sees him as troubleshooter. Will he again be a troubleshooter this time? How will he react when Mahavikas Aghadi, his government, is facing a survival crisis? For all these updates, stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of multilateral forum will be very important to support the world, which is focusing on post-COVID recovery.
ब्रिक्स की स्थापना इस विश्वास से हुई थी कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज का यह समूह वैश्विक ग्रोथ के इंजन के रूप में उभर सकता है। आज जब पूरा विश्व पोस्ट कोविड रिकवरी पर फोकस कर रहा है, तब ब्रिक्स देशों की भूमिका एक बार फिर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी।
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज़्यादा उत्साह है?
उत्साह तो सब बहुत है, बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर। तो पोर्टर में हमारी एज हो गई है सर, अभी तो 25 प्लस है सर। तो पोर्टर में सर एज बची है, तो पोर्टर में ही जाएंगे सर। देश सेवा करने के लिए पोर्टर करने के लिए पोर्टर में जा रहे हैं सर।
The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers, showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. They've just come here in large numbers with carrying the saffron flag and trying to send a message. He's going back to his personal residence of Matoshri.
Rising by the hour, rebels isolate Uddhav Thackeray completely. It's rebel 48 versus the loyal 12 now. Mega political rebellion hits Uddhav Thackeray's government. Uddhav vacates his official residence. Will he quit next? The MVA swings into action. Big meetings are lined up, but the numbers are only declining by the hour. After MLAs, 17 MPs set to ditch Uddhav Thackeray's camp, the Maha political rebellion has just begun. With hardly any loyalists left in his camp, Uddhav Thackeray is left with little option but to cancel the meeting at Matoshri. And the TMC steps into the Maharashtra political muddle, stages protest outside the rebel camp hotel in Guwahati. Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. In fact, we are now bringing to you a Mega Republic exclusive. We are getting inside details of a key NCP meeting at Sharad Pawar's residence. Sharad Pawar has informed top leaders to be prepared for a floor test, and the NCP will be backing Uddhav Thackeray to the hilt. Now, the NCP is hopeful that once the Shiv Sena MLAs return to Mumbai, some of them could change their mind and move back to Uddhav Thackeray's camp. Discussions about Uddhav Thackeray yesterday saying that he's ready for any Shiv Sainik as the Chief Minister. Let's go across. Piyush Ori is joining us from outside Sharad Pawar's residence. He has more details on this. Piyush, tell us more about the meeting that's taking place. We are given to understand that the NCP now favors a floor test.
Well, as I speak, Dilip Valse Patil has just moved out of Sharad Pawar's residence, and you can see that there is a horde of cameramen over here, gone over there to take his bite. Now, this is an important development which has taken place over here, Nupur. Let me just tell you over here that Sharad Pawar over here is like a true politician, has made sure that it is ultimately the floor test which is going to make sure. Hello. So I've told you one thing that over here, as I told you that Sharad Pawar, like a true wily politician, has now made sure that he has said that he is going to support the Shiv Sena government till the time there is going to be no floor test. He is confident that even the rebel MLAs who have gone to Guwahati and those who are not with Uddhav Thackeray as of now, Can be.
Okay.
As of now.
Okay, I think
Can be.
Piyush is trying to get some reactions over there. Piyush, will come back to you. But what we are also learning now is that Eknath Shinde is likely to prove his numbers. We are getting to know that he has the numbers that he needs. We are going to go across to Piyush from Guwahati in just a bit, but these are visuals of Jayant Patil over there. Now there's a lot of developments that are taking place. The pictures on your screen were of Jayant Patil. Now what we are given to understand is that Eknath Shinde could now show his strength at about 2 this afternoon. He says he has the numbers. We've seen how MLAs have continued to flock to Guwahati. I'm going to try and go across to I'm going to go across to our correspondents on the ground for more. But we are also given that whip is likely to be issued to the Uddhav Thackeray camp today. Niranjan Narayan Swamy is with us. Niranjan, give us more details.
The entire story is twisted right now, because we were telling you, that he has control of the party. Eknath Shinde's camp has complete control of the party now, Nupur, which means he has the numbers required with all of these leaders going. And I want to go across to Alisha as well. Nupur, basically the story right now is that, we'll keep the plates also on. The story right now is that Eknath Shinde has the numbers required, 2/3 of the numbers required. And now what happens is that he takes control of the party. And I think we're getting in a soundbite of Jayant Patil. Let's cut across live. Jayant Patil on ANI Select. ANI Select, Jayant Patil, let's cut across live.
हेलो बोलिए सर, हेलो अभी फोन शांत बसा आणि पडाल तुम्ही जरा इकडे एवढी गडबड नाही, काय प्रॉब्लेम नाही. आदरणीय शरद पवार साहेबांच्या घरी राष्ट्रवादीच्या प्रमुख नेत्यांची बैठक झाली. सध्याच्या परिस्थितीवर विचारविनिमय झाला. माननीय उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली महाराष्ट्रातलं आमचं महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार हे टिकावं आणि सर्वांनी एकमुखाने उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांच्या बरोबर राहावं आणि त्यांना हे सरकार टिकवण्यासाठी प्रयत्न करावेत. त्यांनी प्रयत्न करावेत, आम्ही त्यांना आवश्यक ती मदत करावी, ही राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसची भूमिका आहे. येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये पुढच्या काही दिवसात महाराष्ट्राच्या बाहेर गेलेले शिवसैनिक, महाराष्ट्राच्या बाहेर गेलेले शिवसेनेचे विधानसभेचे सदस्य आमदार हे परत येतील. त्यावेळी ते पुन्हा आपल्या स्वतःच्या पक्षात कार्यरत राहतील असा आम्हाला विश्वास आहे. आणि म्हणून जे आमदार गेलेले आहेत ते परत आल्यावर चित्र अधिक स्पष्ट होईल आणि या महाविकास आघाडीचं नेतृत्व उद्धव ठाकरे करत असल्यामुळं त्यांना पूर्णपणाने या महाविकास आघाडीचं नेतृत्व करण्यासाठी आमचा यापूर्वी पाठिंबा आहे आणि आताही त्यांना पूर्ण पाठिंबा राहील. एकीकडे बघायला गेलं तर तिकडे शिंदे गटामध्ये आमदार जे आहेत ते वाढत आहेत आणि दुसरीकडे असं म्हटलं जातंय की हे आमदार हे गेले नसून त्यांना पाठवण्यात आलेलं आहे.
मी त्याच्यावर काही भाष्य करणं उचित नाही, कारण मला शिवसेनेच्या अंतर्गत काय चाललं याची माहिती नाही आहे. परंतु काल आदरणीय शरद पवार साहेबांच्या समवेत मी आणि सुप्रियाताई यांनी उद्धव ठाकरे साहेबांची भेट घेतली आणि त्यांना ह्या संकटात जी आवश्यक असेल ते सहाय्य करण्याची भूमिका देखील व्यक्त केली आणि त्याचबरोबर हे सरकार टिकण्यासाठी आवश्यक असणारे प्रयत्न त्यांच्याकडून व्हावेत याचाही आढावा आणि चर्चा त्या ठिकाणी झाली. राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस माननीय उद्धवजी ठाकरे यांच्याबरोबर सक्षमपणाने हे सरकार वाचवण्यासाठी शेवटपर्यंत प्रयत्न करेल हा आमचा विश्वास आहे.
किती परिणाम जो आहे तो सरकारवरती होतो.
वर्षा बंगल्यावर ते सुरुवातीलाही राहण्यास इच्छुक नव्हतेच. ते सोयीसाठी, कामाच्या सोयीच्यासाठी वर्षा बंगल्यावर आलेले होते सर्व शिवसैनिकांच्या आणि आम्हा सर्वांच्या आग्रहाने. आज सध्या त्यांच्या पक्षातल्या परिस्थितीमुळं त्यांनी फक्त वर्षा बंगला सोडला आहे. वर्षा बंगला सोडणं आणि मुख्यमंत्रीपद सोडणं त्यांनी मला वाटतं की या सगळ्या परिस्थितीचा आढावा घेऊन त्यांनी स्वतःहून ती भूमिका घेतलेली आहे आणि ते काल संध्याकाळी मातोश्रीवर गेले. परंतु मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून आजही ते कार्यरत आहेत. आम्हाला विश्वास आहे की येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये गेलेले शिवसैनिक आणि आमदार त्यांच्या पक्षात परत येतील, त्यांच्याबरोबर राहतील असा विश्वास आहे.
एकीकडे सांगताय की तुम्ही अपक्ष हे जे आमदार आहेत परत येतील, मात्र दुसरीकडे असं चित्र दिसतंय की आमदारांची संख्या शिंदे गटात वाढत चाललेली आहे. आज सदा सरवणकर देखील गेलेले आहेत, मंगेश कुडाळकर गेलेले आहेत.
मंगेश कुडाळकर, सदा सरवणकर हे मुंबईतले आमदार आहेत आणि आमचा विश्वास होता की किमान मुंबईतले आमदार तरी जाणार नाहीत. पण आज दिसत आहेत, याचं आम्हालाही आश्चर्य वाटतंय. पण तरी देखील आमचा विश्वास आहे की हे सर्व आमदार उद्धव ठाकरे यांनी केलेली आहे. जे आव्हान केलेलं आहे त्या आव्हानाप्रमाणे या सर्वांना पुन्हा एकदा परत येऊन उद्धवजींच्या मागे उभा राहण्याची संधी त्यांनी दिलेली आहे.
We have once again made an appeal to all the rebel MLAs to come back and stand behind Uddhav Thackeray.
कदाचित हे गेले असतील त्यांना आणण्यासाठी, कदाचित हे गेले असतील तिथं काय चाललंय हे पाहण्यासाठी. त्यामुळं आपण आमदार जात आहेत याविषयी काही भाष्य आम्ही करू शकत नाही, कारण आम्हाला नक्की माहीत नाही. पण आमचा विश्वास आहे की या शिवसेनेचे सर्वजण एकसंघ राहावे, सरकार टिकावं यासाठी उद्धवजी हे प्रयत्न करतील. आणि मला खात्री आहे की हे सर्व आमदार ज्यावेळी उद्धवजींच्या समोर उभे राहतील त्यावेळी ते निश्चितपणाने उद्धवजींचं नेतृत्व झुगारू शकत नाही.
I am sure that Uddhav Thackeray is trying his best to save the Mahavikas Aghadi government.
अहवाल जो आहे तो अगोदरच आला होता असं म्हटलं जातं. किंवा कॅबिनेट मंत्री जे आहेत त्यांना कॉन्वोद्वारे
विधान परिषदेची निवडणूक संपली होती तेव्हा अनेक मंत्री, अनेक आमदार मुंबईच्या बाहेर पडले. याची पूर्ण माहिती राज्य सरकारला होती, मुख्यमंत्र्यांना होती, गृहमंत्री दिलीप वळसे पाटील यांना होती. मात्र सगळ्यांनी याच्याकडे दुर्लक्ष केलं आणि त्याच्यामुळे एवढ्या मोठ्या संख्येने जे आमदार आहेत ते मुंबईच्या बाहेर पडले.
नाही, शिवसेनेतून आमदार बाहेर फुटू शकतात याच्यावर कोणाची अपेक्षा नव्हती आणि त्यामुळे कदाचित आपण म्हणताय तसं झालं असण्याची शक्यता आहे.
Nobody had expected that the MLAs from Shiv Sena would split from the party, and that's why it's very surprising.
राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे सर्व आमदारांना आम्ही मुंबईत आज बोलवलेलं आहे. आज संध्याकाळी 5 वाजता सध्याची जी परिस्थिती आहे त्याबद्दल त्यांना माहिती देण्यासाठी आम्ही बैठक बोलवलेली आहे. काल बरेच आमदार मला
MLAs from Maharashtra to Mumbai. We will hold a meeting at 5 PM and brief them on the situation, on the current political situation.
त्यामुळं काही जण असे उत्साहाने म्हणत होते की सत्ता जाणं योग्य नाही, पण आपण विरोधी पक्षात बसायची तयारी करणं हाच त्याच्यावर आता पर्याय आहे. आणि म्हणून कोणी इकडे तिकडे चर्चा केली तर त्यात काय फारसा तथ्य नाही. विरोधी पक्षात बसायला तयारी करावी लागत नाही, ती परिस्थिती निर्माण होते आणि त्याप्रमाणे बसायचं असतं.
वाटचाल सुरू झाली असं संजय राऊत काल म्हणाले होते. आता स्वतः राजीनामा देणार आहात का? कशी काय पुढची रणनीती असेल?
मला वाटत नाही की मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी काल केलेल्या भाष्यानंतर त्याच्यावर आणखीन काही बोलण्याची गरज आहे. त्यांनी स्पष्टपणाने त्याच्यावर भाष्य केलेलं आहे. आय डोंट थिंक द फ्लोर टेस्ट स्टेज हॅज बीन रीच्ड. सो व्हेनेवर वॉट एवर स्टेज वी रीच टू वी विल स्पीक अबाउट इट देन.
टॉप लीडर्स ने अभी मीटिंग की,
बट वी विल स्टैंड बिहाइंड उद्धवजी ठाकरे.
सर क्या हो गया, क्या मीटिंग में वो ये बता दीजिए सर. आज
हमारी आदरणीय शरद पवार साहब के घर पे आज बैठक हुई और जो भी अभी घटनाएं पिछले 3-4 दिन में हुई है उसकी असेसमेंट की गई और हमने आदरणीय पवार साहब ने हमें सबको बताया कि हम आखिरी सरकार के टिकने के लिए, सरकार रहने के लिए जो भी प्रयास करना चाहिए वो हम करने चाहिए और हम सब साथ मिलके उद्धव जी का साथ इस सरकार के लिए हम देंगे।
सर, अपने विधायकों के लिए कुछ कहा है आप लोगों ने? विधायकों को रखना बड़ी चुनौती होगी।
नहीं, अभी जो भी चल रहा है वो उसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन सारे विधायकों को देना भी आवश्यक है। इसलिए पार्टी का प्रमुख के नाते मैंने उनको सबको आज 5 बजे चौहान सेंटर में एक हॉल लेके हमने उनको निमंत्रित किया है। सिर्फ MLA नहीं, MPs भी है और हमारे फ्रंटल के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के प्रमुख भी है। वहाँ उनकी बैठक होगी और ये सारी चीज़ों के बारे में उनको मार्गदर्शन फिनिश हिंदी फर्स्ट।
वाईबी सेंटर में बैठक नहीं हो रही है?
वाईबी सेंटर में नीचे एक हॉल है, वो हमने राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने रेंट पे लिया है और उसके ऊपर
आज बैठक होनी थी सर
5 बजे होने
शाम में होगी।
शाम में।
सर, कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि ये जो पूरा
चलो
सर कह रहे हैं कि ये जो डिफेक्शन हुआ है या जो रिबेल्स हुए ये टॉप लीडरशिप के नॉलेज के बाहर नहीं हुए, इट्स ऑल ऑर्केस्ट्रेटेड। आप उसको कैसे देखते हैं? उस पर क्या रहेगा?
ये ऐसी अलग अलग कहानियाँ बाहर आती रहती है, हमें मालूम नहीं पक्का क्या हुआ। हम सामने आप जो बता रहे टीवी पे वही हम देख रहे हैं, वही इन्फॉर्मेशन हमें है। कल शाम को आदरणीय पवार साहब खुद आदरणीय उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब को जाके मिले और ये सरकार बचाने के लिए जो भी प्रयास करना चाहिए वो करने की आवश्यकता है। इसके लिए हम सारे लोग उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब के साथ में रहेंगे। ये भूमिका हमने ये सरकार बचाने के लिए की है।
एकनाथ शिंदे को दिया जाएगा ऐसा कुछ डिस्कशन?
ऐसा कोई डिस्कशन हमारे सामने हुआ नहीं। चीफ मिनिस्ट्रियल पोस्ट हमारे महाविकास आघाड़ी में वी हैव गिवन इट टू शिवसेना। So it is up to Shiv Sena and their internal decision who will remain as chief minister. Today what we know is Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is their leader and Uddhav Thackeray is chief minister.
एनसीपी को उम्मीद है सर कि अगर सारे विधायक आते मुंबई तो बात बन जाएगी, उनके साथ आ जाएंगे।
इतनी दूर गौहत्ती पे लेके जाके वहाँ भी फ्लड है, वहाँ भी उनके खिलाफ आंदोलन हो रहा है कि फ्लड के लोगों को मदद करने के बजाय MLA लोगों की खातिर जमा करने में सब लगे हैं। तो वो अभी वापस आने की आवश्यकता है और वो जब मुंबई आएंगे तो मुझे विश्वास है कि शिवसेना का मुंबई में माहौल है और जब वापस आएंगे उनमें से कुछ विधायक शायद बाहर निकलेंगे और शायद हमें लगता है, अभी मुझे मालूम नहीं, लेकिन उद्धव जी ठाकरे जी का प्रभाव उनके सबके ऊपर सरकार बचाने के लिए जो भी कोशिशें है वो सब हम करने
पर सर ये चिंता का विषय नहीं है कि कल तक जो लोग जो विधायक जो मिले थे मुख्यमंत्री से वो भी आज वहाँ पहुँच गए और
इसलिए मैंने कहा अभी मराठी में कि विधायक यहाँ से वहाँ जाते हैं, इसका मतलब उनमें गए ऐसा नहीं। वहाँ जाके वहाँ क्या चल रहा है, कितने विधायकों की इच्छा सचमुच उधर रहने की है, वो भी असेस करने के लिए कुछ जाते होंगे। तो ऐसा नॉट रीचेबल होने के बाद वो उधर ज्वाइन हुए, ऐसी गलतफहमी में इमीडिएट आने की आवश्यकता नहीं, जब तक वो विधायक खुल के बाहर आके नहीं बोलता कि हम एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के साथ हैं।
अपने विधायकों को वापस ले आएंगे, आप इसको लेकर कॉन्फिडेंट हैं?
बाला साहेब ठाकरे साहब की पार्टी बाद में उद्धव ठाकरे साहब ने उसकी जिम्मेदारी ली है। उनमें जो शिवसैनिक है, वो जो ओरिजिनल शिवसैनिक है, वो मुझे लगता है ऐसी बगावत नहीं करेंगे। भाजपचा रोल याच्यात कुठं आत्तापर्यंत कुणीच त्यांच्यातलं बोललेलं नाही आहे, त्यांनी काही याच्यावर भाष्य केलेलं नाही। एकनाथ शिंदे आपल्या आमदारांना घेऊन तिकडे जाऊन राहिलेले आहेत। त्याच्यापेक्षा जास्त याच्यात लॉजिस्टिक पडद्यामागे काय आहे याच्याविषयी खोलात जाण्याची गरज नाही। जाताना कुणी विमानं दिली, येताना कुणी विमानं दिली, ते कुठल्या हॉटेलमध्ये राहिले, त्या हॉटेलचं बिल कोणी दिलं, कोण आता त्यांना पोचतंय, याच्याविषयी आज बोलण्याची गरज नाही। हळूहळू तुम्हीच आम्हाला ती माहिती कळवाल असं आम्हाला विश्वास आहे।
अजित पवार या सगळ्या घडामोडीवर काहीच बोलत नाहीये, त्यांच्या मौनावरती खरं तर अनेक प्रश्नचिन्ह निर्माण होत आहेत।
असं आहे की अजितदादा हे याविषयी काय बोलणार, मी पक्षाच्या वतीने सांगतोय हेच अजितदादा बोलणार आणि अजितदादांनी या विषयाबद्दल मौन बाळगलेलं नाही। तर यासाठी आमच्या सगळ्यांचं एकमतानं उद्धवजींना पाठिंबा आहे, ही त्यांची भूमिका आहे। त्यांच्या सगळ्यांच्या वतीनंच मी बोलतोय.
सर तुम्ही म्हणताय साडेबारा वाजता मुख्यमंत्री
मुख्यमंत्री आम्हीच असे काही मीम्स फार गेले 2 दिवस
सोशल मीडियामध्ये कोण अशी भांडणं लावतं याचा देखील अभ्यास तुम्ही करा. आज पूर्वी नारद असायचे, नारद मुनी इकडचं तिकडे करायचे. आता सोशल मीडियावर फार नारद झालेले आहेत. ते अशा चुकीचे मीम्स टाकतात, सगळे टाकतात. अजित पवार यांना कोणतीही हौस नाही आहे, कोणता हव्यास उपमुख्यमंत्री पद आम्हीच राहिलो पाहिजे असा नाही आहे. ठीक आहे, आमचं ज्यापर्यंत मेजॉरिटी होती आम्ही सत्तेत राहिलो. जर मेजॉरिटी आमची गेली तर आम्ही विरोधी पक्षात बसणारच आहे.
सर असं वाटतं की अजित पवारांना जर सपोर्ट केला असता त्यावेळेला तर तुम्ही पहाटेच्या शपथविधीला तेव्हा जर अजित पवारांना सपोर्ट केला असता तुम्ही तर
अशा जर तरच्या प्रश्नांनी प्रश्न सुटत नसतात. आणि 2-2.5 वर्षापूर्वीची परिस्थिती आणि आजची परिस्थिती याच्या जमीन आसमानाचं अंतर आहे. त्यावेळी महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेचा हा आग्रह होता की शिवसेना, काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस एकत्रित यावी. जनतेचा आग्रह लक्षात घेऊन
एकनाथ शिंदे अपनी ताकत दिखाने की तैयारी में है. खबर यह है कि एकनाथ शिंदे अपनी समर्थन की चिट्ठी जो है बागी विधायकों की वो राज्यपाल को भेज सकते हैं और उसके बाद वो बाकी विधायकों को मजबूर कर सकते हैं व्हिप फॉलो करने के लिए. हाँ, अरे बोलिए.
गुवाहाटी में बैठा है उनको जाके पूछो, वो कारण उनको जाके पूछो. जो गुवाहाटी में जाके बैठा है ना उनको जाके पूछो. बीजेपी वाले लेके गए. चलो बात करेंगे, आप एकनाथ से बात करेंगे. कोई जरूरत नहीं हमको बात किससे करनी. सरकार वो देखेंगे कैसे रिजाइन दे रहे क्या. कौन बोला तुमको कौन बोला. नहीं आंकड़े नहीं है आपके पास इसलिए वो देखेंगे आंकड़े के बाद में सर फ्लोर टेस्ट होगा. अरे यार आप लोग जाएगा या नहीं जाएगा.
शिवसेना एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ चली जाएगी.
दगड़ू सतपाल धारासभ्य
तो आप दगड़ू सतपाल को
Okay, we have some breaking news now coming in. I'd like to go across to Alisha, and I'll get Alisha live because we have some breaking news update coming in. Alisha picking up that critical information that Shinde has taken control of the full party. He's got 41 MLAs with him. That's the breaking news update, ladies and gentlemen, that Shinde has taken control of the entire party and he's got 41 MLAs with him while Uddhav has only about 14. Can you confirm that? Which means effectively what this now means is he's taken control and he will now call the shots. And he can take action on Aditya Thackeray, for example, if Aditya Thackeray does not vote for the party. Is that correct, Alisha? That's big news.
Well, yes, Niranjan, what we are getting information from our sources that the meeting that held in Radisson Blu and specifically the meeting of Eknath Shinde with the other MLAs. Now it has been said that Eknath Shinde has the number of MLAs with him. That is total 41 numbers. That is a huge number what Eknath Shinde has with him. And that is the reason now it has been called as a real issue Sena party. As in not the 55, the MLAs that has been talking about, but is clearly saying that what the Shiv Sena we are with, we are having 41 numbers and also the support of the independent MLA as well. So this is the party and that is the reason where if they go for the floor test, if they go for a show strength, because it has been said if he has the number, specifically it's a Shiv Sena MLA that he has, a 41 number that has been said that 41 Shiv Sena MLA is supporting Eknath Shinde, and importantly if this goes, they don't even need to show strength because it's a clear-cut picture that has been shown. And if they are doing a signature, because yesterday we saw that there was a resolution that was passed and before leaving for Guwahati in Surat, we saw that hotel. In that hotel, they signed a resolution where 34 MLAs have signed that. And after which a new resolution is also going to be underway where it will be the signature of 41 MLAs. So even if this Eknath Shinde, if try to get those MLAs signature, because we can see the pictures, all those MLAs is been present in that hotel. If they try to get the signature, so even Eknath Shinde Shinde does not have to show strength. But what has been said that he already has a number, 41 Shiv Sena MLAs, he has that number. So if taking a party, a larger party as of now in the Shiv Sena, because that we know that the Shiv Sena has been coming into the two groups now, when one is the Eknath Shinde camp and the second is the Uddhav Thackeray camp. But yes, the Eknath Shinde, who is already has a 41 MLAs, has been known to be the biggest party in Shiv Sena as of now, and he's clearly saying if we need to show the floor test, because BJP is something now getting into the action. Once I'll show you the picture from outside the Devendra Fadnavis residence. This is Sagar Bungalow, where we saw that many of the senior leaders have already reached. We know that Girish Mahajan, Prasad Lad, Jaykumar Rawal and other Pravin Darekar has already reached at this Sagar Bungalow, which is an official resident of Devendra Fadnavis, and we can see more and more MLAs and leaders, the BJP leaders has been reaching at Fadnavis Bungalow, and this is just because, okay, we can see Chitra Wagh, we can see we can see the BJP leaders who is already reaching here. This is the continuous visuals of BJP leaders reaching at Devendra Fadnavis, because this is something now going to be in the full-fledged action. Because here at one side, Eknath Shinde has clearly stated that he has the number, he has the MLAs, and that is why there's going to be a talk with the BJP later. And that is the reason where the BJP is also claiming that there could be a letter that will be given to the governor to show the strength on the flow. So this is very important development that we are witnessing as of now. One, that is a meeting that has been ongoing at Devendra Fadnavis resident in Bungalow here in Malabar Hill, where all the BJP senior leaders, the MP, MLAs, MLC has already reached to Devendra Fadnavis resident. There going to be a meeting, a series of meetings to see what will be the further course of action. But yes, talking about the Eknath Shinde, who's been very much confident of having 41 MLAs with him, and after which there could be a show of strength at 2 p.m. which is likely to be. But again, if we go with the numbers, if he really has the 41 numbers with him, he don't need to even go with the floor test, because what has been said that he has the number, and after which he can even issue a whip as the person that has been going to be appointed, that the Bhagat Gubulkar has been said that he's going to be the chief of Shiv Sena, the real Shiv Sena, who is all present in Guwahati. They can also issue a whip to Aditya Thackeray and also to those MLA who is in Uddhav Thackeray camp now. And if they have not, if they don't vote for this Eknath Shinde group, so there can be action taken, that can be a disciplinary action can be initiated against those who don't vote. So it is now just a time of a matter where we can see there with continuously development, a fast-paced development that we are witnessing right now. But yes, Eknath Shinde has been said that he has 41 MLAs with him. In total, 41 MLAs are present at Red and Blue in Guwahati. Yes, Niranjan.
Nupur, the other big breaking news update, we've already broken that, there is NCP which has just met, and NCP says they're ready for a floor test. They feel they're ready for a floor test. And let me see who else is live with us right now, and we'll go across and get a... Piyush is also joining us live right now. Piyush.
Yes, Niranjan, what is now given to understand is that NCP has conceded defeat, and they have also said that they are going to sit in opposition. This is what the top leader of NCP has also claimed. In fact, NCP has also said that they are ready for a floor test, and they will be supporting Uddhav Thackeray inside the assembly. This is what the NCP is claiming, and at 5 p.m. a crucial meet of NCP is also expected to take place. Right now, I am in Guwahati, right in front of Radisson Blue Hotel, where all the MLAs are holding up. Remember that it's the second day when the meeting is underway. Eknath Shinde is with all these MLAs, 41 MLAs. We have also accessed the list of these MLAs, and if you give me 2 minutes, I'll also read out the list of the MLAs. Those are present inside for the benefit of our viewers. Mahendra More, Bharat Gogwal, Mahendra Dalvi, Anil Babbar, Mahesh Shinde, Shahaji Patil, Shamburaji Desai, Dairaj चोगुले, रमेश बोरनारे, तानाजी सावंत, संदीपन भूमरे, अब्दुल सत्तार, प्रकाश सुर्वे, बालाजी कल्याणकर, संजय शिरसाट, प्रदीप जायसवाल, संजय रायमुलकर, संजय गायकवाड़, एकनाथ शिंदे, विश्वनाथ भोर, शांताराम मोरे, Srinivas,
I have some breaking news now coming in. Just stay with me. Stay with me. I have some breaking news now coming in. Yeah, there's some more breaking news coming in right now. There's a letter that has been tweeted by Uddhav, by Eknath Shinde in response to the address by Uddhav Thackeray, and he's written a letter, and this is a letter written by Eknath Shinde while calling the shots. He says that this is the feeling of the MLAs, this is the sentiment of the MLAs, and he says yesterday's address was emotional, but it did not contain answers to our questions. He says address was emotional, but did not have any answers. I repeat, he says the address was emotional, but did not have any answers. Alisha has the full translation. I'm going across to Alisha. Alisha has the full translation of the letter. Alisha, over to you. Alisha, over to you.
Well, Niranjan, even I'm trying to read the letter where importantly it has been said that काल वर्षा बंगलोची door खऱ्या अर्थाने सर्वसामान्यासाठी उघडले. This has been said that the Varsha bungalow, the tour that the movement which Uddhav Thackeray had, which has been open for every person. बंगल्यावर झालेली गर्दी पाहून आनंद झाला. हा दौरा गेल्या अडचणीत वर्षात just lost this, आमदार म्हणून आमचे बंद होती. आमदार म्हणून बंगल्यात प्रवेश करण्यासाठी आम्हाला तुमच्या आजूबाजूला असलेल्या लोकांमध्ये निवडणं न चालत विधान परिषद व राज्यसभेत आमच्या जीवावर जाण्याच्या बंधूने मार्गदर्शन करायला लागत होते. हेच सो कॉल्ड बदवे आम्हाला घालवून राज्यसभा आणि विधानसभा निवड. So he's been mentioning about what has happened in the Rajya Sabha and MLC elections. Importantly, it's been said that it's not been treated. The MLAs and the MLC has not been really treated, and there was some of the pressure that was mounted on those MLA and MLC. And this is the express that has been made by the MLAs who is present in Guwahati as of now, and that has been mentioned in the letter as well. I'm continue reading with this letter that has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde, which further state 3 ते 4 लाख मतदाना निवडून येण्याचे आम्हाला सर्वक्ष आमदारांची अशी अपमानास्पद भावणूक का, हा आमचा सवाल आहे. हीच सर्व हाल अपेक्षा आम्ही सर्व आमदारांनीच केला आहे. आमच्या व्यर्थ आपल्या बाजूनेही बंडव्यांनी ऐकून घेण्याची कधी घेतली नाही किंवा कोणतेही आपले. So these are the MLAs who has written letter and clearly saying that there were many MLAs who tried to get in touch with Uddhav Thackeray, but there were no chance of them to express their concern, and the problem is what mentioned in the letter. मात्र यावेळी आम्हाला आदरणीय एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब यांचा दरवाजा उघडा होता आणि मतदान संघात असलेली वाईट परिस्थिती, मतदान संघात निधी अधिकारी वर्ग, काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादीकडून हाच असलेला अपमान, आम्ही हे सर्व गाण्याने प्रक्षात फक्त शिंदे साहेबांना ऐकत होते आणि सर्वातला मार्ग काढत होते. त्यामुळे आमच्या सर्व आमदारांना न्याय हक्कासाठी सर्व आमदारांचा आग्रह करता आदरणीय एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांना आम्ही हा निर्णय देण्याचा गेल्याचा आहे. सो दिस इज द लेटर फ्रॉम ऑल द MLAs, and what has been written that there were many times when this MLA has reached out to Uddhav Thackeray concerning their express over the Hindutva, the ideology which Shiv Sena has been going through years now, the ideology of Bayasaheb Thackeray. Many of the MLAs has been put of this information, has given this information to Uddhav Thackeray as well, that they want to continue with their Hindutva ideology and not with the NCP and Congress, but it was unlistened, and that is the reason where now Eknath Shinde, who has come with this ideology and taken a step, getting all those MLAs to first at Surat and then after to Guwahati, and that is the reason where the new MLA that has joined the Eknath Shinde camp has clearly stating that we have finally found the right door, that is Eknath Shinde, and that is the reason we willingly came to Eknath Shinde to support him, because he is going through the Hindutva ideology is what they've been asking from Uddhav Thackeray since many years. If I read the further lines, there are many important they have mentioned विथे साहेब जेव्हा आम्हाला वर्षावर प्रवेश मिळत नव्हता तेव्हा आमचे खरे विरोधक काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादीचे लोक तुमचे निमित्त भेट होते, मतदार घालती काम करत होते, निधी यांचे पत्र वाचत होते, भूमिपूजन आणि उद्घाटन करत होते, तुमच्यासोबत काढलेले फोटो सोशल मीडियावर व्हायरल करत होते. त्यावेळी आमचे मतदारसंघाचे लोक विचारले की मुख्यमंत्री आपले आहे ना, मग आपल्या विरोधकांना निधी कशाला मिळतात, त्यांनी कशी होतात, तुम्ही आम्हाला भेटायचं नव्हतं तर आम्हाला मतदारांना उत्तर काय द्यावं हे विचारचा जीव कासवला व्हायचा. या सर्व कठीण प्रसंगात शिवसेनाने माननीय बाळासाहेबांचे धर्मवीर आनंद दिघे साहेबांचे हिंदुत्व जपणारे एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांनी आम्हाला मोळाची साथ दिली. आम्ही प्रत्येक कठीण प्रसंगात त्यांच्या घरात दरवाजे आमच्यासाठी उघडले होते, आजही आहेत आणि उघडले राहतील. काल तुम्ही जे बोलतात ते काही झालं ते अत्यंत भावनिक होतं, पण त्यात आमच्या मूळ प्रश्नाची उत्तर कुठून मिळाली नाहीत, त्यामुळे तुमच्या भावनाचे अत्यंत okay. So the letter is clearly stating that there were many of the times where Shiv Sena MLAs had tried to get in touch with Uddhav Thackeray. They tried to meet Uddhav Thackeray, but they never sought a time. They seek time from Uddhav Thackeray, but they were never allotted time. But the question that has been raising by all the MLAs right now who is present in Guwahati, clearly saying that the Congress and the NCP ministers, MLAs were getting time with Uddhav Thackeray. There were many photos that went viral, and the problems of Congress or NCP that has been made solved by the Uddhav Thackeray. The first preference has been given to NCP and Congress rather than the Shiv Sena MLAs, and that is the reason where this MLAs was finding really very hard to answer to the people of their constituency. This is what has mentioned in this letter, and that is why now it is clearly stated that what Eknath Shinde is doing is very right, because this now he is really going through an Hindutva ideology, and really what all the Shiv Sena MLAs who is right now present at Guwahati with Eknath Shinde is something they have been willing for since years, because what the MLAs has written in that letter and what has been mentioned is clearly stating that Uddhav Thackeray, rather than giving importance to their own MLAs, where those MLAs were actually seeking time from Uddhav Thackeray to talk to them, and importantly from the constituency, and there are many questions also raised from the people of the constituency to that MLA that if Uddhav Thackeray can meet the Congress and NCP leaders, then why can't the Shiv Sena MLAs? Why the Shiv Sena leaders are not allowed to go inside the Matushri, to go inside the Varsha Bungalow? So that is the question that has been raised by this Shiv Sena MLA in Guwahati, and they are clearly saying that Eknath Shinde has clearly showed the way of Hindutva ideology which they have been following since Balasaheb Thackeray, since the foundation of this Shiv Sena, since the Shiv Sena has been founded, and that is the reason why all the MLAs had reached to Guwahati, and they will continue their support to Eknath Shinde.
Well, that's the big breaking news update coming in. The letter that has been shot out by Shinde's camp, the letter clearly states that they've been snubbed. I think the big news point to take away from that letter also, Alisha, is that these MLAs are saying some of them were stopped. You read from that letter, Alisha. You have an update. Alisha, in fact, has an updated number. Let's go across to Alisha. Alisha, on the numbers, Alisha.
Niranjan, I want to even include this important paragraph. Niranjan, before the number, I really want to include this important paragraph that has been mentioned in this letter, because we know that Eknath Shinde has been clearly stating that it's not about the post, it's not about the position that he will be given by the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray or by the other parties, but it's all about the Hindutva ideology, and that has been mentioned in this letter. If I read in Marathi first, it says that Hindutva, Ayodhya, Ram Mandir हे मुद्दे शिवसेनेचे आहेत ना, मग आता आदित्य ठाकरे अयोध्येला गेले तेव्हा आम्हाला अयोध्येला जाण्यापासून तुम्ही का थांबवलं? तुम्ही स्वतः फोन करून अनेक आमदारांना अयोध्येला जाऊ नका असं सांगितलं. मुंबई विमानतळातून अयोध्येला निघालेले मी आणि माझे अनेक सहकाऱ्यांचे लगेच चेक इन झाले होते. आम्ही विमानात बसणार इतक्यात तुम्ही शिंदे साहेबांना फोन करून सांगितलं की आमदारांना अयोध्येला जाऊ देऊ नका आणि जे गेले त्यांना तुम्ही स्वतः परत घेऊन या. शिंदे साहेबांनी आम्हाला लगेच सांगितलं की सीएम साहेबांनी फोन आला होता, आमदारांनी अयोध्येला जाऊ देऊ नका. आम्ही मुंबई विमानतळात चेक इन लगेच परत घेतले आणि आपले घरी परतले. राज्यसभा निवडणुकीत शिवसेनाने एकही मत फुटले नव्हते. मग विधान परिषद निवडणुकीच्या तोंडावर आमचे इतके अविश्वास का दाखवला? आम्हाला रामलीलाचं दर्शन का दिलं नाही? So this is the question that has been raised by Shivsena MLAs, now clearly stating that when Aditya Thackeray went to Ayodhya, when it was a visit of Aditya Thackeray to Ayodhya on 15th of June, it was been said that the many of the MLAs that was given a phone that they have to join Aditya Thackeray. But importantly, when all these MLAs and the leaders who reached to the airport, they have already checked in their bag. But all of a sudden, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray gives a call to the Eknath Shinde, clearly stating that don't let that Shivsena MLA to visit to Ayodhya and ask them to come back. And that is the reason after which Eknath Shinde has given a call to all the MLAs who was on their way. They have already checked in to the airport. They have already checked in their bag, their luggage. But after which it has been said that they got a call from Eknath Shinde stating that Uddhav Thackeray has asked them to come back, and that is the reason where all the MLAs has get back to their home. So this is all the disappointment that has been showed by Shivsena MLA in a letter, clearly stating that they are very upset with the decision of Uddhav Thackeray going with NCP and Shiv Sena, and also now talking about if it comes to the Hindutva. So first where talking about the Hindutva ideology, where Shiv Sena first decided to go to the Ayodhya, but Shiv Sainik were not allowed to visit to the Ayodhya, and once they have already checked in, they have already boarded the flight, but then they've been asked to come back. That is the reason they've been very angry on it. And yes, of course, Niranjan, as you were even mentioning about the numbers now, because we have been said that it was first 16 Shiv Sena MLAs who left with Uddhav Thackeray in Mumbai, but there are more MLAs now who's getting in touch with Eknath Shinde. So in total, now what has been said and confirmed by Eknath Shinde, the camp, that there are 41 Shiv Sena MLAs is with Eknath Shinde, and he's very much confident enough to get and to prove that this is the real Shiv Sainik. This is the real Shiv Sena party, which 41 people they have been 41 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. But important, if we talk also about, it's not only the support what Eknath Shinde is getting from the MLA, but also from the member of parliament as well, because sources has confirmed that there are 17 MPs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde. They are giving us support, and also whether it is Thane MP Rajan Vichare or whether it is Kalyan MP Shrikant Shinde, who is already in Guwahati with Eknath Shinde. So it's not only a matter of MLAs, because he is also getting a support of the MP as well. But yes, what important matter is Eknath Shinde with his Hindutva ideology, and this clearly gives an indication, and the letter that has come up, which is tweeted by Eknath Shinde, clearly stating that the MLAs have itself willingly came to Guwahati, whether it is Surat or whether it is Guwahati, it's just because they wanted to continue with their Hindutva ideology, and that is the reason.
I have some breaking news update coming in, Alisha and Piyush Ori, Shivangi and Priyanka. I have some breaking news update coming in. And this is from top sources now, that with such fast-paced developments, there could be a new change in government in Maharashtra. There could be a change in government as early as Saturday. We are hearing that it could be as early as Saturday, because today we are hearing there could be some show of numbers by 2 o'clock. By 2 o'clock there could be some show of numbers, and with the numbers on his side as early as Saturday, we are hearing there could be a change of guard. Now these are top sources. They are saying if all goes well, there could be a new government in Maharashtra by Saturday. And who will be in that government? I think it's anybody's guess now. It will be Shinde's Shiv Sena, perhaps backed by the BJP. Now that's a possible alliance right now. Breaking news now coming in. Let me quickly get in a word from Piyush as well, who's in Guwahati. Piyush, you heard what Alisha said. The numbers have gone up. 41 with Shinde, 14 with Uddhav as of this minute. 41 and 14, that's the reality of the numbers, because physically 41 MLAs are with Shinde. It can't get clearer than this. This is a big breaking news update. Quickly getting a word from Guwahati as well, Piyush.
Well, yes, Niranjan, 41 MLAs, which means 4 more than the required numbers. 37 is the required number. Now, Shinde has got 4 more Shiv Sena MLAs in his camp, which is certainly telling us that now he can call the shots, he can take the decision, he can also issue whip. And then if a whip is issued, then all MLAs, including Aditya Thackeray, will have to follow the whip issued by Eknath Shinde. So, what if these numbers are with Eknath Shinde, then he can take all the decisions, then all the MLAs will have to follow this. Couple of minutes back, we also saw 3 more MLAs entering inside Radisson Blue Hotel, and the numbers have shot out of, if you talk about these 41 MLAs, along with them, there are 5 to 6 more MLAs. 2 are from some other political parties, and 5 to 6 are from independent MLAs. So not 41. 41 are only Shiv Sena MLAs. There is much more number, and these are from different outfits. 5 independent and 2 are from another one political party. So the numbers are adding minute by minute. At 2 p.m. what we are given to understand that Shinde could also come out with a show of his strength, which will certainly confirm everything. Everything will become absolutely clear. Remember that, Niranjan, today a meeting was also to take place at Uddhav Thackeray's residence, but it got cancelled because the numbers are dwindling, the numbers are getting lesser minute by minute in Thackeray's camp, and that is why, looking at the changing arithmetics, the decision was taken. But what we are now given to understand is that NCP has said that it is ready for floor test. It will support Uddhav Thackeray on the floor of the house, and like you are also telling us that by Saturday there will be a change of guard, there will be a change of government in the state of Maharashtra. And remember that it was Eknath Shinde who since beginning has been mentioning that the agenda of Hindutva has been diluted, and he wants to take forward the real Hindutva agenda of Bala Saheb Thackeray, and that is why he wants the real Shiv Senics, real MLAs of Shiv Sena to come with him, and this is what actually happening. How the good number of MLAs are now in Shinde's camp. A couple of minutes back, we also heard about the photo session taking place inside. All the MLAs who are there of Shiv Sena and independent MLAs, they stood together, and a photo was also clicked of all these MLAs. So at 2 p.m. we are waiting for that crucial show of strength, which we are learning that there could be show of strength at the part of Eknath Shinde, and then the arithmetics will change. Shiv Sena's guard would be in the hands of Eknath Shinde. Every minute by minute the things are changing. Similarly in Mumbai also, Devendra Fadnavis is also holding meeting. So by Saturday we can expect a new government, and Eknath Shinde, like since beginning, has been demanding that Devendra Fadnavis should be made the chief minister and he as the deputy chief minister. So that could be in place in coming few days. Niranjan.
Yes. Yes, and getting a word also from Shivangi, the Matoshri at the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. That's a personal residence, not the official residence, where there was a meeting scheduled at 12:30. That meeting has been cancelled. What's the update there, Shivangi?
Well, Niranjan, what is happening here is that what we saw just a short while back, a couple of Shiv Sena leaders. We saw one ex-MP of Shiv Sena. We saw Subhash Desai, who is also in the Shiv Sena, leave right now. And so basically we are seeing some movement here of some leaders coming out from here. That is Matoshri, Niranjan. So we are seeing some movement here. Heavy police deployment continues. Heavy police deployment continues right outside Matoshri. Niranjan, now it seems as if, Niranjan, like if we have to think about what's happening here, as the Eknath Shinde camp has the numbers, like we are reporting on Republic TV, it looks like from the statements coming in, also from all the ministers and the leaders who have left, they are still seeming to be on denial mode. They're seeming to be on denial mode, because even Sanjay Raut has said that we have the numbers and 20 MLAs from the Shinde camp are in touch with us. So we're getting these statements coming from the Shiv Sena right now, and in Samna, which is the Shiv Sena mouthpiece, in fact, Shiv Sena had warned that people will defeat them whenever assembly elections take place in Maharashtra. So Niranjan, what the sense is right now, even though numbers are climbing up there in the Eknath Shinde camp, they have enough numbers, but it seems like the Uddhav Thackeray leaders right now and the loyalists seem to be on denial mode.
Yes. Getting a word from Piyush Shori as well. Piyush Shori, what's the update on your end? There were different meetings being held. by the NCP as well. We heard from the NCP, which says it is prepared for any eventuality, even if it means sitting in the opposition, making it clear that they are even ready for a floor test if needed.
Well, yes, Niranjan. So, let us be very frank over here. I think we cannot just discount Sharad Pawar out of Maharashtra politics. For long, he has seen the situation and he has also dealt with this kind of situation very effectively. And today also, when odds are heavily stacked against him, when there is a feeling that Mahavikas Aghadi, the kind of government formation which, he championed is now, coming apart and it is not going to be there any longer. People are falling onto him to see that what solution can be found to see that Mahavikas Aghadi government survives and Uddhav Thackeray, remains as the chief minister. So, several steps are being seen, several options are being weighed in that, what can be seen to make sure that Mahavikas Aghadi government survives. A series of meetings are being held by Sharad Pawar and in this floor option test is also one of the options. As of now, there is not any official statement of what exactly, there are other factors also which are involved. But what we really know is that, the NCP government led by Sharad Pawar has lent their support to Uddhav Thackeray and they are saying that, they are going to be there with Uddhav Thackeray till the very end and making sure that, this government survives. Back to you, Niranjan.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Piyush is, yes, Piyush, over to you.
As the minute passes, Eknath Shinde is now claiming that at 2 p.m. He's most likely to come up with the show of his strength. We are waiting for that important development which is also to take place at 2 p.m. After this very short break, we'll get more and more details as parallel meetings taking place in Mumbai and Guwahati. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of multilateral forum will be very important to support the world, which is focusing on post-COVID recovery.
ब्रिक्स की स्थापना इस विश्वास से हुई थी कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज का यह समूह वैश्विक ग्रोथ के इंजन के रूप में उभर सकता है। आज जब पूरा विश्व पोस्ट कोविड रिकवरी पर फोकस कर रहा है, तब ब्रिक्स देशों की भूमिका एक बार फिर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी।
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज़्यादा उत्साह है?
उत्साह तो सब बहुत है, बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर। तो पोर्टर में हमारी एज हो गई है सर, अभी तो 25 प्लस है सर। तो पोर्टर में सर एज बची है, तो पोर्टर में ही जाएंगे सर।
देश सेवा करने के लिए पोर्टर
करने के लिए पोर्टर में जा रहे हैं सर।
मुझे ये बताइए, लगातार लोग कहीं ना कहीं कहते हैं कि 4 साल के लिए नहीं जाएगा कोई, लेकिन आप 6 महीने के लिए भी पोर्टर जा रहे हैं। देश सेवा का जज्बा है?
हाँ सर, देश सेवा का जज्बा, और हम 6 महीने के लिए हमारा रोजगार हो जाता है सर, है जी, और हमने अपने बीवी बच्चे पाल लेते हैं सर 6 महीने में।
A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of multilateral forum will be very important to support the world, which is focusing on post-COVID recovery.
ब्रिक्स की स्थापना इस विश्वास से हुई थी कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज का यह समूह वैश्विक ग्रोथ के इंजन के रूप में उभर सकता है। आज जब पूरा विश्व पोस्ट कोविड रिकवरी पर फोकस कर रहा है, तब ब्रिक्स देशों की भूमिका एक बार फिर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी।
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज्यादा
देखिए, ये जो नई तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है, जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, MLAs को खरीदा जा रहा है, MLAs को बेचा जा रहा है, ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
हमारे संपर्क में लगभग 20 विधायक है, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, और जब मुंबई में आ जाएंगे तो पूरा खुलासा हो जाएगा। आपने मेरे चेहरे पर देखा है, कोई तनाव है, कोई शिकंजा है, कुछ नहीं है।
What we have seen, the Shiv Sena chief, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, though different ideologies of the Congress party and the NCP, because of his selfish motives, he wants to become the chief minister of the Maharashtra.
लगातार सरकारों को गिराने का काम किया जा रहा है, और ये निश्चित रूप से लोकतंत्र के लिए बहुत घातक है। ये लोकतंत्र का अपमान है, लोकतंत्र की हत्या है, और ये पिछले वर्षों में देखने को मिला है कि जिस तरह से केंद्र सरकार द्वारा अपने विभिन्न एजेंसियों के माध्यम से और अपने दबाव में लेकर सरकारें गिरी हैं, और ताज़ा उदाहरण महाराष्ट्र का है।
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र के अंदर जो स्थिति पैदा हुई है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के चरित्र को प्रदर्शित करता है। सत्ता में बैठे हुए केंद्र की सरकार हर राज्य में जहां उसे जनादेश नहीं मिलता है, वो खरीद फरोख्त के माध्यम से सरकार को गिरा करके अपनी सरकार बनाने का कार्य कर रही है।
Right now, a lot of action happening, a lot of action having more leaders coming up, Shiv Sena. We'll be tracking the story very closely in Republic TV. We're getting a lot of movement here coming from Mathushri.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of multilateral forum will be very important to support the world, which is focusing on post-COVID recovery.
ब्रिक्स की स्थापना इस विश्वास से हुई थी कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज का यह समूह वैश्विक ग्रोथ के इंजन के रूप में उभर सकता है। आज जब पूरा विश्व पोस्ट कोविड रिकवरी पर फोकस कर रहा है, तब ब्रिक्स देशों की भूमिका एक बार फिर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी।
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज़्यादा उत्साह है?
उत्साह तो सर बहुत है, बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर। तो पोर्टर में हमारी एज हो गई है सर, अभी तो 25 प्लस है सर। तो पोर्टर में सर एज बची है तो पोर्टर में ही जाएंगे सर।
देश सेवा करने के लिए पोर्टर
करने के लिए पोर्टर में जा रहे हैं सर।
मुझे ये बताइए, लगातार लोग कहीं ना कहीं कहते हैं कि 4 साल के लिए नहीं जाएगा कोई, लेकिन आप 6 महीने के लिए भी पोर्टर जा रहे हैं। देश सेवा का जज्बा है?
हाँ सर, देश सेवा का जज्बा, और हम 6 महीने के लिए हमारा रोजगार हो जाता है सर, है जी, और हमने अपने बीवी बच्चे पाल लेते हैं सर 6 महीने के।
A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of multilateral forum.
Investigation team which was formed to investigate the 1984 anti-Sikh riots in Delhi arrested 5 more accused from UP's Kanpur Nagar. So far, SIT has arrested 11 more accused. AIADMK supporters in large numbers gathered outside Tamil Nadu CM in Chennai's Vanagaram ahead of party's general council meeting, which is scheduled to be held. Prime Minister Modi will attend the 14th BRICS Summit hosted by China in a virtual mode on the 23rd and 24th.
For long, Sharad Pawar has been considered as the troubleshooter for Maharashtra politics. He has taken Maharashtra politics from trouble into solutions. Can he do it this time? For more updates, stay tuned to Republic Media Network. Thank you.
A quick roundup of news in brief. Prime Minister Modi addressed the 14 BRICS Business Forum Virtual Summit, which is being hosted by China this year. The Prime Minister stressed on significance of the BRICS nations and stated that the role of multilateral forum will be very important to support the world, which is focusing on post-COVID recovery.
ब्रिक्स की स्थापना इस विश्वास से हुई थी कि इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज का यह समूह वैश्विक ग्रोथ के इंजन के रूप में उभर सकता है। आज जब पूरा विश्व पोस्ट कोविड रिकवरी पर फोकस कर रहा है, तब ब्रिक्स देशों की भूमिका एक बार फिर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी।
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज्यादा उत्साह है?
उत्साह तो सब बहुत है, बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर। तो पोर्टर में हमारी एज हो गई है सर, अभी तो 25 प्लस है सर। तो पोर्टर में सर एज बची है तो पोर्टर में ही जाएंगे सर।
देश सेवा करने के लिए पोर्टर
करने के लिए पोर्टर में जा रहे हैं।
#41 versus the loyal 14. Shinde Sena gets numbers needed, will issue whip to pro Uddhav camp next. As Rebel Shinde gets support of 41, NCP says ready to sit in opposition. Is NCP conceding a complete collapse? Mega political rebellion hits Uddhav government. Residence has been vacated. Will he quit next? With hardly any loyalists left in the camp, Uddhav left with no option but to cancel Ki Mato Shri meet now. With numbers and support, Shinde plays his ace, confident of change in government by Saturday.
क्या है मुझे नहीं पता, मुझे पता नहीं।
हिंदुत्व से समझौता हो रहा था।
अरे भाई मैं शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, ओके।
आपके साथ बर्ताव कैसा रहा?
मैं शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, तब समझ लेना आपने।
एकनाथ शिंदे पे कुछ कहेंगे?
मैं शिवसेना के साथ हूँ।
शिंदे भी आपके साथ ही थे?
मैं शिवसेना के साथ हूँ।
आप तो हैं, बाकी जो चले गए उन पे।
अरे मैं शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, चलो। वो पता नहीं मुझे पता नहीं। अरे मैं वहाँ अभी क्या है मुझे पता नहीं, मैं वहाँ जाऊंगा तो मालूम होगा ना। आगे का कभी पूछूं, आगे का अभी जो है वो बोला। हे बघा, आता मी त्या विषयावर भाष्य करत नाही, ज्याचा त्याचा अनुभव ज्याचा त्याला सांगत असतो। मला असं कधी जाणवलं नाही, परंतु मी शिवसेनेसोबत होतो आहे आणि राहीन, त्याच्यामध्ये काय बा ठीक आहे। बघा कोण कोणासोबत जाते हे मला माहित नाही, पण मी शिवसेनेसोबत आहे, ओके। चलो प्लीज।
तो आप सुन रहे थे परभनी से सांसद संजय यादव को, जो अभी अंदर गए, उनसे कहा गया वर्षा आने के लिए। वर्षा जहां जो सरकारी आवास उद्धव ठाकरे का, वहीं पर उद्धव ठाकरे कल तक थे। अब इन सांसदों को भी वर्षा बुलाया है। वर्षा क्यों बुलाया है? कोई बैठक होने वाली है, कुछ और विधायक जो आए थे उन्हें भी वर्षा जाने को कहा है। बड़ी बात यह है कि उद्धव ठाकरे क्या वर्षा जाएंगे, वहां कोई बैठक होगी। सांसद कुछ बोलने को तैयार नहीं। वो सवाल जो एकनाथ शिंदे ने जो उठाए, उन सवालों के जवाब भी आप पूछिए तो सांसद बोलने को तैयार नहीं बोलने के पीछे दो वजह, या तो मना किया गया, या दूसरी बात कि एकनाथ शिंदे जो कह रहे हैं वो सच है, इसलिए सांसद उस बात को कहना नहीं चाह रहे। इन दोनों तरह की वजह हो सकती है, लेकिन बड़ी चीज ये है कि सांसद को वर्षा बंगले बुलाया गया है। कोई मीटिंग होने वाली है, कोई बैठक होने वाली है। ये तस्वीर अब से कुछ वक्त में साफ होगी।
Okay, let's go across to Shivangi as well. Shivangi joining us live from outside Matoshri, where some of the MLAs were walking in and walking out. They don't have the numbers. A meeting scheduled for 12:30 has now been cancelled. Shivangi.
Right. You just heard our Republic Bharat colleague Sohail there as well. Sanjay Yadav just left. That's what we just saw right now, where he said, I'm going to Varsha. He said, I'm going to Varsha. A lot of developments happening here in Matoshri, Niranjan. Couple of leaders now leaving. As well. A lot of developments happening. Now this is happening as the meeting earlier was cancelled. That's what we reported. We were first to report the meeting would be cancelled. But even though the meeting was cancelled, we are seeing multiple leaders. We're seeing multiple leaders coming and go. Subhash Desai had also gone and come out. Now we saw Sanjay Yadav come out, where he gave a very critical piece of information, saying that he's going to Varsha right now. The details are expected, but he said that I'm going to Varsha. Now remember that Niranjan, since morning we are seeing statements come from the Shiv Sena camp, the loyalist camp, saying that they're still confident of their numbers. So basically, as of now, looks like that there might be a plan now, which might happen later on in Varsha. But Uddhav Thackeray is COVID positive. So that we have to keep in mind as well. But we are seeing back-to-back developments here, leaders coming and going from Matoshri.
Okay, the other big breaking news update that Eknath Shinde has shared the letter written by an MLA, and that letter talks about how disgruntled the MLAs have been with Uddhav Thackeray, saying that the Chief Minister's house has been closed to them for the last 2.5 years, saying that they were happy to see that after 2.5 years the doors of the bungalow finally opened up yesterday, saying that many of them were also humiliated, forced to wait. I think there's some more action. Let's go across live to wherever the action is. Getting in some more updates right now. Top BJP leaders are also at Fadnavis's residence, getting in more developments on what the BJP strategy is. They're expecting some movement in the next 2 days. Hearing that with Shinde getting all the numbers, 41. He's going to perhaps try and make a move in the next couple of days. By Saturday, if all goes well, there could be a new government in Maharashtra. By Saturday, if all goes well, there could be a new government in Maharashtra. And let's also get in a word from Piyush, who's at the hotel in Guwahati. The numbers have risen for Eknath Shinde. Has about 41 MLAs with him. Shiv Sena's strength was 55, of which 41 are now with Eknath Shinde, which means Uddhav Thackeray is only left with 14. How many are at that hotel, Piyush?
Well, Ranjan, the numbers keep on adding. Since last night, we are seeing 9 to 10 more MLAs have reached here. Yesterday, a letter was also shot by the Shiv Sena camp, by Shinde camp, in fact, to governor, where they had also passed a resolution saying that they are extending their complete support to Eknath Shinde. What we're now given to understand is that so far, 41 MLAs of Shiv Sena have reached. They are inside. They also had a photo op session inside the hotel itself. Also, what we are given to understand is that in an hour from now, there could be a show of strength at the part of Eknath Shinde, telling to the people that now he is a real Shiv Sena party. On the other side, there are 6 to 7 independent MLAs also inside the very hotel, which adds to the number more, which means the tally, if we add 7 more MLAs, out of which 5 are independent and 2 are from other political outfits, then the number reaches to the mark of 48. So good number of MLAs of Maharashtra are inside the Red and Blue Hotel at 2 p.m. There could be big development taking place. At the same time, Sanjay Shirsat, who is from Shinde camp, he has also written a letter to Uddhav Thackeray saying that that these MLAs were not even given entry inside the official residence of Chief Minister. In fact, he's also mentioning in that particular letter that these MLAs, when they were all set to board a flight for Ayodhya with Aditya Thackeray, they were stopped. In fact, they were called back by Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray. So, series of allegations, not now, but yesterday, being levelled on Mahavikas Aghadi government, on Uddhav Thackeray personally. We'll have to wait and watch how the things are going to change. But what we are now learning is that there could be a big development in coming few hours. And in coming few days, we can see change of government in the state of Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde is now claiming that he has got numbers, 41 Shiv Sena MLAs, which means it is 4 more than the required number of claiming the party originally. So if he issues a whip, then all the MLAs of Shiv Sena will have to abide by that, including Aditya Thackeray. We'll have to wait and watch how the arithmetic is now going to change in coming few minutes. Meetings continuously taking place in Maharashtra, also at Devendra Fadnavis's residence. And if there is change in government, then everybody can guess who will lead that government, and that person right now, Aniranjan, we can also see the meetings taking place at Devendra Fadnavis's residence. At the same time, there's another meeting which is also on at Uddhav Thackeray's residence, Matushri.
Okay, let me also play out what the NCP said a few minutes back. The NCP, which has been in a huddle at Pawar's residence, admitted that even they were taken aback on how suddenly all of these leaders left without a notice, and they admit that the numbers are not with Uddhav Thackeray, saying that they're ready to sit in the opposition. Significant statement that was made by the NCP's Jayant Patil, very close to Sharad Pawar. Listen in.
हमारी आदरणीय शरद पवार साहब के घर पे आज बैठक हुई और जो भी अभी घटनाएं पिछले 3-4 दिन में हुई है उसकी असेसमेंट की गई और हमने आदरणीय पवार साहब ने हमें सबको बताया कि हम आखिरी सरकार के टिकने के लिए, सरकार रहने के लिए जो भी प्रयास करना चाहिए वो हम करने चाहिए और हम सब साथ मिलके उद्धव जी का साथ इस सरकार के लिए हम देंगे.
Let's also play out what Sanjay Raut said a few minutes back. Here's what Sanjay Raut said while still claiming that Uddhav Thackeray had support.
हमारी पार्टी मजबूत है, पार्टी जमीन पर है, हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ता आज भी हमारे साथ पार्टी के साथ जुड़े हैं. कुछ एमएलए हमको छोड़कर जाना यानी पार्टी टूट गया, ऐसा नहीं होता. पार्टी अलग है और विधायकों की बात अलग है. पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी की बात अलग होती है। किस हालात में, किस दबाव में, किस प्रेशर में ये लोग हमें छोड़कर चले गए हैं, उसका खुलासा जल्दी ही हो जाएगा। उद्धव जी ने कल जरूर आह्वान किया है कि आप आइए और बात करिए। मैं उसको बंडखोर नहीं मानता हूँ जैसा आप कहते हैं, ये बेईमानी है।
And the NCP has already conceded defeat almost by saying that they're ready to sit in the opposition. They're not even talking about the numbers anymore. But the other big breaking news update, let me go across to Piyush Auri, who's at Pawar's residence. Piyush, do we know what was discussed in that meeting, whether there was any message that Pawar sent out to his leaders at that meeting?
Well, definitely, Niranjan, there were a lot of options that may have been weighed, to make sure that how this government can survive. Now, I believe even they realize that, things have gone out of hand and it is not going to be easy for them to make this government survive. But nevertheless, I think you cannot ever discount Sharad Pawar out. He has this knack of taking something out of the blue, all of a sudden. And many leaders of NCP, many leaders of Congress who want this government, Mahavikas Aghadi, to survive, are hoping that, once again, Sharad Pawar, who is often considered as a troubleshooter in Maharashtra politics for long, will take out something new and make this government survive. So yes, there have been a lot of options that are being discussed. Floor option test is one of them, and I believe what I've also been able to hear from the sources is that many NCP leaders are definitely asking Uddhav Thackeray to have a word with a lot of rebel MLAs also and make a lot of concessions, have a soft approach towards them. Let me make it one thing very clear over here. The letter which was revealed by us did show that many MLAs of Shiv Sena who have rebelled against Uddhav Thackeray were also disappointed by the fact that Uddhav Thackeray had become very arrogant. So now it is going to be very interesting to watch that when Uddhav Thackeray, who is not only trying to survive as a chief minister, but now also trying to make sure that his hold over this party remains, how he will try to change himself as a leader. So this is also going to be very interesting. So two very interesting scenarios, two very interesting scenarios that are here at us. And as you just revealed to us, if all these things, go the way they are, chances are that we may have a new Maharashtra government by Saturday. So very interesting developments that are happening, very fast paced, and we are over here looking each and every part of it. Over to you, Niranjan.
Okay, let's also tell you that as far as Sharad Pawar's meeting is concerned, earlier he asked his leaders to be prepared for a flow test if required, which was also echoed by Jayant Patil of the NCP, who spoke. Jayant Patil also said that be prepared for a flow test. He said we are prepared as a party to even sit in the opposition if required. Now the breaking news update right now also is that Shinde's numbers have swelled. So Shiv Sena has been split into two parts. Right now, Shinde, Eknath Shinde has 41 MLAs with him, and Uddhav Thackeray has just about 14. And Deepak Kesarkar is joining me on the phone line. Let's see if we have a phone plate of Deepak Kesarkar. Mr. Kesarkar, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Are you in Guwahati now, Mr. Kesarkar?
Yes, I'm in Guwahati.
Mr. Kesarkar, you were with Mr. Kesarkar, are you firmly with Mr. Shinde?
I'll come out there.
Are you with Mr. Shinde right now? Hi, Mr. Kesarkar. I think you have a I think we couldn't hear you clearly. Yeah, now I can hear you. So, are you firmly with Mr. Eknath Shinde?
Yes, I'm with Eknath Shinde ji, and I'm very much here present with him.
Can I ask you something? 2 days back, we saw you sitting with Mr. Aditya Thackeray and driving out with him. What made you change your mind?
I have been very firm on my stand that Sena should go with BJP as an ally, and I have explained my stand on this. While I was leaving from the hotel, few Shiv Sena party workers misbehaved with him. I told them properly that what you altogether could not do in Konkan, I have done it with my principles. So you don't behave like this with me. In spite of that, they sent some cars to follow me, I spoke to the General Secretary of the party that this should be immediately stopped. Otherwise, I'll have to take another decision. So, in spite of that, in the morning, they were very much present before my residence. And I cannot tolerate such kind of things. I have given a big fight for peace. And I am very firm about my stance. That's why, and I waited till Uddhavji takes a final decision. Till that time, I was very much in Mumbai. After he took a decision that he is going to resign and somebody should tell him, ask him to resign, that was not our demand at all. ये हमारी कभी भी मांग नहीं थी कि वो रिजाइन करे. हमारा इतना ही कहना था कि फिलहाल आप जिनके साथ काम कर रहे हैं उनके साथ सब इम्पोर्टेंट डिपार्टमेंट है जो स्टेट के प्रोग्रेस के लिए एसेंशियल है. लेकिन उस डिपार्टमेंट से जो एरिया में शिवसेना का वर्चस्व है उसमें डेवलपमेंट फंड नहीं दिया जा रहा है. तो हमारी मांग थी कि यू डिसकंटिन्यू दिस एंड हैव अ अलायंस विद बीजेपी. दैट इज मोर बेनिफिशियल फॉर द प्रोग्रेस ऑफ द स्टेट.
Can I ask you something? Have you been able to speak to Uddhav or any senior leader regarding your
I have
what you just told me?
spoken to him before I left Mumbai. I have personally spoken to him. I have all the respect for him, and I don't think we had never even dreamt of his resignation. Only thing we were insisting, and I was personally insisting on this for the last 2 years, that they must have an alliance with BJP. Because when the PM and the CM do something together for the state will prosper. And my stand is still there, and they are old allies, so they should go well in hand. I was a part of the cabinet when they were together in Maharashtra.
Mr. Kesarkar, now you are with Mr. Shinde. We did some math. We have a sense that he has about 41 MLAs with him, backing him. He's a Shiv Sainik, which means he has the required number to sort of, openly either float a new outfit or stay with Sena but take control of the Sena and then thereby form the government, a new government. Now, what are the options in front of you? Why don't you tell our viewers? A lot of viewers are listening to you. They'd like to hear from you. What is your plan? What do you want to do?
The plan, when we choose something as your leader, so Shinde is our leader, and he is the proper authority to tell you about our future plans. But right now, we are going to form a group so that our separate identity is there. And as it is, even when we were together, Mr. Shinde was the chief of the party in the legislature, and that position remains. Whether 20 or 21 MLAs decide differently, that don't make any decision. Any decision which is taken in a legislative party is to be taken by majority and in presence of all the MLAs, which is not being done. So I think that they should call a meeting of all party people. Mr. Shinde is entitled to do that. And in that, if required, we can vote in favor of Mr. Shinde, and it would be proved that he is the leader of our party in the legislature.
Okay, and how soon will you be looking to prove your numbers? Do you have any plan?
By tomorrow, I think, latest by tomorrow.
Tomorrow you'll prove your numbers.
A lot of people are flying.
Okay. A lot of people are flying to Mumbai or flying to Guwahati?
Flying to Guwahati, of course.
Okay, so more people are coming to Guwahati. That's a big breaking news update.
Yes.
More people.
Yes.
Okay. Now that is a very big statement.
Thank you.
And is everyone alone, Mr. Kesarkar? I'll just take 1 minute of your time. Is everyone together in this?
Yes. Everybody is together.
And if
to
you
give them this message, I came specially from Mumbai. I was supposed to stay in Mumbai, back in Mumbai all the time, but Shinde Sahab asked me to come here only to show the solidarity among all of us.
Okay.
That's why I'm in Guwahati.
Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, all the best to you, and we will be in touch. Thank you very much. That's Deepak Kesarkar, one of the pro-Shinde leaders who's with Eknath Shinde right now in Guwahati, saying that they have the numbers that is needed, over 40. And he says, the big breaking news update, he says, more MLAs en route Guwahati. He says, more MLAs en route Guwahati. He says he personally told Uddhav Thackeray that they should go with the BJP and that they were making a big mistake. That is the big takeaway from that. We'll just cut that entire interaction and play that again. That is Deepak Kesarkar, who's spoken to Republic TV. An MLA, very interestingly, he was seen with Aditya Thackeray leaving in the same car, and he says the kind of tactics that they've used with him is deplorable. He says the pro-Uddhav camp put workers, Shiv Sena workers, outside his house, outside his office. They were hounding him, and he said despite him objecting to it, none of it stopped, and he said enough is enough, and that's why I decided to come to Guwahati. That is Deepak Kesarkar saying that they are forming a group with a new identity. They're forming a group with a new identity, and Eknath Shinde is their leader. It's now official now that this is all but over. This is all but over. Eknath Shinde's leaders, Eknath Shinde's group are set, and he made a very big announcement that tomorrow they're going to prove their numbers. And that's the big breaking news update from the Shinde camp on Republic TV. Shinde camp telling Republic TV that they will be proving their numbers on Friday. And once they prove their numbers on Friday, that's when the entire game changes. That's when the entire game changes. This is a big breaking news update right now. That they have decided to prove their numbers tomorrow. They will prove their numbers tomorrow, and in all probability, there could be a new government in Maharashtra on Saturday. Let's play out that full interaction with Deepak Kesarkar. I'm just waiting for that. The moment I have the entire interaction, I'll just play that out. But you just heard him there. He's also in Guwahati, Piyush. He's also in Guwahati. Tomorrow seems to be a critical day. But what he's also said to Republic is that more leaders are en route Guwahati. He says more leaders are en route Guwahati and will be landing soon. This tells you how disconnected the Chief Minister was with his party. This tells you how disconnected, Piyush, Uddhav Thackeray was with his party. I mean, the entire party is headed to Guwahati.
Well, absolutely. More and more MLAs are coming. This is what the confirmation given by Mr. He's also the minister in the government. Is telling us, Niranjan, that more and more MLAs are en route to Guwahati, which is certainly telling us that there could be a change of government by Saturday. And he's also telling us that by tomorrow they are going to prove the numbers. In fact, it's an exclusive conversation, Niranjan. You have had, you've had. In fact, in that particular conversation, he's telling us that he told personally to Uddhav Thackeray that he wanted that Shiv Sena should go with BJP, but that did not happen. In fact, he was also hounded. Very big statement being made by Mr. Kesarkar. We'll have to wait and watch. If other MLAs are also going to come out in couple of and speak their mind out. In fact, he's also said that he is accepting Eknath Shinde as the leader, and he was also being stopped there in Mumbai. Now he has come to Guwahati to extend a solidarity with all the MLAs who are staying here at Radisson Blue Hotel. I would ask Nitesh to once show the pictures from right outside this very hotel, where security has also been beefed up. Remember that massive developments are taking place, and Deepak Kesarkar has made a very big statement while having an exclusive conversation with you, Niranjan. He said that by tomorrow there could be some development coming in from Guwahati. More and more MLAs are en route to Guwahati, and they will be joining this entire team of MLAs, Shiv Sena MLAs who are extending their complete support to Eknath Shinde. In fact, they have also accepted Shinde as their leader. And after this very short bit, Niranjan, will get more and more details as Deepak Kesarkar coming out with an explosive interview with Niranjan. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of porter, and these youth have gathered here in large numbers. मुझे ये बताइए, पोर्टर की भर्ती के लिए आप 6 महीने के लिए आए हैं, कितना ज़्यादा उत्साह है?
उत्साह तो सर बहुत है, बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर। तो पोर्टर में हमारी एज हो गई है सर, अभी तो 25+ है सर। तो पोर्टर में सर एज बची है, तो पोर्टर में ही जाएंगे सर।
देश सेवा करने के लिए पोर्टर
करने के लिए पोर्टर में जा रहे हैं सर।
मुझे ये बताइए, लगातार लोग कहीं ना कहीं कहते हैं कि 4 साल के लिए नहीं जाएगा कोई, लेकिन आप 6 महीने के लिए भी पोर्टर जा रहे हैं। देश सेवा का जज्बा है?
हाँ सर, देश सेवा का जज्बा है, और हम 6 महीने के लिए हमारा रुखसार हो जाता है सर, है जी, और हमने अपने बीवी बच्चे पाल लेते हैं सर 6 महीने के।
By-elections to 4 assembly seats in Tripura has begun amid tight security arrangements today. A total of 25 companies of central forces apart from Tripura state rifles have been deployed. More than 1 lakh voters are eligible to decide the electoral fate of 25 candidates in the fray. Polling is underway for the by-elections in Mandar Assembly constituency in Ranchi district. Amid tight security, voting would be held.
Rising by the hour, rebels isolate Uddhav Thackeray completely. It's Rebel 41 versus Loyal 14. Shinde Sena gets numbers needed. Will issue whip to pro-Uddhav camp next. Shinde 41 versus Uddhav 14 now. As Rebel Shinde gets support of 41 MLAs, NCP says ready to sit in opposition. NCP conceding a complete collapse. Mega political rebellion hits the Uddhav government. Residence has been vacated. Will he quit next? He doesn't have the numbers. With hardly any loyalists left in his camp, Uddhav cancels the key Matoshri meeting. He knows even 12 to 13 MLAs are not with him now. With numbers and support, Eknath Shinde plays his ace, confident of change in government by Saturday. Tracking every development here on Republic TV, we spoke to one of the rebel MLAs. Very interestingly, this rebel MLA was seen with Aditya Thackeray driving out of the Chief Minister's residence on Tuesday. His name is Deepak Kesarkar. He spoke to Republic TV a few minutes back and he confirmed he was in Mumbai, was planning to stay in Mumbai, but the manner in which he was treated, hounded almost by pro-Uddhav workers, he's been forced to take a flight to Guwahati. Deepak Kesarkar confirming that he's with Shinde, and there are over 40 MLAs supporting Shinde, and that more are flying down to Guwahati, and that Shinde, Eknath Shinde, is their leader. Listen in. You know, you were with, Mr. Kesarkar, are you firmly with Mr. Shinde?
I'll come out there.
Are you with Mr. Shinde right now? Hi, Mr. Kesarkar. I think you have a point. Yeah. I think we couldn't hear you clearly. Yeah, now I can hear you. So, are you firmly with Mr. Eknath Shinde?
Yes, I'm with Eknath Shinde ji, and I'm very much here present with him.
Can I ask you something? 2 days back, we saw you sitting with Mr. Aditya Thackeray and driving out with him. What made you change your mind?
I have been very firm on my stand that Sena should go with BJP as an ally, and I have explained my stand on this. While I was leaving from the hotel, few Shiv Sena party workers misbehaved with him. I told them properly that what you altogether could not do in Konkan, I have done it with my principles. So you don't behave like this with me. In spite of that, they sent some cars to follow me, I spoke to the General Secretary of the party that this should be immediately stopped. Otherwise, I'll have to take another decision. So in spite of that, in the morning, they were very much present before my residence. And I cannot tolerate such kind of things. I have given a big fight for peace. And I am very firm about my stance. That's why, and I waited till Uddhavji takes a final decision. Till that time, I was very much in Mumbai. After he took a decision that he is going to resign and somebody should tell him, ask him to resign, that was not our demand at all. ये हमारी कभी भी मांग नहीं थी कि वो रिजाइन करे. हमारा इतना ही कहना था कि फिलहाल आप जिनके साथ काम कर रहे हैं उनके साथ सब इम्पोर्टेंट डिपार्टमेंट है जो स्टेट के प्रोग्रेस के लिए एसेंशियल है, लेकिन उस डिपार्टमेंट से जो एरिया में शिवसेना का वर्चस्व है उसमें डेवलपमेंट फंड नहीं दिया जा रहा है. तो हमारी मांग थी कि यू डिसकंटिन्यू दिस एंड हैव अ अलायंस विद बीजेपी. दैट इज मोर बेनिफिशियल फॉर द प्रोग्रेस ऑफ द स्टेट.
Can I ask you something? Have you been able to speak to Uddhav or any senior leader regarding your what you just told me? I have spoken
to him before I left Mumbai. I have personally spoken to him. I have all the respect for him, and I don't think we had never even dreamt of his resignation. Only thing we were insisting, and I was personally insisting on this for the last 2 years, that they must have an alliance with BJP. Because when the PM and the CM do something together for the state will prosper. And my stand is still there, and they are old allies, so they should go well in hand. I was a part of the cabinet when they were together in Maharashtra.
Mr. Kesarkar, now you are with Mr. Shinde. We did some math. We have a sense that he has about 41 MLAs with him, backing him. He's a Shiv Sainik, which means he has the required number to sort of, openly either float a new outfit or stay with Sena but take control of the Sena and then thereby form the government, a new government. Now, what are the options in front of you? Why don't you tell our viewers? A lot of viewers are listening to you. They'd like to hear from you. What is your plan? What do you want to do?
The plan, when we choose something as your leader, so Shinde is our leader, and he is the proper authority to tell you about our future plans. But right now, we are going to form a group so that our separate identity is there. And as it is, even when we were together, Mr. Shinde was the chief of the party in the legislature, and that position remains. Whether 20 or 21 MLAs decide differently, that don't make any decision. Any decision which is taken in a legislative party is to be taken by majority and in presence of all the MLAs, which is not being done. So I think that they should call a meeting of all party people. Mr. Shinde is entitled to that, and in that, if required, we can vote in favor of Mr. Shinde, and it would be proved that he is the leader of our party in the legislature.
Okay, and how soon will you be looking to prove your numbers? Do you have any plan?
By tomorrow, I think, latest by tomorrow.
Tomorrow you'll prove your numbers.
A lot of people are flying.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of people are flying to Mumbai or flying to Guwahati?
Flying to Guwahati, of course.
Okay, so more people are coming to Guwahati. That's a big breaking news update.
Yes.
More people.
Yes.
Okay. Now that is a very big statement.
Thank you.
And is everyone alone, Mr. Kesarkar? I'll just take 1 minute of your time. Is everyone together in this?
Yes. Everybody is together.
And if
to
you
give them this message, I came specially from Mumbai. I was supposed to stay in Mumbai, back in Mumbai all the time, but Shinde Saab asked me to come here only to show the solidarity among all of us.
Okay.
That's why I'm in Guwahati.
Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, all the best to you, and we will be in touch. Thank you very much. That was Deepak Kesarkar, a rebel who spoke to Republic TV a few minutes back, confirming that he went to Guwahati because he was being harassed. He was seen in a car with Aditya Thackeray. I'll just pull out those pictures. He was seen in a car with Aditya Thackeray on Tuesday. But the next day he left, he fled. He says, I had to leave because they were harassing me to a level where I couldn't even stay in Mumbai. They put workers outside my house, they put workers outside my office. They used to follow me, and I told them stop doing this, and despite that they continued doing it, and that's why I had no choice but to leave Mumbai. He says, I've come here to Guwahati to stand with Eknath Shinde. But he did of course hint that he's going to make some move along with Eknath Shinde tomorrow when numbers could be proven. Raj Bhavan has been activated. Republic TV brought you the details of how the governor has been activated with Eknath Shinde appealing to prove his numbers, and that exercise could happen tomorrow, as early as tomorrow. So in all probability, a possible new government in Maharashtra over the weekend on Saturday or Sunday. Going across to Piyush, joining us live from Guwahati. Guwahati is the super hot destination for all political activity right now. All leaders headed to Guwahati. Charter flights being booked to Guwahati. We are hearing more MLAs headed your way. Piyush, more MLAs headed your way as per Eknath Shinde.
Yes, Niranjan, and also Deepak Kesarkar in an exclusive conversation to you has confirmed that more people are flying to Guwahati. What we are now getting to know is that in a short while from now, Eknath Shinde is also going to release a photograph of all the MLAs who are present inside the Radisson Blu hotel, and by 2 p.m. most likely he could prove the show of, he could also come up with show of strength, and like Deepak Kesarkar also mentioned that by latest by tomorrow they are going to prove their number. So there could be movements back and forth, Mumbai to Guwahati. The MLAs are flying to Guwahati, and after the enough numbers are in the hands of Shinde. In fact, these numbers are there in the hands of Shinde after taking appointment from a governor, and most likely it can be done via video conferencing. So the MLAs who are coming here and going inside the Radisson Blu hotel, they are most likely to release photographs with Eknath Shinde, and that will certainly prove as to how Eknath Shinde is now the new leader of Shiv Sena. Like Deepak Kesarkar also mentioned that he also had advised Uddhav Thackeray to form government with BJP, but his request was not listened by the Uddhav Thackeray. Also, Niranjan, you would remember the kind of tweet which was done by Eknath Shinde, where it was mentioned the real sentiments of all these MLAs who are staying here at Radisson Blu hotel, where they had mentioned that they were never allowed inside the chief minister's residence. In fact, they were stopped from going to Ayodhya. Their bags were taken out of the airport. They had almost boarded the flight, but they were stopped and called back by Uddhav Thackeray. So a series of allegations have been leveled by these MLAs. In fact, in that particular resolution which was passed by all these MLAs, they had called this government a corrupt government. So massive turn of events taking place. Guwahati has now become the epicenter of all these MLAs who have congregated here. Shortly we can also expect a joint photograph of all the MLAs, including the independent candidates who have come here. Remember that late last night, top close aide of Uddhav Thackeray and topmost leader who is also independent MLA Chandrakant Patil was also seen here.
Stay with me. We have another big breaking news update, Piyush. Piyush, I'm putting out the details of the latest breaking news update right now. In a few minutes from now, we are going to have a press release, a photo of all the rebels, which I think will be the final nail on the coffin as far as the numbers go. Most of these MLAs have already landed in Guwahati. Some more are en route, but I think they've got the numbers to even put out a photograph, and that's why they're confident of putting out the photograph. I think this is going to get very interesting in the next few minutes. Anytime now in Guwahati. So Piyush, keep looking at your phone. Piyush, keep checking your phone. Anytime now that photo is going to come your way. We're going to get a photo of all the rebels in a short while from now. So we're all standing by for that photo. Shinde camp is going to release the photo. They have 41 MLAs with me. So in case you're watching this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, the breaking news right now is that Eknath Shinde has got the numbers. In fact, he's got more numbers than he wanted. You needed 37 leaders, 37 MLAs to ensure that you take the call, you take the decision to defect or to take control of the party or to launch a new outfit. Instead of 37, he's got 41, and that number could rise, as per Deepak Kesarkar, one of the rebels, who just said that more are headed towards Guwahati. Now it appears that he's got more numbers and that he could be releasing a photo anytime now, and that the Raj Bhavan, that is the governor's office, has been activated. And we are also hearing that in all possibility, the governor, who was in hospital, by the way, yesterday, checked into a hospital because he tested positive for COVID. Very interesting. Hearing that he could return to Raj Bhavan tomorrow. Will that happen? And will that indicate that there will be a show of strength perhaps tomorrow? Will that show of strength happen virtually? Yesterday we broke the Shinde. Eknath Shinde had asked for time from the governor to prove his numbers virtually, because he is in Guwahati. From Guwahati he wanted to show his numbers, and the Raj Bhavan had indicated, and the governor's office had indicated, that even though the governor had tested positive, he is willing to work virtually, work from hospital, work from Raj Bhavan. He said that he is ready to do either of that, and in all possibility those numbers are going to be proven. Okay, let's get the news update. Piyush Ori is at Pawar's residence. Piyush, what is the news at your end? What is the news?
So as Niranjan, you just said that, there is every possibility that by Saturday we may have a new Maharashtra government. Now this is something big, this is something explosive, and every options are being weighed to make sure that this does not happen, at least from the NCP side and from the Congress side, and to some extent some loyalists who are there supporting Uddhav Thackeray. So they are making a last ditch effort to make sure that new Maharashtra government that has Eknath, Shinde, new Shiv Sena being there does not take place, and all efforts are being made from Pawar camp over here to make sure that the new Maharashtra government does not get formed. So secret meetings are being held, consultative meetings are being held. In fact, we just told you that NCP has given an option that there should be a floor option test. They have given this option, and to some extent they have also made a concession of saying that if required, they are also willing to sit in the opposition. So all options are being weighed on by the Pawar camp, but as you say, in politics, never say never. And definitely, when you think of Sharad Pawar, he has this knack of taking something all out of sudden from the blue. So all leaders from Mahavikas Aghadi, are thinking that this time again, Sharad Pawar is going to bail them out. Can he do it this time? It is going to be interesting to watch. Let's see what happens. Back to you, Niranjan.
Yeah, thank you for that. Let's now listen to what the NCP said. Sometime back, Jayant Patil spoke. Let's see if we can remove that soundbite of Jayant Patil. The NCP has indicated they're willing to sit in the opposition, categorically saying they are willing to sit in the opposition, also expressing surprise about how all these MLAs have deserted Uddhav and have gone to Guwahati. Let's play that out.
आदरणीय शरद पवार साहब के घर पे आज बैठक हुई, और जो भी अभी घटनाएं पिछले 3-4 दिन में हुई है उसकी असेसमेंट की गई, और हमने आदरणीय पवार साहब ने हमें सबको बताया कि हम आखिरी सरकार के टिकने के लिए, सरकार रहने के लिए जो भी प्रयास करना चाहिए वो हम करने चाहिए, और हम सब साथ मिलके उद्धव जी का साथ इस सरकार के लिए हम देंगे।
But we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm outside Mathushri getting you all the updates. Some Sena leaders going in and coming out as well. But the numbers completely stacked against Uddhav Thackeray. Much more coming up on the other side of this very short break.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
A special investigation team which was formed to investigate the 1984 anti-Sikh riots in the national capital arrested 5 more accused from UP's Kanpur district so far. The SIT has arrested 11 accused in the anti-Sikh riots. The AIADMK supporters in large numbers gathered outside Tamil Nadu Chief Minister in Chennai's Vanagaram ahead of the party's General Council meeting, which is scheduled to be held later today. All cadres attending the General Body meeting have been given an ID card, which is mandatory for the entire entry in the area. Prime Minister Modi will attend the 14 BRICS summit hosted by China in a virtual mode on 23rd and 24th of June, according to the Ministry of External Affairs. Discussion during the 14 BRICS summit is expected to cover intra-BRICS cooperation in areas such as counter-terrorism, trade, among several others. And here's news in brief from across the world. The current global conditions are posing challenges for the stability of the worldwide supply chains as well as in the realms of the energy and food. And in light of this, Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro said that his country's response to this is not to be closed to the rest of the world. And he also made remarks at the start of the BRICS Virtual Business Forum. Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister, who is overseeing countries' push to join European Union, said that Zelensky government is at the stage of preparing to fulfill the EU accession conditions published by the European Commission.
Okay, getting into breaking news. First pictures on Republic TV. First pictures on Republic. That's a new photo op. We told you that they would be releasing a new photo, a new proof, video proof of the support. It's on your screen right now. Let's count the number of MLAs. You can count the number of MLAs right now. Just trying to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, I'm just trying to get a head count on that. But let's just pause the frame. Let's just pause the frame for a second. I think they've just released this video, and the moment we have a long shot, we'll pause the frame and tell you how many MLAs are there. But these are pictures coming in from Guwahati of the leaders in one frame. I repeat, pictures of leaders in one frame. We're just trying to count and give you the full head count right now, but the numbers are clearly indicating that he's home. He's got. I'm just trying to get you a head count. I'll try and go across to Alicia. There are 43. There are 43 almost in this frame. 43 of them seen in the pictures right now. Alicia's on the phone line. Alicia, 43. Is it 43 or 42?
Would have been told that it's 42 because importantly, this coming in from the inside the hotel. So I've been told it's 42 MLAs that with Eknath Shinde, and this clearly gives an indication now that Eknath Shinde, who was claiming that he has all these MLAs with him, he has the support, he has the number, and important is these are the Shiv Sena MLAs, because what we have been told that the meeting that has been ongoing in Matoshri, where all the MLAs has been asked to come to the Matoshri to meet Uddhav Thackeray, but only 13 MLAs are present. Only 13 MLAs are present in Matoshri, and we have the full list of 13 MLAs. But importantly, what we are seeing is that there are 42 MLAs. It's 42 Shiv Sena MLAs are present in Guwahati.
That's 42 MLAs. That's confirmed now. 42 MLAs. I think we just did a head count. You're saying that all these 42 Sena MLAs with Uddhav Thackeray, with Eknath Shinde right now. Those are pictures of Eknath Shinde's 42. It's not 41. It's 42. It's 42. 42 Sena MLAs, and all of them are Sena MLAs, right? Not independents. 42 MLAs. 42 MLAs. Alicia, 42, it's Shinde's 42 versus Uddhav's 13, because only 13 were present. We are hearing that only 13 were present. So it's Shinde's 42 versus Uddhav's 13 now. He's lost more numbers.
Yes,
Alicia,
getting a confirmation that yes, it's 42 Shiv Sena MLAs that are present in Guwahati hotel, and there are even independent MLAs that are support that has been given to Eknath Shinde. And yes, it was Shiv Sena, what is Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde camp versus Uddhav Thackeray camp. But what we see that Eknath Shinde has a 42 number. 42 MLA with him. The
42 number, 42 MLA with him, in total 42 number, and where Uddhav Thackeray has only 13 Shiv Sena MLAs that has been present. If I read out the names that has been accessed by Republic, where 13 MLAs which include Aditya Thackeray, Ajay Chaudhary, Ravindra Vaikar, Rajan Salvi, Vaibhav Nayak, Nitin Deshmukh, Uday Samant, Sunil Raut, Sunil Prabhu, Dilip Lande, Rahul Patil, Kailash Patil, Santosh Bangar. These are the 13 MLAs that has been present in Matoshri, and now we can see the picture of the head count of MLAs that are present in Guwahati Radisson Blue Hotel, and this is the proof. Even earlier you were talking about that Eknath Shinde soon is going to give the proof of the head count. He is going to give the proof of the numbers of MLAs that he has, and finally the video has been released. And it clearly shows that it's 42 MLAs with Eknath Shinde, which clearly gives a number, because the information that we got from the Shinde camp that which clearly stated that now this 42 MLAs, the Shiv Senas, are the real Shiv Sena. These are the real Shiv Senas who are together, and not the other part where they don't follow the ideology of Hindutva. They don't follow the ideology of Baba Thackeray. So this was the claim that was made, and now even this is something that Eknath Shinde has the power to issue a whip now, because the whip, the leader that has been made, he can now issue a whip, and if this goes to the floor, now let me come to the point of showing the strength of power, showing the strength of numbers of MLAs. If this goes, if they really goes for the floor test, and as per the Sanjay Raut who was saying that we are ready for the floor test, but if they really go to the floor test, if Eknath Shinde giving an instruction to the whip leader, and if that whip has been issued to other Shiv Sena MLAs as well, they have to give the vote to the Shinde camp and not to the other MLAs. So this is very important, and if they are not adhered to the whip, the disciplinary action can be initiated against those. So these are the information that we are getting from Eknath Shinde, MLAs who are there present in Guwahati, and some of the other way we know that there are more and more MLAs who are going to join. There are many more MLAs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde, but most important, we know that it's not only MLA but also the MP is giving a support to Eknath Shinde. We know that almost 17 member of parliament who expressed their support to Eknath Shinde over the phone. We even know that Rajan Vichare, who is a Thane MP, and Shrikant Shinde, who is a Kalyan MP, who is already present in Guwahati. They have been managing everything. So where we can see the at this point of time, because the letter that has been issued, the letter that has been tweeted by Eknath Shinde clearly gives an indication what we can see, that the letter that has been given, which clearly showed that this express of Uddhav Thackeray, will show you the video that has been exclusively accessed by Republic TV on the surface to our viewer. Let's listen to it, what exactly the video says, because it clearly shows that the Shiv Sena strength, the Eknath Shinde strength that has managed to gather at least 42 heads. So we'll listen to the video first and then come back to the important breaking news that has been coming in.
कैमरा वाला आपका फोटो को डॉक्टर ओ डॉक्टर कैमरा वाला फोटो शिवसेना प्रमाणे बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांचा आणि आवाज कुणाचा आणि एकनाथरावजी शिंदे साहेब तुम आगे बढ़ो हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं धर्मवीर आनंद यांचा
By-elections to 4 assembly seats in Tripura has begun amid tight security arrangements today. A total of 25 companies of central forces apart from Tripura state rifles have been deployed. More than 1 lakh voters are eligible to decide the electoral fate of 25 candidates in the fray. Polling is underway for the by-elections in Mandar Assembly constituency in Ranchi district amid tight security. Voting would be held in 433 polling booths from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. today. Polling has also begun in UP's Azamgarh and Rampur, wherein over 35 lakh people are eligible to vote in the by-polls to decide the fate of 19 candidates. The by-polls to the Azamgarh seat were involved by the resignation. It is in fact in the backdrop of the resignation of Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, who was elected to the UP Legislative Assembly as an MLA in the elections earlier this year. A special investigation team which was formed to investigate the 1984 anti-Sikh riots in the national capital arrested 5 more accused from UP's Kanpur district. So far, the SIT has arrested 11 accused in the anti-Sikh riots. The AIADMK supporters in large numbers gathered outside Tamil Nadu Chief Minister in Chennai's Vanagaram ahead of the party's General Council meeting, which is scheduled to be held later today. All cadres attending the General Body meeting have been given an ID card, which is mandatory for the entire entry in the area. Prime Minister Modi will attend the 14 BRICS summit hosted by China in a virtual mode on 23rd and 24th of June, according to the Ministry of External Affairs. Discussion during the 14 BRICS summit is expected to cover intra-BRICS cooperation in areas such as counter-terrorism, trade, among several others. Eknath Shinde needs a total of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs to gain majority within the party. He had previously claimed support from 48 members of the party, including 29 Shiv Sena MLAs.
Well, it's a very important visual coming in from Guwahati, where we can see that Eknath Shinde has been meeting all those MLAs. There are 42 Shiv Sena MLAs and other independent MLAs that has been seen in the Guwahati hotel. And the proof that has clearly stated that what the claim that has been made by Eknath Shinde, clearly stating that it's not only about the numbers, but it's all about the Hindutva ideology. And that is the reason why this all Shiv Sena MLA has left the Uddhav Thackeray and came here in Guwahati with Eknath Shinde, because Eknath Shinde is the one who has been continuing with the Hindutva ideology, and that is the reason we can clearly hear in that video which they are continuously taking a slogan, clearly stating that Shivaji Maharaj ki Jai. This slogan has been taken. We'll continue with this important story. A minute-to-minute breaking will be there for our viewers. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
By-elections to 4 assembly seats in Tripura has begun amid tight security arrangements today. A total of 25 companies of central forces apart from Tripura State Rifles have been deployed. More than 1 lakh voters are eligible to decide the electoral fate of 25 candidates in the fray. Polling is underway for the by-elections in Mandar Assembly constituency in Ranchi district amid tight security. Voting would be held in 433 polling booths from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. today. Polling has also begun in UP's Azamgarh and Rampur, wherein over 35 lakh people are eligible to vote in the by-polls to decide the fate of 19 candidates. The by-polls to the Azamgarh seat were involved by the resignation. It is in fact in the backdrop of the resignation of Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, who was elected to the UP Legislative Assembly as an MLA in the elections earlier this year. Eknath Shinde needs a total of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs to gain majority within the party. He had previously claimed support from 48 members of the party, including 29 Shiv Sena MLAs. Apart from Shiv Sena MLAs, Eknath Shinde has received support from party parliamentarians as well. Sources inform Republic that around 17 MPs are in touch with Shinde, supporting him over the phone. Eknath Shinde called for a meeting with the supporters at 10 a.m. to discuss the future course of action. This comes after more MLAs have joined the Shinde camp as a rebel against Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray.
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the
Rising by the hour, rebels isolate Uddhav Thackeray completely. It's rebel 42 versus loyalist 13 now. Shinde Sena gets numbers needed, will issue a whip to the pro-Uddhav camp next. As rebel Shinde gets support of 42 MLAs, NCP says it's ready to sit in the opposition. Is the NCP conceding complete collapse? Mega political rebellion hits the Uddhav government. Residence has been vacated. Will Uddhav quit next? With hardly any loyalists left in the camp, Uddhav Thackeray cancels key Matoshri meeting. With numbers and support, Shinde plays his ace card, confident of a change in government by Saturday. Viewers, we have just received these visuals of the 42 MLAs who are currently in the camp of Eknath Shinde over in Guwahati. Meanwhile, at Matoshri, there are only 13 MLAs with Uddhav Thackeray. At this point, I'm welcoming Abhishek Kapoor onto our broadcast. Abhishek, far from a rebellion, this is a full-blown mutiny now, because there are way more MLAs in Guwahati with Eknath Shinde than there are with the former party leader Uddhav Thackeray, it would seem.
Well, absolutely, Ankit. In fact, in a different context, it was said of Mao bombed the headquarters to capture the party. Essentially, what we are seeing is Eknath Shinde effectively hijacking the party completely away from the Thackeray clan, and now claiming the complete ownership of the party, to the extent that there is this call that the election symbol of Shiv Sena, the bow and arrow, would be taken by the Shinde group. And in fact, the chief whip appointed by Eknath Shinde yesterday would be asking Aditya Thackeray, when the floor test happens, to vote for this group in support of the position taken by this group. So I think what we are seeing is complete collapse of the Shiv Sena legislature party in favor of Eknath Shinde, away from the Thackerays. Also, Ankit, we are getting reports that of the 18 members of parliament belonging to the Shiv Sena, 5 have moved towards Goa. From Goa, they might fly down to Guwahati in support of Eknath Shinde camp. So I think it's surprising that the Thackerays did not see it coming. Uddhav did not see the kind of rebellion, not just of Eknath Shinde, but the scale of rebellion that we are seeing now, where almost the entire party has moved lock, stock and barrel in support of Shinde and is camping with him. In the pictures, we could see 49, and of that, if 41 are Shiv Sena, it's clear that the 2/3 majority of the legislators are with the Shinde, and when the floor test happens, the party would not, or the Shinde group would not come under the purview of the Representation of People's Act and the clause that applies on breaking away a party with 2/3 majority. So I think this writing on the wall was seen by Uddhav yesterday. That's why he vacated the Chief Minister's residence and moved to the Thackeray residence, Matoshri in Bandra. Ankit, but what is important is that fast-paced developments happening, these pictures being released by Shinde camp, clearly showing the numbers are with them. MPs of the Shiv Sena moving out of their their influence going to Goa, onward to Guwahati, and NCP suggesting that we have to mentally prepare ourselves for a floor test now. Contrasting pictures, Ankit. We are seeing these Guwahati pictures where majority of Shiv Sena MLAs can be seen supporting Eknath Shinde, and the other picture coming in from Varsha where the original Shiv Sena, as one would call, at least till now, because once this Shinde group gets recognized, obviously we would know, we would have more clarity on the floor of the house which group really represents Shiv Sena and can lay official claim to the name and the symbol. But what is important is that with the Thackerays, only 13 legislators in the meeting that is going on. That's really gives a clear idea of where things stand insofar as Shiv Sena is concerned. The Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government clearly in a big crisis, and it's unlikely that the MVA would come out of it in the shape that it went in. Shiv Sena clearly compromised in terms of its numbers. The Thackeray leadership compromised and questioned. We had this letter of one of the MLAs which clearly showed the angst at the Thackeray clan, at the leadership of Uddhav, and the manner in which these legislators have been treated. Priyanka joins us live from Mumbai. Priyanka, please tell us what's happening around you, and are we closer to getting more clarity whether Uddhav Thackeray has completely given in now, and we are moving towards a possible floor test in the assembly?
Well, that's what it seems like, Abhishek, because what's really happening at Varsha, as you very rightly pointed out, the picture seems grim for Uddhav Thackeray at best, because as of now, we have seen the kind of loyalist MLAs that have been coming to this meeting as well, and there are only 13 of those MLAs that are present right now. And apart from that, we also know that the other MLAs as well, that are more and more MLAs in fact landing in Guwahati via the Surat airport. Last night as well, we had seen a high-level drama unfolding where several of the MLAs, at least 6 of them, had gone from Maharashtra to Surat, and then from Surat there were chartered flights that had been booked, and then they were flown to Guwahati. In the morning we were tracking 7 MLAs that had landed there. Apart from that, 2 more that had emplaned just about 1 to 2 hours ago as well from the Surat airport. So those were the details that we had been tracking when it comes to trouble that was mounting for Uddhav Thackeray, and that seems to be that seems to be continuing now. With respect to the loyalist MLAs, what's left of them, the meeting that was going on, and we had seen how earlier as well there were several war of words that had also broken out with the political leaders, then be it Sanjay Raut as well, who had stated that everything is fine with the Shiv Sena. However, the numbers really not in the favor of the Uddhav Thackeray clan as of now, and the number of MLAs with the Eknath Shinde only increasing by the minute. We are seeing that more and more MLAs showing their support to Eknath Shinde, and of course, if it comes to the floor test, there might be a complete change in the hierarchy of Shiv Sena when it comes to who will be the chief minister, who will be the deputy. All of that we are seeing that might be discussed as well. But
So it's a very important meeting today.
At large, the people of Maharashtra are feeling relieved from mafia government.
Sir, we saw that Eknath Shinde has a number of 42. What the BJP is किस पे लिया? करना है कि मोबाइल में कैमरा है?
Where is she? All right, that was Priyanka reporting from outside Varsha, the Chief Minister's residence in Mumbai, and a meeting of Shiv Sena legislators going on. We are told that some members of parliament are also present, including Sanjay Raut and of course Aditya Thackeray from the Thackeray clan. What is important is that another parallel meeting is taking place outside at the residence of Devendra Fadnavis. And outside that residence is our correspondent Alisha reporting from there. Alisha, who all are present in the meeting which is taking place at the residence of former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, BJP strategy meeting? What are you hearing from inside?
Well, Abhishek will directly show you the picture where all the BJP leaders has been reaching here. We saw that Kirit Somaya, Rahul Narvekar and the MLC, even MLC leaders has already reached here, and even there are MP, MLAs, they have all reached here to this location, and it's a very important meeting that is going to be held. So what we know is that it's all BJP leaders who are reaching to the meeting, because it's now up to the BJP, because they were actually on the wait and watch mode. They were waiting for what is the course of action of Eknath Shinde, and now when Eknath Shinde has clearly showed that he has a heads up of 42 MLAs, now for this reason, now it will be the BJP who is going to think, because it has also been claimed that has been made that some of the contact that has been made by the Shinde camp, but yes, we'll wait for the official confirmation. But yes, what we are getting to know that in very important meeting that has been ongoing in Devendra Fadnavis residence in a Malabar Hill, where all the BJP MLAs, MP, they have already reached here. Even the MLC, that is Prasad Lad, Dharanjay Mahadik has already reached here. We saw Jaykumar Rawal, and even now we saw that BJP MP Kirit Somaya along with his son Neil Somaya, who has already reached to the meeting. So this has become something of very strategic, because now BJP has to decide what will be the strategy, because when it comes to the number, because BJP has the largest single party. We'll continue showing you the picture where the BJP leaders has been reaching here, and now they have been, it's looked like some of the strategy where at some point of time BJP was on the wait and watch mode, but right now we can see that BJP is planning their strategy as well if they go with Eknath Shinde.
Alisha,
एकनाथ शिंदे अब बोल रहे कि शायद फ्लोर टेस्ट की भी जरूरत पड़ सकती है, तो उसमें क्या प्रतिक्रिया रहेगी?
नहीं, कौन सी भी टेस्ट करना पड़ेगा तो भी शिवसेना ठाम है, सरकार शिवसेना का है, शिवसेना का रहेगा।
उद्धव ठाकरे रहेंगे चीफ मिनिस्टर शिवसेना के?
शिवसेना का सरकार और मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव साहब।
अंदर मीटिंग में डिस्कस क्या किया गया था? एकनाथ शिंदे के नंबर्स बढ़ते जा रहे, कई सारे विधायक। All right, so you can see a lot of MLAs, in fact a lot of movement here, so we'll keep tracking that for you, and we will try to make our way towards because we have seen that a lot of MLAs in fact leaving from here as well. So we have been tracking that, and the kind of statements that are coming in, we can see that MLAs had stated that the Uddhav Thackeray in fact will remain the chief minister, and they have said that the numbers are with Uddhav Thackeray. Now these are the statements that are coming in from the MLAs. However, we have seen that the number of MLAs that have gone inside are only about 13 MLAs that are still with Uddhav Thackeray, the loyalists in fact. But apart from that, we have been seeing that the number of MLAs going to Guwahati, of course, are increasing by the hour. We have been seeing how MLAs have been taken from Maharashtra to Surat, and then of course gone there. We'll make our way towards the MLAs in fact leaving from Varsha Bungalow, and we are tracking for you because we are seeing that several of the MLAs in fact have been addressing the media, and the kind of posturing that they have done, they have said that they have the numbers with them. Uddhav Thackeray will be the chief minister. Let's get on the word from them. We have Sanjay Raut here as well. Sanjay Raut along with other leaders present here, and they will be addressing the media in just a bit, and you can see earlier as well in the morning we had seen how Sanjay Raut had spoken to the media, and he had stated that there is nothing wrong with Shiv Sena. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray as well had not been tensed. He had challenged to the media and has stated, you saw the face of Uddhav Thackeray, that he was not tense, everything is fine in Shiv Sena. These were the statements that were coming in from Sanjay Raut, and now we are seeing that Sanjay Raut was also present in that meeting of the loyalist MLAs inside Varsha Bungalow, and now we are expecting him to address the media as well. Perhaps will also brief about what really went on inside that meeting with the loyalist MLAs, the numbers of which in fact have been dwindling. Over only 13 MLAs that we could count had been here at the Varsha Bungalow, and while they had been exiting, they have stated that everything is fine with the Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray will be the Chief Minister. बेटा साइड हटो ना, क्या कर रहे हो? शूट करना है ना। अरे यहाँ ना मांगे मिल गया ऊपर कर। Right, and those are the live pictures that we are showing you of Sanjay Raut, in fact, along with several of the loyalist MLAs who had been present here at the Varsha Bungalow, where meeting of this loyalist MLAs, in fact, had also taken place. MLAs making statements right outside the Varsha Bungalow, in fact, stating that there are, of course, other MLAs as well that are present there, but all of them claiming that Uddhav Thackeray is going to be the Chief Minister. And even now, we are seeing that Sanjay Raut is getting ready to address the media in just a few seconds from now. We will have to see if the statements of Sanjay Raut have changed. And the statements of Sanjay Raut have changed or not, because earlier in the morning we had seen a lot of political posturing that had taken place, and Sanjay Raut had also stated that everything is okay with the Shiv Sena. But today we will have to wait whether or not, since morning we have seen that there is a lot of developments from Guwahati, and we'll listen into now what Sanjay Raut have to say.
ये तो माइक खाली बस आराम से घाई करू नका उमेश आउटपुट अरे बाबा आमदार राहू दे ना पाठी थोडा पुढे संजय आमदार रोल रोल चलो आता रोल 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 एक मिनिट मोबाईल अरे ओ कॅमेरा आता पाठी राहू द्या चलो रोल रोल रोल
हे पहा, आपण सगळे पत्रकार जरी इथे मुख्यमंत्री आज नसले तरी वर्षा बंगल्याच्या बाहेर ठाण मांडून बसलेले आहेत. कारण तुम्हालाही सगळ्यांना खात्री आहे की लवकरच पुन्हा एकदा मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे इथे येतील. पण आज इथे यायचं कारण
We can witness that even if Uddhav Thackeray is not present in Varsha Bungalow, yet the media is standing outside, because even you know that he is the chief minister and he will be the chief minister, that is Uddhav Thackeray.
4 दिवसापासून महाराष्ट्रामध्ये
Everyone is asking about the strategy of Shiv Sena.
कोण इथे जात आहे, कोण तिथे जात आहे.
What we are witnessing since many days over the crisis in Maharashtra.
सुरतला गेले की गुवाहाटीला गेले की गोव्याला गेले, या बातम्या तुम्ही फार देत असता.
Now we have to see where are the Shiv Sena MLAs are really heading to, whether it is Guwahati, whether it is Surat or whether it is Goa.
मराठवाड्यातले आणि नितीन देशमुख विदर्भात येथे उपस्थित आहे आणि ते त्यातले एक जण सुरतवरून आलेले आहे.
But I want to say that there are 2 MLAs, one Kailash Patil and one is Nitin Deshmukh.
आणि इथे येताना त्यांना जो संघर्ष
They are present in Mumbai, and I want to tell that one has come from Surat and one is coming from Guwahati.
ही संपूर्ण कहाणी थरारक आणि रोमांचक आहे.
I want to inform that both of them who came from Surat and Guwahati, it was a real struggle for them to come to Mumbai. They were literally kidnapped. They were kidnapped and were taken into the hotel, and this is nothing but the act by the Bharatiya Janata Party.
त्या संदर्भात वारंवार उद्धवजी बोलले, मी बोलले, पण श्री नितीन देशमुख आणि कैलास पाटील,
and we are continuously speaking about it, whether it is me or whether it is Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray.
महाराष्ट्राला आणि देशाला या राज्यामध्ये कोणत्या प्रकारचं राजकारण सुरू आहे, राजकारणाने किती खालची पातळी गाठलेली आहे.
We brought Kailash Patil in front of the people just because we want him to reveal what exactly the political situation is going in Maharashtra.
21 आमदारांचा संपर्क आमच्याशी झालेला आहे. कोणी किती फोटो आणि व्हिडिओ इथे पाठवावे.
But let me also confirm that there are 21 MLAs from Eknath Shinde camp is in touch, is in contact with him, with Sanjay
या
Raut.
सगळ्यांशी माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्याशी
No matter how many videos or pictures they put up showing the strength of numbers, but there are 21 MLAs we are in contact with, and we are just waiting for them to come back to Mumbai.
ऑफ द हाऊसवर हा संघर्ष आला तर तेथेही महाविकास आघाडीचा विजय होईल इतका आकडा आमच्यापाशी आहे. धन्यवाद. मी सगळ्यात अधिक कैलास पाटील.
And I am very much confident enough that even if we have been asked to show the floor test in Vidhan Bhavan tomorrow, I am pretty sure about it and very confident about it that we are going to win with a larger number, with a larger majority. Mahavikas Aghadi will come up with the larger majority.
त्यांना म्हणजे विविध कामानिमित्त नगर विकास मंत्री असल्यामुळे किंवा मतदारसंघाच्या कामानिमित्त आम्ही फिरत असतो. त्या निमित्तानं आम्ही गेलो. त्यानंतर तिथून आम्हाला आमच्या सहकार्याने सांगितलं की आपल्याला एक ठिकाणी जायचंय, साहेब भेटणार आहेत असं म्हणून आम्हाला
Eknath Shinde, where Eknath Shinde has asked me, and there were some other MLAs who was asking me to come with Eknath Shinde. They said that at first we'll have to go somewhere after the elections, but no information was given at first. But now they took us to the Thane mayor. They took us to the mayor bungalow in Thane, And then they said that we have to go to some other place as well.
आम्ही चालत होतो. पण नंतर
Even there was car that was changed continuously.
नंतर वसई विरार आता मला
They
त्या
changed our car.
एरियात जेवढं काय माहिती नाही. पण शहर संपत गेली
But from
आणि
Thane we went to Vasai, then Virar, but I wasn't knowing about the location. The location was not disclosed to us.
असं lक्षात आल्यानंतर
But I have understood that there is some of the thing that has been happening. This is something very different things happening.
बॉर्डर चेकपोस्ट होतं तिथं नाकाबंदी लागली होती आणि ज्यावेळेस मला माझ्या मनात पाल चुकली की काहीतरी
But we understood that when a car reached to the checkpost, the border checkpost, I was pretty sure about there is something different thing that has been happening.
त्यावेळेस त्यातल्याच एक
And that time I understood that we have been taken to some other place, to other location.
आणि तुम्ही थोडं चालत चालता का नाकाबंदी लागलेल्या चेकपोस्टला आपण थोडं चालत चालता का त्यांना ते नाकाबंदी
near the checkpost in the border, they asked us to walk, saying that can you even walk at that point of time because there is a nakabandi by the police.
पहिल्यांदा मी दरवाजा उघडून गाडीतून उतरलो आणि डिवायडरच्या पलीकडे म्हणजे मुंबईच्या दिशेने जो रस्ता येतो त्या रस्त्याला मी लागलो. एक 300-400 मीटर चालत आल्यानंतर मला लक्षात आलं की जर मागून लोक आले हे मला शोधत येणार, सोबतची लोक होती, मागून लोक आले तर ह्याच रस्त्याने आपल्याला शोधणार. त्यामुळे परत मी जो रस्ता सुरतच्या दिशेने जातो त्या रस्त्याला जी ट्रॅफिक जॅम होती, ट्रकांच्या रांगा लागल्या होत्या त्या बाजूला आलो आणि 2 ट्रकांच्या मधून मी चालत जवळपास ती 1 किलोमीटरची लाईन लागली होती त्या तिथं आलो. त्यानंतर पुढं एका मोटरसायकलवाला पहिल्यांदा विनंती केली, त्यानं मला सोडलं नाही. दुसरा एक मोटरसायकलवाला मला भेटला, त्याला मी विनंती केली की मला मुंबई दिशेने जायचं आहे, तू जिथपर्यंत जातो तिथपर्यंत मला घेऊन चल. मग मी त्याने मला एका गावापर्यंत सोडलं. मग एक तिथं हॉटेल होतं, तिथं बऱ्याच ट्रक थांबलेल्या होत्या. मी तिथं 3-4 ट्रक थांबलेल्यांना विचारणा केली की मला मुंबईकडे निघालेला मला जायचं आहे.
That is the reason I wanted to come to Mumbai, for which I started walking to the same lane. I was walking between the trucks. But in some point of time, I found a motorcycle and I requested him to take me to the Mumbai. But he took me to the certain point.
तिथपर्यंत सोडा. या दरम्यान मी ज्यावेळेस मी गाडीतून पहिल्यांदा उतरलो त्यावेळेस मी आमचे मान्य पक्षप्रमुखांची संपर्क साधला, उद्धवजी संपर्क साधला. त्यांना सांगितलं की मी उतरलोय आणि निघालोय. त्याचबरोबर आमच्या खासदारांची मी संपर्कात होतो. माझी बॅटरी एक 7-8% राहिली होती, त्यामुळे मी लाईव्ह लोकेशन किंवा बाकीच्या गोष्टी शेअर करू शकत नव्हते. कारण बॅटरी कधीही
I was in touch with MP and MLAs continuously.
एका ठिकाणी थांबल्यानंतर
And that was a situation where my mobile charging was about 7 to 8%. I was trying, I was in touch with the party, MLAs and MP.
माझी विनंती मान्य केली. त्याला म्हणलं मी अडचणीत आहे.
I have requested the truck person as well to drop me to Mumbai.
मी जिथपर्यंत जाईल तिथपर्यंत तुम्हाला सोडतो. या दरम्यान हा पाऊस पण चालू होता. पावसात मी भिजत त्या हॉटेलपर्यंत म्हणजे सुरुवातीला चालत असताना पावसात भिजलो, मोटरसायकल पण थोडं भिजलो. नंतर ट्रकमध्ये बसलो. त्यावेळी ट्रकवाल्यांची त्यांनी ऐकलं आणि त्यांनी मला दहिसरच्या टोल नाक्यापर्यंत सोडलं. त्यानंतर दहिसर टोल नाक्यापर्यंत मला इकडून जी मुंबईकडनं साहेबांनी एका व्यक्तीला मला न्यायला पाठवलं होतं ती व्यक्ती आली आणि ती व्यक्ती येईपर्यंत तो बिचारे उत्तर प्रदेशचे होते, अनोळखी होते. खरं तर ते मला त्यावेळेस देवदूत म्हणूनच भेटले. मला मी त्यांच्यावर एक स्वतः उतरल्यानंतर सेल्फीसुद्धा काढला. मी त्यांना सांगितलं मी कोण आहे, फक्त मी त्यांना एवढं सांगितलं की मी अडचणीत आहे, मला तुम्ही मुंबई दिशेने घेऊन जावा. आणि भावना अशी का झाली की ज्या शिवसेनेनं मला जिल्हा परिषद सदस्य केलं, ज्या शिवसेनेनं मला पक्षप्रमुखांनी जिल्हाप्रमुखाची जबाबदारी दिली, मला आमदार केलं, अशा शिवसेनेशी प्रतारणा करणं म्हणजे माझ्या तत्वात बसलं नाही. आणि कुणाचेही आता बाकीचे जे आमदार गेलेत त्यांचाही ते मनातून गेलेलं मला जसं घेऊन गेले साहेबांना भेटायचं तशाच पद्धतीनं हे ग्रुपनं असं घेऊन गेले असतील. आणि शेवटी तिथं आता नितीन परत आले. काही प्रेशर टाकून त्यांना याची इच्छा असून देखील त्या रात्री सुद्धा बालाजी कल्याणकरांचा माझा संपर्क झाला. पण त्यानंतर काही नंतर त्याचा फोन बंद झाला. त्यामुळे असे बरेच आमदार असतील की त्यांची याची इच्छा आहे, परंतु तिथल्या दबावापोटी किंवा तिथल्या काही त्यांच्या अडचणीमुळे ते येऊ शकत नाहीत. एवढंच मला माझ्या बाबतीत जो घटनाक्रम झाला हे आपल्याला सांगितलं.
जवळपास 2.5 वर्षाचा कार्यकाल झाला मी ह्या महाराष्ट्राचा विधानसभेचा आमदार म्हणून. या शिवसेनेमध्ये शब्दाला जागणारे अनेक नेते आम्ही पाहिले. ज्यावेळेस बाळासाहेबांनी जोशी साहेबांना आदेश दिला मुख्यमंत्री पदावरून पाय उतार होण्याचा एका मिनिटात त्यांनी राजीनामा सुद्धा दिला. तो आदर्श आमच्या समोर आहे. ज्यावेळेस महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये स्थापन झालं, केंद्रीय मंत्री आदरणीय सावंत साहेब होते, त्यांनी एका मिनिटात सेनाचा विचार न करता त्यांनी सुद्धा केंद्रीय मंत्रिपदाचा राजीनामा दिला. असा हा पक्ष, शब्दाला निष्ठाला जागणारा हा पक्ष आहे. गेल्या 2.5 वर्षापासून या महाराष्ट्रात महाविकास आघाडीचं जेव्हा सरकार झालं आणि उद्धव साहेबांची जी प्रतिमा ह्या महाराष्ट्रात नव्हे तर संपूर्ण देशभर एक नंबरची जी प्रतिमा आली, या प्रतिमेचा धसका भारतीय जनता पार्टीनं घेऊन गेल्या 2.5 वर्षापासून अनेक प्रयत्न हे सरकार पाळण्याचा प्रयत्न ह्या भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रयत्न करीत आहे. प्रयत्नानं सरकार पळत नाही म्हणून कटकारस्थान कट रचून हे सरकार कसं पाळलं जाईल आणि त्यांच्या घरातल्या भावाच्या खांद्यावर बंदूक ठेवून कशा पद्धतीनं कट रचला जातो. आदरणीय अक्षरशः जरी शिंदे साहेब पुढाकार असतील, शिंदे साहेब आपल्याला जरूर दिसत असतील, पण याचे मुख्य सूत्रधार ही ह्या देशातली भारतीय जनता पार्टी आहे. त्याचं उदाहरण मी प्रत्यक्ष तुम्हाला सांगतो. 20 तारखेला ज्या दिवशी विधान परिषदच्या निवडणुका झाल्या आणि निवडणुका झाल्यानंतर 5च्या दरम्यान आमचे शिवसेनेचे तात्कालीन त्यावेळेचे गटनेते आदरणीय शिंदे साहेबांनी आम्हाला बंगल्यावर बोलावलं. आमच्या गटनेत्यांनी बोलावल्यावर पक्षाचा आदेश हा गटनेत्यासाठी अंतिम असतो. आज आमचे गटनेते आदरणीय चौधरी साहेब आहेत, त्यांचा आदेश आमच्यासाठी अंतिम आहे. आणि शिंदे साहेबांनी त्यावेळेस आम्हाला बंगल्यावर बोलावलं. बंगल्यावर बोलावलं असताना मी तात्काळ बंगल्यावर गेलो, कारण की घटनेचा आदेश आम्ही बंगल्यावर गेलो. तिथं माझ्यासोबत कोल्हापूरचे आमदार आमचे आदरणीय प्रकाश भाऊ होते. आम्ही बंगल्यावर बसता असताना बसले की त्यांनी आम्हाला गाडीत बसवलं की चला जाऊया. आता गटनेते म्हटल्यावर काही प्रश्नच निर्माण होत नाही. आमच्या मनामध्ये कोणती शंका नव्हती, त्यांच्या मनामध्ये कोणतं कटकारस्थान होतं ते सुद्धा आम्हाला कल्पना नव्हती. आम्ही त्या गाडीमध्ये बसले असता गाडी ठाण्याच्या दिशेला चालली. ठाण्याच्या दिशेला जात असताना आम्ही म्हटलं आम्ही ठाण्याला चाललो असेल, पण ठाण्याहून पुढे आम्ही पालघरला गेलो. पालघरला गेल्यानंतर आदरणीय कोल्हापूरच्या आमदारांनी म्हटलं भाऊ आपण कुठे चाललो, ते म्हणजे आपण पालघरला जे आपले हे वनगा आमदार आहेत त्यांच्याकडे आपण जाऊ. मग पालघरला मधात एका हॉटेलवर आम्ही थांबलो. हॉटेलवर चहा पाणी घेतलं. तेव्हाच मला काहीतरी शंका निर्माण झाली आणि शंका निर्माण झाल्यानंतर तिथं मी असलेल्या चहा टपरीवाल्याला काही मराठी माणसांना विचारलं की हा पुढचा रस्ता कुठे जातो. त्यांनी सांगितलं गुजरात जातो. म्हटलं इथून गुजरातची बॉर्डर किती किलोमीटर आहे? 100 किलोमीटर इथून गुजरातची बॉर्डर आहे. मनामध्ये एक शंका निर्माण झाली. तेवढ्यात आमचे 3 मंत्री तिथं आले. आदरणीय शंभूराजेजी आले, आदरणीय भुमरे साहेब आले, आदरणीय सत्तार साहेब आले. 3 मंत्री आले. त्या 3 मंत्र्यांची आदरणीय शिंदे साहेबांची काही चर्चा झाली आणि परत मला आणि प्रकाशजींना त्यांनी त्यांच्या गाडीमध्ये बसवलं आणि गाडी ही गुजरातच्या रस्त्यानं सरळ चालली. आणि गुजरातच्या रस्त्याने चालत असताना प्रकाशजी थोडेसे घाबरत होते, भाऊ आपण कुठं चाललो, आपण वनगाकडे चाललो. पण मनामध्ये प्रकाशजी आमदारांना त्यांनी उतरवलं आणि त्या गाडीत आदरणीय मंत्री सत्तारजी साहेब आणि आदरणीय भुमरे साहेब ह्या दोघांना गाडीत घेतलं. मधात आम्ही 3 जण होतो आणि त्यांचे PA प्रभाकर होते. असे आम्ही 4 मधातल्या गाडीत होतो आणि गाडी गुजरातच्या दिशेने जात होती. आणि त्यावेळेस मला मग त्यांचे फोन चालू झाले की हा निघाला का नाही, ते निघाला का नाही, हे गाडी निघाली की नाही. मग मधात माझी शंका क्लिअर झाली की आपल्याला क्लिअर झाली. तेवढ्यात मधात ट्रॅफिक जाम झाली.
I had some doubt and these doubts were cleared only when this phone call started.
ते आले मधामध्ये, भाऊ कुठं चाललो आपण, आम्हाला काही माहिती नाही, आम्ही काही गाड्या नाही आणल्या, आम्ही कपडे नाही आणले, काही बॅगा नाही आणल्या,
One of the MLAs from Mumbai said that we don't know, I don't know where we are being taken to.
जाऊन बसला. तेवढ्यात एक दुसरा आला, भाऊ कैलास गायब झाला. मला थोडा आनंद वाटला. म्हटलं चला कैलास गायब झाला. मग त्यानंतर मी मधामध्ये आमच्या नेत्याची संपर्कात गाडीमध्ये होतोच. मी साहेबांनाही मेसेजमध्ये केले की साहेब म्हणे तू उतरून जा. म्हटलं नाही साहेब मी उतरता येणार नाही मला, पण मी जातो, मी काळजी करायचं काम नाही, मी सुरतून परत येईल. मला वास्तुस्थिती पाहायची होती. मग पुढे आम्ही गेल्यानंतर सुरतला गेल्यानंतर हॉटेल एवढी मोठी होती, बंदोबस्त एवढा मोठा होता की महाराष्ट्रात मी एवढा पोलीस बंदोबस्त कधी पाहिला नाही. तेवढा पोलीस गुजरातच्या पोलिसांचा जवळपास 300-350 पोलिसांचा फौजफाटा. अनेक IPS अधिकारी, जे IPS अधिकारी अक्षरशः भारतीय जनता पार्टीची गुलामगिरी करत होते. मी त्या ऑफिस अधिकाऱ्यांचे माझे वाद सुद्धा झाले. तुम्ही प्रशासन चालवता का भारतीय जनता पार्टीची गुलामगिरी करता, माझा त्यांच्याशी वाद निर्माण झाला. मग आम्ही हॉटेलमध्ये वर गेलो आणि हॉटेलमध्ये गेल्यानंतर अरे प्रकाश बी गायब झाला. मग मला पुन्हा आनंद झाला, चला एक बी आमदार आपला गेला. प्रकाश गायब झाल्यानंतर मग मी साहेबांना म्हटलं की साहेब माझी इथे राहण्याची इच्छा नाही, मी इथं राहू शकत नाही, मला जाऊ द्या. त्यांनी टाइमपास 5 मिनिटांचा 10 मिनिटांचा मग असा वाद करत मी तिथून निघालो. पोलिसांची सुद्धा माझा वाद झाला. मी रस्त्यात आल्यानंतर मी पैदल रस्त्यानं चालत होतो. माझ्या मागं अक्षरशः 100 ते 150 पोलिसांचा ताफा, गाड्यांचा ताफा. 12:30च्या वाजता मी हॉटेलमधून निघाले असताना सांगून निघालो की मी राहू शकत नाही. म्हटलं आमचं नाही म्हणजे नाही, जबरदस्ती आमच्यावर करण्याचा प्रयत्न येत नाही. कारण की निघल्या 12:30 ते 3च्या दरम्यान मी रस्त्यावर सुसाट अंधाऱ्या रात्रीमध्ये चालत होतो. वरून पाऊस होता, माझी मोबाईलची बॅटरी डाऊन होती. त्यावेळेस मी आदरणीय सावंत साहेबांची संपर्क केला, आदरणीय आमचे आमदार नाईक साहेब त्यांच्याशी संपर्क केला. मी तिथं त्यांना लोकेशन सुद्धा दिलं. आज रोजी माझ्या मोबाईलमध्ये लोकेशन आहे की मी ह्या ठिकाणी हा. तिथं जैन स्कूल अशी एक चौकामध्ये कॉलेज होतं, त्या कॉलेजमध्ये जवळपास 3:30च्या दरम्यान तिथं झाला. आणि साहेबांनी सांगितलं मला की तुला एक ह्या नावाची गाडी तुला घेण्याला येणार आहे. तर मला असं समजलं माझं संभाषण तिथले गुजरातचे पोलीस ऐकत होते, त्यांच्या सुद्धा लक्षात आलं. कारण की सुरुवातला मी ट्रक वाहन गाडीला हात देत होतो, त्याच्या दहशतीखाली कोणतंही गाडी वाहन थांबत नव्हतं. कारण की ते त्यांची तिथं पोलिसांना पाहिल्यानंतर कोणी वाहन थांबू शकत नाही, घेऊ शकत नाही. मग साहेबांनी सांगितल्यावर गाडी येते. त्यांच्या लक्षात आलं कुणीतरी यांना लोकल माणूस म्हणा का मराठी माणूस नेण्यासाठी गाडी येते. त्या 20-25 पोलिसांनी अक्षरशः मला हातपाय धरून कोंडून असं अक्षरशः उचलून लाल रंगाच्या गाडीत कोंडलं आणि मला तिथून नेलं. आणि तिथून नेल्यानंतर 3:30च्या दरम्यान होता आणि मला तिथल्या सरकारी हॉस्पिटलमध्ये जेव्हा मला सरकारी हॉस्पिटलमध्ये नेलं तेव्हा मला शंका निर्माण झाली की मला सरकारी हॉस्पिटलमध्ये कशाला आणलं. मला कोणत्या प्रकारची बिमारी नाही, मला कोणत्या प्रकारचा हार्टचा प्रॉब्लेम नाही, मला कोणत्या प्रकारची शुगर नाही. तिथं गेल्यानंतर माझी शंका निर्माण झाली. मी कोणत्या डॉक्टरांना माझ्या अंगाला हात सुद्धा लावू देत नव्हतो. मी त्यांना म्हटलं की मला तुम्हाला तपासायची आवश्यकता नाही, तुमच्या इथं पेशंट आहेत त्यांना तुम्ही तपासा, तुमचं जे कर्तव्य आहे ते त्यांनाच करा, माझ्याजवळ तपासण्याची मला काही झालेलं नाही. परंतु पोलिसाचं संभाषण आणि डॉक्टरांच्या दोघांच्या चर्चा ज्या चालू होत्या त्यांच्या चेहऱ्याच्या हावभावावरून, त्यांच्या बोलण्याच्या हावभावावरून मला शंका निर्माण झाली. आणि त्याच्यातला एक नंतर डॉक्टर म्हणाला तुम्हाला हार्ट अटॅक आला. हो रे,
I developed some doubt because the policeman and the doctor were having a conversation, and then the doctor told me that I had a heart attack.
मला हार्ट अटॅक आला. तसा माझ्या लक्षात आलं की आपला घातपात करण्याचं हे गुजरातचे जे अधिकारी लोक आहे, जे प्रशासन आहे, या सरकारचा इथं घातपात करण्याचं षडयंत्र निश्चितपणे त्यांना जवळपास 6-6:30चा टाइम झाला. 3 घंटे मी त्यांना माझ्या शरीराला हात सुद्धा लावू दिला नाही. आणि 6:30च्या दरम्यान 15 ते 20 जणांनी, कोणी माझी कंबर पकडली, कोणी माझे पाय पकडले, कोणी माझे हात पकडले, कोणी केसाची मान पकडली आणि एका जणांनी माझ्या दंडामध्ये जोराने इंजेक्शन टोचलं. ज्यावेळेस मला इंजेक्शन टोचलं त्यावेळेस अक्षरशः मला खरोखर लळ आला होता की आपल्या मागे आपली मुलगी आहे, काय टोचलं. मला थोडासा तिथं लळ आला, मी अक्षरशः लढलो सुद्धा. आणि मग मला लक्षात आलं की आपला अटॅकच्या नावाखाली आपला कुठंतरी घातपात करणार आहे. आणि इंजेक्शन दिल्यानंतर मला गुंगी आली आणि अशा ठिकाणी नेलं की तिथं हॉस्पिटलमध्ये एक रूम होती, तिथं 50 पोलीस बंदोबस्त माझ्यासाठी होता. IPS अधिकारी सुद्धा होते. म्हणजे किती ह्या मागे कशा पद्धतीनं भारतीय जनता पार्टी. म्हणून मी सुद्धा नंतर गनिमी कावा खेळला. छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांच्या ज्या पद्धतीनं आग्र्याहून सुटका झाली, मी म्हटलं आता शक्तीपेक्षा युक्ती श्रेष्ठ. कारण की आता इथं शक्ती काम करत नाही, म्हणून आपण युक्तीनं लढलो पाहिजे. आणि मी सुद्धा गनिमी काव्यानं लढलो. आणि ज्या पद्धतीनं छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांनी आग्र्यातून सुटका केली त्याच पद्धतीनं मी माझी सुटका गुवाहाटीतून केली आणि सुखरूम म्हणजे माझ्या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आलो. महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आल्यावर एवढा आनंद मला जेव्हा झाला, ज्यावेळेस माझा विजयी झाला होतो, मी शिवसेनेचा आमदार झालो, ज्यावेळेस मी जिल्हा परिषदचा सदस्य 10 वर्ष राहिलो, पंचायत समिती सदस्य 10 वर्ष राहिलो, उद्धव साहेबांच्या आशीर्वादानं, शिवसेनेच्या आशीर्वादानं मी महाराष्ट्राचा आमदार झालो. तेवढं स्वागत माझं झालं नव्हतं, तेवढं ह्या गुवाहाटीतून सुटल्यानंतर तेवढं सांगत अमरावतीपासून अकोल्यापर्यंत कमीत कमी 4 ते 5 हजार मतदारांनी, शिवसैनिकांनी, जनतेने माझं स्वागत केलं. हा एक उद्धव साहेबांच्या पाठीशी आणि या सरकारवर विश्वास असताना त्या झालं. आज रोजी हे सरकार ज्या पद्धतीने तिथे जे आमदार होते त्या आमदाराच्या सुद्धा भावना आहेत. मी आज रोजी तुमच्या प्रसार माध्यमातून त्या आमदारांना विनंती करतो, कारण की मी जरी आज आमदार झालो असेल, मी आमदार हा शिवसेनेच्या भरोशावर झालो, उद्धव साहेबांच्या आशीर्वादाने झालो, बाळासाहेबांच्या आशीर्वादाने झालो. जरी आज शिवसेनेचा आमदार असेल, पण माझ्या पाठीमागे माझ्या शिवसैनिकांनी मला निवडून दिलं, माझ्या शिवसेनेच्या पदाधिकारी मला निवडून दिलं. माझ्या तिथल्या आमदारांना माझी विनंती आहे, तुम्ही कोणत्या आमिषाला बळी न पडता ज्या सामान्य कार्यकर्त्यांनी तुमच्यासाठी जीवाचं रान केलं, रातचा दिवस केला, त्यांचा तुम्ही कमीत कमी विचार करा. ज्या पदाधिकाऱ्यांनी कोणत्या प्रकारची अपेक्षा नसता तुमच्यासाठी मतं काढले, दिवसाचा रान केला, त्याचा विचार करा. आणि मावळ्यांनो, परत या एवढीच तुम्हाला विनंती करतो आणि शिंदे साहेबांना सुद्धा विनंती करतो की आपल्या खांद्यावर बंदूक ठेवून भारतीय जनता पार्टी कट कारस्थान रचित आहे. आपण याला बळी न पडता, आपण बाळासाहेबांचे मावळे, आपण जिल्हा प्रमुख होते, आपण शिवसेनेचे नेते होते, आपण मंत्री आहे. त्या बाळासाहेबांनी आपल्याला खूप काही दिलं, प्रेम दिलं, सगळं दिलं. त्या बाळासाहेबांची आठवण ठेवून, उद्धव साहेबांची आठवण ठेवून, कारण की आज प्रकारे अशा अफवा पसरवल्या जातात. मी प्रसार माध्यमामध्ये बरेच पाहिलं की हिंदुत्ववादी आहे, राष्ट्रवादीचे आहे. तुम्हाला ह्या आमदारांना माझी विनंती आहे की तुम्हाला जर हे सरकार पाहिजे नव्हतं तर तुम्ही उद्धव साहेबांच्या घरी जाऊन राजीनामे द्यायला पाहिजे होते. ज्या पद्धतीने आमच्या परभणीच्या खासदारांनी त्यांच्या भावना व्यक्त करून राजीनामा दिला होता, तुम्ही राजीनामा द्यायला पाहिजे होते. आणि म्हणा लागत होते की आम्हाला नाही एवढं दळा. ही कुठली पद्धत आहे? पळून जायचं, असं झालं, तसं झालं, ढमकं झालं, तमकं झालं, ही पद्धत नसून ही कट कारस्थान आहे. आणि ह्या कारस्थानांना माझ्या शिवसैनिकांना, माझ्या आमदारांना विनंती आहे की आपण कोणत्या प्रकारच्या बळी न पडता आपण परत यावं. ज्या बाळासाहेबांच्या भरोशावर ह्या महाराष्ट्रातला मराठी माणूस जिवंत आहे. त्या भारतीय जनता पार्टीचं कट कारस्थान आहे. मुंबई असो का ठाणे असो, की इथला मराठी माणूस इथून हटला गेला पाहिजे. हे शिवसेना आहे, तर ह्या मुंबईतली आणि मराठी माणसाची शिवसेना आहे. माझी प्रसार माध्यमांना सुद्धा विनंती आहे, तुम्हाला खराब वाटू देऊ नका. ग्रामीण भागात प्रसार माध्यमाच्या बाबतीत अशा चर्चा आहेत की प्रसार माध्यम फक्त भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्याच बातम्या दाखवतात. प्रसार माध्यमाला भारतीय जनता पार्टीनं ज्या पद्धतीनं काही त्यांच्या प्रमुख लोकांना खरेदी केलं का, अशी प्रतिमा प्रसार माध्यमाची ग्रामीण भागातल्या शेतकऱ्यासंघ, ग्रामीण भागातल्या मतदारासंघ झालेली आहे. म्हणून प्रसार माध्यम हा चौथा आधारस्तंभ आहे आणि चौथ्या आधारस्तंभानं वास्तुस्थिती जनतेसमोर मांडली पाहिजे. एवढीच मी तुम्हाला नम्र विनंती करतो आणि माझे 2 शब्द संपवतो. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र. एक मिनट हिंदी में मेरी बात नहीं आती, मैं मराठी में बात करता हूँ. आप हिंदी में
आप उसका टाइटल कर
मैं एक मिनिट स्पष्टीकरण तुम्हाला.
हे प्रश्न संपलेला आहे. बघा, त्यांना जे सांगायचं आहे त्याने सांगितलंय. कैलास पाटलांनी जे सांगितलेलं आहे ते त्यांनी सांगितलेलं आहे. आता शेवटचा जो मिनिट आहे तो मी घेतो. जे आमदार आता या क्षणी महाराष्ट्राच्या बाहेर आहे आणि त्यांनी हिंदुत्वाचा वगैरे काय मुद्दा उपस्थित केलेला.
These MLAs have gone out of Maharashtra and are speaking about Hindutva.
एकदम या सर्व आमदारांची इच्छा जर असेल, हे मी जबाबदारीनं बोलतो, या सगळ्या आमदारांची इच्छा आणि भूमिका असेल की महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेनेनं बाहेर पडलं पाहिजे आणि एक वेगळा विचार केला पाहिजे. त्यांनी आधी महाराष्ट्रात यावं, मुंबईत यावं आणि त्यांची जी मागणी आहे ती मागणी अधिकृतपणे शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुखांसमोर त्यांनी मांडावी. त्यांच्या
responsibly and I'm looking to all the MLAs, if they really want Shiv Sena to come out of Mahavikas Aghadi, they should come back to Mumbai and speak to Uddhav Thackeray about it.
मोबाईलवर, व्हॉट्सअपवर किंवा अन्य ट्विटरवर आपण पक्के
Do not put forth your demands by sitting outside Maharashtra, by sitting in Guwahati.
असं सांगताय, आम्ही शिवसेना सोडणार नाही असं सांगताय, पण आमची भूमिका फक्त सध्याच्या सरकारविषयी आहे. त्या सरकारमधून महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे. तुम्ही ते येण्याची हिंमत दाखवा. समोर उद्धव साहेबांसमोर या आणि भूमिका मांडा. नक्की तुमच्या भूमिकेचा विचार होईल 24 तासात परत या.
If you feel that Shiv Sena should get out of Mahavikas Aghadi, you must come back to Mumbai and present your thoughts to Uddhav Thackeray, and then there will be a discussion on it.
उद्धव साहेबांसमोर आपण बसू आणि तुमची जी भूमिका आहे ती स्वीकारण्यासंदर्भात नक्की विचार केला. हाँ, फ्लोर टेस्ट में जीतेंगे.
So even as the numbers dwindle for the Shiv Sena and the Mahavikas Aghadi, Sanjay Raut, they're claiming that Uddhav Thackeray will remain the chief minister and also saying that they will win the floor test, because the journalists there were asking if they have the numbers for the floor test. Sanjay Raut very clearly saying we have the numbers and we will win the floor test. Also the big allegation that comes from Sanjay Raut now saying that the MLAs who are there in Guwahati have been kidnapped and they are in touch with as many as at least 12 of them. So Sanjay Raut clearly saying they will be coming back to Mumbai, they will be coming back to Uddhav Thackeray. They are in touch with the MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde and very clearly saying Uddhav Thackeray will remain the chief minister. So the big news that's coming in right now, Sanjay Raut very clearly saying, Sanjay Raut who yesterday said that they may lose the governance here in Maharashtra. It can be as big as only this, that we may not be in government. Now today very clearly saying they will remain in power and Uddhav Thackeray will remain the chief minister. Let's just go across to Priyanka. Priyanka, the big allegation that comes from, she's at Uddhav Thackeray's residence right now. Priyanka, the big allegation that comes from Sanjay Raut that MLAs have been kidnapped and they will return to Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray.
More than that, Sujirita, let's focus on what Sanjay Raut had said. He had said that they are in touch with the 21 MLAs, in fact, that they are in touch with who are in Guwahati right now. And they have also said that they are waiting for all the MLAs to come back to Mumbai. Only then any decision at all will be taken, is something that is categorically said by Sanjay Raut in this press conference as well. Apart from that, we have seen the two of the MLAs that have come back, one from Surat and one from Guwahati as well. And where they have stated that they were in fact forcefully taken with Eknath Shinde, and one of the MLAs in fact was also describing as to how he was being taken to Surat and how he was also told as to, he was not really told where all the MLAs were being taken. Now these are some of the allegations that are coming in from the MLAs that are present here. Let's actually pan our cameras to show you the visuals, because as of now we are seeing that Sanjay Raut has gone inside. He had been speaking to the media and had stated that they are in touch with 21 MLAs, and when we did manage to get in a word from him, he did say about the floor test. He said that if there is a floor test that happens, Uddhav Thackeray will again be the chief minister, is something that he has categorically stated. Apart from that, he has also said that MLAs in fact are in touch with touch with Shiv Sena. They have also said that most of the MLAs have been taken forcefully, that they did not know anything about where they were being taken. Now this is something that has been said by the MLAs and Sanjay Raut himself, and he has stated that no decision will be taken by the MVA till all the MLAs come back to Mumbai. Only then any kind of decision will be taken after that itself. And we will try to get on the word from some of the officials as well that had been present here at the press conference along with the MLA and Sanjay Raut along, and who had stated that this was the BJP's doing. This was the BJP who had taken and facilitated this movement of Eknath Shinde to Surat along with all these rebel MLAs who had in fact stayed in the Le Méridien Hotel as well. Apart from
सवाल एक है उनको कि फडणवीस की सरकार 2014 से 19 तक थी, तो उस सरकार में तो शिवसेना के मंत्री तो रिजाइन लेके घूमते थे. अब जिसने इनको रिजाइन कर तक लेके आए तो उनके साथ और जाना चाहते हैं क्या? ये नहीं है. ये सीधा सीधा मतलब यह है कि ईडी का डर बताकर जिस तरह से मंत्री शिवसेना के हो, विधायक हो, उनको जो तकलीफ, आपको याद दिलाता हूँ कि प्रताप सरनाईक नाम के विधायक हैं उनके सेना के, उन्हें खुद मुख्यमंत्री जी को खत लिखा है कि मैं बहुत परेशान हूँ, मुझे बहुत परेशान किया जा रहा है, अपन कुछ भी नहीं मिला तो भी बीजेपी के साथ जाएंगे। तो ईडी का डर जिस तरह से इनके लिए बना के वो सत्ता हासिल करना चाहते हैं, तो हम महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ हैं। हमें बीजेपी को सत्ता से दूर रखने के लिए हमने इस सरकार में आए थे और आज भी हम उसके लिए तैयार हैं।
कमलनाथ साहब आए थे, क्या बातचीत हुई कुछ? क्योंकि लगातार उन्होंने शरद पवार साहब से भी उन्होंने मुलाकात की, उद्धव ठाकरे साहब से भी क्या बात हुई है? सरकार की क्या स्थिति है?
सरकार मजबूत है, सरकार 5 साल पूरी चलेंगी और उद्धव ठाकरे जी के साथ कांग्रेस खड़ी है।
लेकिन जो शिंदे कैंप है वो ये लगातार कह रहा है कि हमारे पास जो है पूरी तरीके से आंकड़े हैं और इस वक्त जो स्थिति है वो पूरी तरीके से डामाडोल है वर्तमान सरकार की।
बीजेपी ने जो खेल खेला है, बीजेपी क्यों सामने नहीं आ रही, क्यों बिल में छुप के बैठी है, ये तो सवाल उन्हें बताना चाहिए। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये सब खेला है, ये ज़्यादा समय का नहीं, थोड़ी देर में ख़त्म हो जाएगा और पुनः वो विधायक वापस आकर अपने नेता उद्धव जी ठाकरे के साथ ज्वाइन हो जाएगी।
शिंदे साहब का कहना है कि हमारी विचारधारा के उलट जाकर ये तमाम चीज़ें हुई। हमने बार बार जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे को बताया कि हमारी जो पार्टी है उसे नुकसान हो रहा है, उसकी विचारधारा को नुकसान हो रहा है, लेकिन उन्होंने सुना नहीं।
हमने इसलिए तो आपको सवाल यही कहा है कि भाई तुम फडणवीस के साथ भी 5 साल में सत्ता में थे, 2014 से 19, तब रिजाइन लेके घूमते थे ना फडणवीस के विरोध में। तो उस समय की क्या थी विचारधारा तुम्हारी? तो इसलिए विचारधारा नहीं है, ये सिर्फ ईडी का विचारधारा है। ईडी की विचारधारा की ये बातें हैं कि कुछ तो भी बहाना करना चाहिए और उसके आधार पे बोलना चाहिए, वो बात चल रही है। और महाराष्ट्र की जनता का नुकसान इस माध्यम से हो रहा है कि सत्ता में अस्थिरता बनाना, ये जो बीजेपी ने बार बार खेला है, उसका परिणाम राज्य के विकास में राज्य की जनता से हुआ है।
शिंदे क्या भी कह रहा है कि अगर आंकड़े हैं तो आखिर क्यों फिर मुख्यमंत्री आवास छोड़ दिया?
नहीं, मुख्यमंत्री को उनके एक सामान्य कार्य शिवसैनिक को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना हो, वो उनकी बात थी। वो कल मैं उनका भाषण सुन रहा था, तो अगर कुछ उनकी बात हुई, उनकी पार्टी के अंतर्गत का मामला है, उसमें कांग्रेस कुछ नहीं बोल सकती।
ये स्थिति है कि फ्लोर टेस्ट कराना पड़ जाए?
कराना चाहिए और बहुमत आघाड़ी सरकार के आएगा।
आप लोग तैयार हैं हर सिचुएशन की?
बिल्कुल, हम आघाड़ी सरकार में हम तैयार हैं।
शुक्रिया पटोले साहब। तो नाना पटोले जो कह रहे हैं कि सरकार जो है वो पूरे अपने 5 साल यहाँ पर करेगी, आंकड़े हमारे पास हैं, बीजेपी जो दावा कर रही है तो उन चीज़ों को लेकर आकर वो सामने आए और उसके बाद जो है वो दूध का दूध पानी का पानी यहाँ पर हो जाएगा। विजय निशांत के साथ मैं सुमित चौधरी, रिपब्लिक मीडिया।
Will Mahavikas Aghadi survive? How will Pawar react? How will Pawar ensure that Mahavikas Aghadi government survive and Uddhav Thackeray remains as CM? Amid all this mess, how will NCP make sure that Mahavikas Aghadi, led by Sharad Pawar, allows Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray to become the Chief Minister? For all these updates, stay tuned to Republic News Media.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
A special investigation team which was formed to investigate the 1984 anti-Sikh riots in the national capital arrested 5 more accused from UP's Kanpur district so far. The SIT has arrested 11 accused in the anti-Sikh riots. The AIADMK supporters in large numbers gathered outside Tamil Nadu Chief Minister in Chennai's Vanagaram ahead of the party's General Council meeting, which is scheduled to be held later today. All cadres attending the General Body meeting have been given an ID card, which is mandatory for the entire entry in the area. Prime Minister Modi will attend the 14 BRICS summit hosted by China in a virtual mode on 23rd and 24th of June, according to the Ministry of External Affairs. Discussion during the 14 BRICS summit is expected to cover intra-BRICS cooperation in areas such as counter-terrorism, trade, among several others.
Youth of Jammu and Kashmir who have gathered here in large number is answer to those who are criticizing the Agnipath scheme, as they have gathered here in large numbers to get and to serve the Indian Army for the duration of 6 months. This is the Indian Army's bharti for 6 months for the post of port.
तरीके की राजनीति देश में शुरू हुई है
जिसमें पैसे की ताकत से लोगों द्वारा चुनी हुई सरकारों को गिराया जा रहा है, MLAs को खरीदा जा रहा है, MLAs को बेचा जा रहा है। ये हमारे प्रजातंत्र के लिए बड़ी खतरनाक बात है। देखिए, ये पैसा जो एक राजनीतिक दल किसी विधायक को खरीदने के लिए लगा रहा है, वो पैसा आ कहाँ से रहा है? वो जनता को लूट कर जमा किया गया पैसा है।
सर, मैं तो शिवसेना के साथ हूँ, बाकी पार्टी के साथ कौन है वो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं है। मैं आळंदी पंढरपुर जो यात्रा चल रही है उसमें हूँ।
Live tease. Time now here for a short break, viewers, getting you all the details of how there is a back and forth when it comes to the loyalist MLAs and the MLAs that are with Eknath Shinde. The loyalists claiming that Uddhav Thackeray is their chief minister and is going to be so even if the thing comes to the floor test as well. Getting you all the details on the other side. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Ukraine's president hopes that Ukraine will get a positive decision on its European Union candidacy, and the Ukrainian government had applied for EU membership days after Russia invaded the country in February. Russia's foreign minister met with the Iranian president Tehran. The minister was on a two-day visit to the country and was expected to meet his counterpart Hossein Amir-Abdollahian. By-elections to 4 assembly seats in Tripura has begun amid tight security arrangements today. A total of 25 companies of central forces apart from Tripura state rifles have been deployed. More than 1 lakh voters are eligible to decide the electoral fate of 25 candidates in the fray. Polling is underway for the by-elections in Mandar Assembly constituency in Ranchi district. Amid tight security, voting would be held in 433 polling booths from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. today. Polling has also begun in UP's Azamgarh and Rampur, wherein over 35 lakh people are eligible to vote in the by-polls to decide the fate of 19 candidates. The by-polls to the Azamgarh seat were involved by the resignation. It is in fact in the backdrop of the resignation of Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, who was elected to the UP Legislative Assembly as an MLA in the elections earlier this year. While many of the MLAs sided with Shinde, they could not sway MLA Nitin Deshmukh. He was in Surat with Eknath Shinde but has now arrived in Nagpur and is likely to meet the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Speaking to
MLA KP Munuswamy, following the party's General Council meeting, said the cadres had requested for a single leadership and the General Council will be called again on July 11th when the request is accepted. All India Trinamool Congress National Secretary Abhishek Banerjee's wife Rujira Banerjee has been summoned by the ED in coal smuggling case. Heavy security was deployed before Rujira Banerjee arrived at ED office around 11 a.m.
One. Will Mahavikas Aghadi government survive? Will Shiv Sena under Thackeray be able to salvage itself? What will be the reaction of Sharad Pawar amid all this case scenario? To know about all these things, stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
Ukraine's president hopes that Ukraine will get a positive decision on its European Union candidacy, and the Ukrainian government had applied for EU membership days after Russia invaded the country in February. Russia's foreign minister met with the Iranian president Tehran. The minister was on a two-day visit to the country and was expected to meet his counterpart Hossein Amir-Abdollahian. By-elections to 4 assembly seats in Tripura has begun amid tight security arrangements today. A total of 25 companies of central forces apart from Tripura state rifles have been deployed. More than 1 lakh Voters, beg your pardon, are eligible to decide the electoral fate of 25 candidates in the fray. Polling is underway for the by-elections in Mandar Assembly constituency in Ranchi district. Amid tight security, voting would be held in 433 polling booths from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. today. Polling has also begun in UP's Azamgarh and Rampur, wherein over 35 lakh people are eligible to vote in the by-polls to decide the fate of 19 candidates. The by-polls to the Azamgarh seat were involved by the resignation. It is in fact in the backdrop of the resignation of Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, who was elected to the UP Legislative Assembly as an MLA in the elections earlier this year. While many of the MLAs sided with Shinde, they could not sway MLA Nitin Deshmukh. He was in Surat with Eknath Shinde but has now arrived in Nagpur and is likely to meet the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. Speaking to media, Sanjay Raut informed that there is no meeting scheduled by Uddhav Thackeray with the loyals. He informed that they are also in touch with MLAs who are moving towards Guwahati.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive straight into the top stories at this hour on Republic's Superfast 50. Eknath Shinde has received support from over 40 Shiv Sena members of Legislative Assembly, providing him with the majority to become the leader of the Shiv Sena. In total, he has the support from 48 rebels, including independent MLAs. Despite the emotional appeal on Facebook on Wednesday, Uddhav Thackeray seems to have failed to sway the MLAs on his side. With the loyals dwindling towards the Shinde camp, Uddhav Thackeray is left with only about 13 MLAs. However, sources informed Republic that some from the loyal camp are in touch with Eknath Shinde as well. Sources told Republic that 7 more MLAs have reached Guwahati from Surat at 10 a.m. to show their support to Eknath Shinde. This comes after 3 more MLAs arrived at the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati last night. Eknath Shinde needs a total of 37 Shiv Sena MLAs